Hello, hey guys. Oh my god, it's been a while since I played a visual novel, but welcome to the kid at the back. Okay. There are a lot of content warnings for this game. That I'm gonna mention here as this is the base game. This is still a demo, but there are a lot of warnings. I'm just gonna say here that I have. It's gonna be some warnings for this game is screen shaking and motion. There is graphic violence, blood, gore, and amputation is involved. Character deaths, usage of weapons, murder, SA, drugging, sonophilia, implied child neglect, and there's also implied child abuse. Also, this is an 18 plus stream, so no minors. No minors in this. No minors. If you for this stream, by the way. So, okay. I looked at this the the page last week for this, and I found it out I can't kind of through a YouTuber that was playing this, and I was like, oh, this looks so cool. I want to see what it's like. Even it involves a lot of yanderes, which I'm terrified of. But yeah. Okay, let's get started. Start here. Also, I think this game takes I saw a playthrough that was it takes 8 hours to get all the endings. So I'm kind of dreading that. Dreading that. Yeah. The game is still in development and complete and may be prone to encountering some bugs and errors. Yeah, because this is a demo still, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. I said, yeah. This is an 18 plus stream, so. Oh, I already pressed this. Yeah. Yes. Also, they do it a second time. It was many and many a year ago. In the kingdom of the sea. Oh, sea story. mermaid story. Now the maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabelle Lee. Day one, the beloved. Professor, in class dismissed. By our new meeting, I need a full report on everyone's poem that they have chosen. I will not accept one paragraph. I need 2 whole pages filled with words. Everyone got that? Can it be double space? That'll make things easier. The classroom broke into a series of yes, professor, while some spared no time in packing their things, eager to be dismissed and disregarding the teacher altogether. Your literature teacher packs up her own things and exits the classroom. The moment your literature teacher left, the classroom broke into small groups as each student gathered up and meet with their respective cliques. Some engaged in conversation while some spared no time in exiting this classroom. A yawn escaped your lips. You turned your head and observed the clouds outside. The clouds are shaded in dark gray. The sky's once blue color is now turning the same lighter shade of gray. The looming threat of rain made you click your tongue in irritation. Just my luck, I didn't bother to bring an umbrella too. Standing up from your seat, you were about to grab your bag when you felt a tap on your shoulder. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, I like her hair. Her hair looks so pretty! Turning around, you came face to face with the cobalt blue eyes, her blonde hair shaped like swirls with its eyes dyed in blue and pink, complementing your entire ensemble even if it's just a white button-up and clearly looks too small for her. Hot pink jacket tied around her waist and the school's black skirt. Her hand, which you assumed was the same one that tapped your shoulder, hung up in the air. She seemed unsure whether to continue or not, judging from the way her eyebrows downward while biting her glossed lower lip. She turned slightly, her head not fixed on you, but rather on whoever is behind her. You hear her whisper something under her breath before eventually composing herself and turning her focus slowly on you now. Hey, you're not going to lunch with us, right? I mean, you should. I don't usually see you in the cafeteria often, so you must not be eating properly. How can you keep up with classes looking like that? Excuse me? You took a step back, clenching the strap on your back as you glare at the blonde woman before you. Dude, why are you gonna comment on this, like, with us? Are you even our friend? Who was this woman? What does she think she is? Who does she think she is? Judging from the woman's expression, she finally came to realize the words that came out of her mouth. Yeah. Brittany! A familiar voice interrupted two of you. You turned your head to where the voice was, and there stood none other than your old friend. Oh yeah, he's one of the guys we can date. Okay, I know there's two guys you can date in this game. And one of one of them is yandere, but like, I don't know, what if he's a yandere? What if this guy's also a yandere? Because I'm not trusting anyone here. This is a yandere game. It's like, anyone could be yandere. That's really insensitive of you. Imagine if someone else told you about how you look. His familiar orbs are of azure blue, nearly replicating lapis lazuli's, and his chocolate brown hair tied loosely in a low braid. Sun-kissed skin enhanced his handsome features, adorned with a black long-sleeve button-up and an indigo vest to add his clean look. He is known as Jericho Ichabod. I hope I'm saying that right. He is known as Crow for short, the class representative and a close friend of yours. Oh, wait, no, I was looking at the arm and for some reason I thought it was like through the vest, not at his back. I just... Well, the only close friend you have. Crow made his way to your side with a hand on his hip. He reprimands the blonde-haired woman next to you and said, the said woman just shrugged her shoulders. You placed a hand over your beating heart. The close proximity between you two caused a blush to appear on your cheeks. No matter how many times you get close to him or him getting near you, you'll never get used to it. His whole aura just gives a warm feeling in you, the butterflies in your stomach thrashing and raging, begging to be released. Yeah, you may have a bit of a crush on him. Oh, okay, it's determined already. So I get it. We're not gonna go after that other guy we saw on the menu. The woman named Brittany just rolled her eye, seemingly pleased to Crow's reprimands. Well, you're the one who insisted on me initiating talk. You could have done it more nicely, you know. Like a simple invite alone. Crow gives you a small smile while handing out something to you. You look down to see it. It was your ID. Yo, my ID. Wait, why do you have my ID? You dropped this, by the way. Or he might be lying. You know, what if he's like lying? We didn't actually drop it. He just took it away from us and gave it back to us so he can talk to us. It's probably what's happening. Your name is easy. It's gonna be, yeah. So it's gonna be that. Ernie. The ID shows my name, Bert Ernie, along with my pronouns. She, her. You stare at your own ID picture and see yourself more. I don't know. This is, I guess feminine. Oh, this is probably gonna change a bunch of dialogue of how they're gonna describe us, which is pretty cool. You use feminine terms and will be called a girl/woman. You looked at your ID picture, seeing a young woman and reading your name with your eyes. Name Bert Ernie, pronouns, she, her. Yes, that doesn't seem right. Maybe my eyes are itching. Wait, is this like, wait, hold on, let me save. Can I save? Where do I save? Which one's the save button? Is this the log? This is the log. This is the history. Oh, I like the eye too. The eye part is pretty cool. What if I said this? Oh, never mind, go back. Load. I was there, yeah. Your fingers briefly brushed against his, and you put your lip, then muttered a small thank you before pocketing your school ID. So is he like a childhood friend, or like how did we become friends? Crow gives you a close-eyed smile, returning with his own thank you, then turns his attention back towards Brittany. Hey Brittany! Filling up behind Brittany are three more people. The tallest of the three is a sporty-looking man, clad in green and yellow jersey with the number 10 syllable in front. His eyes are a bright green, the color that kind of reminded you of green apples. His skin, a beautiful brown that nearly matches his curly hair, while the stubble is nestled on his chin, indicating his maturity. The second tallest is a man in a purple hoodie. His eyes are sharp and slanted with long lashes, adorned with teal-colored orbs underneath. Oh, his earrings look cool. His hair straight and styled in the Haim cut, save for a short strand tied with a red ribbon, and a low ponytail bound with the same shade of red behind him. He looks uninterested with what is going around at the very moment. And last but not least is the shortest of the three, maybe within the group as well. Her skin pale, her face dotted with few freckles, and then and there, as a rectangular-shaped frame shield away orange orbs. Like they kind of, some of them look like high school students, but I know this takes place in college. Her hair is short and loose like waves. She wears a black button under an orange vest and a black skirt, like matching Britney's. So that's the gang. Damn, Brit! You sure are bad at socializing. Hey, Gio, seems like you have competition. The tall dog clad in a yellow and green sports jersey lets out a loud laugh, causing some students to turn to look at him. Britney's face grew red from embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she crossed her arms while tapping her foot on the ground. This only made the jock laugh even harder. Shut the fuck up, Daryl. You're causing a scene. Also, if you were me, you would have done just as badly. That is, in fact, not true. I'm a lovable guy. Oh, yeah. As the two argue, you turn your head towards the other tall male in the hoodie. Sensing your gaze, he looks down at you, his hand still in his hoodie's pocket. Hey, Gio, what's up? A sudden chill went down your spine. Well, what was that about? What was that about? You quickly averted your gaze away from the imposing male and landing on the meek girl in orange right beside Brittany. She hasn't spoken since she arrived with the two males, but judging from how attached she is to Brittany, you're guessing she's closer with her than the rest of the group. She kind of reminds you of yourself when you are still new to the school with no one to talk to. Not until Crow befriended you, of course. Were you as clingy to Crow back then as she is with Brittany now? Sorry that they're kind of rowdy bunch, huh? Oh, so they're your friends. I hope you're not too overwhelmed. They sure are something. Look, Bert, you're still free not to join us for lunch if you're uncomfortable. Meeting new people is overwhelming. I just want to let you know that I respect your feelings and that you matter, Bert. Crow reassures you, with a worried smile on his lips. He turned back to the group, the tall jock named Daryl now bothering Gio with an arm around his shoulder. The visible irritation on Gio's face did nothing to sway Daryl's happy-go-lucky personality. Brittany leans on one of the desks with her arms crossed, striking conversation with the best spectacled girl next to her. Never heard that term before. What's her name? I didn't seem to catch it last time. Crow glanced at where you were pointing at. Jessie? You can call her Jess for short. She's best friends with Brittany. She kind of reminds me of you back when we first met. All shy and quiet. Only that you're cuter. Whoa! Okay, maybe wait, maybe he likes us too. Maybe Bird, maybe he likes you too. Crow pinches your cheek playfully and you groan, but your mock annoyance is betrayed by the small smile that formed on your lips. How time flies, huh? That's right, you got yourself acquainted with Crow in your sophomore year. Before you left for the city, your father emphasized the importance of having companions and establishing friendships, most especially in this college. Olympias University, the largest university in Titan City. Oh wow. Sounds like that sounds like a Percy Jackson thing. Half-blood shit. It is known for having the best facilities and the best education, where you're guaranteed to rise from the bottom to the top. Well, that's what the advertisement tells you. You tried getting to know people during your first year, but to no avail. No matter how much you tried to make friends, you just couldn't seem to bring yourself to talk to anyone, and to your dismay, no one seems to bother to even befriend you. Sure, you would talk with a few classmates for projects, but nothing goes beyond that, as if they're scared of you. Why? Or more like disgusted? You can never tell. The looks you've received have all been mixed signals, but some bad, some out of pity. That is, until Crow came into the picture. Among everyone, Crow was the sole person who approached you with intention of friendship. You see, You see, like, that could be, like, okay, maybe, like, oh, that's nice that he approached us, but, like, since this is a yandere game, I'm, like, thinking right now that what if he saw us and, like, fell in love with us and was the first one to approach us because he wants to get into, like, a relationship with us? Or, like, because I've always seen, like, a thing with the yandere games, like, it usually, like, well, like, if it was like, oh, a first friend we've made from this place, and it's a yandere game, then that person who is your first friend is definitely a yandere, and I'm thinking this guy is a yandere. I think he's gonna follow that trope. Among everyone, Crow was the sole person who approached you with the intention of friendship. Are you sure about that? You were wary of him at first. Why would someone want to befriend you out of nowhere? Unless he knows you, he's been stalking us. Your past experiences caused you a suspicion. You've had a history with people who tried to earn your good graces because you were somehow beneficial to them. You thought Crow would be the same case, so you ignored him. But then he kept following you, trying to strike a conversation with you every now and then. You tried to dismiss him, ignoring his presence as usual, but Crow was determined to break down your walls and kept insisting on tagging along until it annoyed you once. Just once. That is until it happened on the last day of your first semester in your sophomore year. You fell victim to one of the school's biggest hidden flaws. If Crow wasn't there to stop them, you could not begin to imagine what might have happened to you. Oh, what happens? Oh, yo, he got beaten up! He got beaten up with us! Thank goodness you're unharmed. You're concerned about me? How about you? You're the one who's hurt. Thinking back, you thought he was crazy and stupid, taking blow after blow until the perpetrators got bored and left the both of you. Well, that's the whole point, right? As long as you're not hurt, this is nothing. You're crazy, you know that. And he just laughs it off, wincing due to the bruises on his face. I never got your name, a crazy guy person. It's Jericho Ichabod. Dude, he helped us. Like, okay, I wanted to, like, believe, like, oh, he's just being nice. That's why he, like, saved us from bullies. But, like, no, he probably also has been stalking us for a long time and knows us. And then maybe he probably was watching us from afar and, like, getting beaten up or something. I know it could be like, yeah, he's a nice person, but I don't trust him. He's probably a yandere. Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna plug something real quick. He doesn't have crazy eyes now. Not yet. That's probably gonna be for later. Okay. Nice to meet you, Crow. I'm Bert. You brought him to the clinic that day and became inseparable ever since. Right after the incident, Crow promised to never get in fights again and continues to keep his word on it. Yeah, also, like, we don't know his name, too. And then he, like, suddenly helped us. Like, it could be like, oh, he's a good Samaritan, but maybe it's also because he's obsessed with us and didn't want us to get hurt. And that's just the yandere vibe. You really owe it to him. You look back at Crow. He tilts his head. Something on your mind, Bert? Nothing, just happy that you're my friend. You looked at him. He looked at you with raised eyebrows, probably surprised at how random your thoughts seemed. He didn't say anything as he let your words sink in, and his usual gentle smile appeared on his face. Crow inched closer to you, indicating that he feels the same way. Brittany must have taken notice of the amount of time wasted in talking and arguing as she turns to you one last time. We've talked a little bit too much. We'll end up not getting any seats if we keep this up. So, are you coming with us or not? Caught up in your little daydream about the past, Brittany finally spoke up, catching your attention. You look back at Crow, recalling his words. Don't force yourself to join if you're still uncomfortable. And then decided to, let's not go with them. Let's not. No. No, wait, how do I get back here? How do I get back? Oh, return. Go with them, go to the library, go somewhere else. Let's go somewhere else. You got to the blonde-haired woman as she waits for your answer. You turn to Crow. He too was anticipating an answer from you as a nervous drop of sweat rolled down his temple. Why was he nervous? You've got to be honest, Crow was right. All of this is just quite overwhelming to you. Throughout your years here, you've only gotten used to Crow's presence, and he's alone. But then yesterday, he introduced you to a new group of friends you didn't know he had. You're happy for him, you really are. But why does it feel like a lie whenever you tell yourself that? And why does your heart swell and your stomach churn from the thought of him not being by your side all the time? The horrible feeling of green envy and raging jealousy consumes you ever since the thought came across your mind. No! No! I don't want to be a yandere! No! No! That sounds like we're gonna be a yandere! No! A sudden lump made its way to your throat, hindering from forming words as you can feel your eyes threatening to water while your shoulders started trembling. Bert, get it together! It's normal to feel jealous, but don't be too jealous. You need to get out of here. I need to go. Bert? You ignored him and the group as he pushed him away, earning a shocked look on Brittany and Crow's face. Bert! I skipped that one out. I can't go back. I have to read the log. What did it say? Oh, Bert, wait, okay. Damn, I didn't think Brittany would make someone cry by being so bad at communication. For fuck's sake, Daryl, shut up! I didn't mean it, okay? What, am I right, aren't I? I'm going after her. Huh? Oh, Geo speaks Ichabod. Why did he okay. Crow didn't listen to his friends calling on his name, especially Geo, as he ran after Bert, rushing out of the room, hoping to catch up to her. He shoved through the sea of students, receiving some irritated looks after pushing them aside. Their looks don't matter to you, however, as he tried to get out of the crowd as quickly as possible. Bert, wait. Crow's booming voice behind you isn't helping your rising anxiety, and your tears now slowly cascading down your cheeks. Bert, please wait, what's wrong? I don't want you to be with other people. You keep on ignoring him, okay? Crow cries out with each breath he takes. You keep on ignoring him. You turn a corner, hoping to lose Crow in the crowd. The worried tone in his voice just makes the ache in your chest more and more painful. You did not care how many floors you ascended as you ran up from one floor to another, nearly tripping on the school's bad architecture. Yo! Is that the Eiffel Tower? What is that on the right? Before you know it, you made it to the school's rooftop, pressing an ear on the door. You don't hear Crow's call anymore, and you let out the breath that you've been holding. And then everything slowly crashed on you. You fell down on your knees and hugged them, not bothering with how dirty the floor is anymore. You look up as a few drops of rain slowly drop down from the sky, a reflection of the salty tears now staining your cheeks. I'm so pathetic. Crow is his own person. I feel so selfish to even think I'm his only friend like he is to me. Of course, he can have other friends besides me. But why does it hurt? Is it because I'm just some nobody? All of them look so cool, especially the Brittany girl. She's tall and pretty. Heck, I might mistake her for a model if it weren't for her uniform. She seems like Crow's type. You don't know that. The familiar ugly feeling made its way to your chest. You tightly clenched your fist to where your aching heart is. You want to rip it out in the open and toss it from the edge of the building. Will he leave me if he deems me unworthy? Was I even ever worth to be beside him? You can't think anymore. You don't want to think anymore. The tears now flooding your eyes as your sniffles turn to sobs, and you bury your face on your knees as you cry your heart out. The rain now heavy as if resonating with your sorrows. Dang, this got sad pretty quick. I didn't expect to be a sad scene happening right now. In the beginning of the game. You have no idea how long you've been crying, but you've run out of tears to shed and have been staring at a blank space for a while now. Maybe it's time to head back. You look up at the dark skies, the rain slightly calmer, but still not stopping its downpour. Standing up and dusting your back, you were about to grab the handle when you heard another voice from the other side. Your heartbeat quickened. You swore you were alone when you got here, and you were blocking the door the entire time, so someone coming in would be near impossible. You're curious how this individual managed to get past you, or maybe they were just here before you. Who knows? Forgetting your initial plan, you slowly approach the voice, making sure not to make too much noise as possible. Oh, who are you? Just as you expected, there is someone. A young man in a green vest, but by his uniform hair and the shade of light blue, like how they remind you of the skies before it darkened, tied into a low ponytail by a white ribbon. He seems to be in a deep conversation with whoever it was behind the phone he held in his ear. You know, all these character signs are pretty good. You can't quite hear the conversation he was having, much less understand what he's talking about. You assume he's speaking in a whole new, different language. He stepped back. You're guessing the student is a foreigner. Seeing that he seems to pose no threat, you were about to leave when you felt a hand grab your shoulder. You stood frozen on your spot as you felt a huff of breath fan your neck. Something cold and sharp touched the side of your throat. Oh, and you were no fool to understand quickly that it was a small knife he's threatening you with. Huh? What the heck? What? Why? Bro, why did you do anything? Why? Who are you? Speak. Unless you want to get yourself into big trouble. Okay. Let's stay silent. It's perfect if we stay silent. Not talking, huh? You have a right to remain silent. But in the case I need you to talk. You feel the sharp edge of a knife cut through your skin. The stinging sensation made your head spin as you slowly started breathing fast. In your state of panic, you tried to jab his abdomen with your elbow, hoping to catch him off guard to escape, only to have him grab the same elbow and twist it behind your back, yearning a loud squeal from you. Dude, we didn't hear anything, and we probably don't understand what you're saying. I'm Bert Ernie from Class 4B. Please don't kill me. You yelp out. The hand on your shoulder went loose as you feel him withdraw the knife, taking it as a chance to push yourself off of him and turning around to face the blue-haired, knife-wielding student. You had to urge to throw a punch to his face. Instead, you didn't. Rather, what you came face to face with is look of confusion across his face and the hand under his chin. He isn't even looking at you. How rude. Bert Ernie. Why does that name sound familiar than Class 4B too? Why were you gonna, like, hurt us? Why? Now's your chance. While he's distracted by his own thoughts, you pathetically throw a punch at him. He, however, merely catches your fist with a single palm, his other hand never leaving his chin as he keeps pondering over his thoughts. Blech! Why did you even bother? You were never the strongest in your family. I remember now. You swore you saw a little bulb lit up on the top of his... Imagine he's like our childhood friend, and he's like, yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, sorry for almost stabbing you in the throat. He lets out a go of your fist and pockets his tiny pockets his tiny knife, which turned out to be a foldable pocket knife, and gives you a bright smile, as if he didn't just threaten your life mere seconds ago. Bro, what is this sudden change? What impeccable timing you have at the moment, Bert. He puts his hand together like a prayer and bows down, double taking his sudden shift in attitude. I'm in need of your help. What? No, I'm not gonna help you. You literally threatened me, man. You see, I can't attend my next class due to some familial emergency, and I promised my partner I'll be there. But seeing that you're in Class 4B, can you take over for me? Well, for what? What? Who does this guy think he is? Your next class is Art Appreciation with Mr. Allen, correct? And how does he know your next class is Art Appreciation with Mr. Allen? Are you also yandere? Whoa, hold on. First of all, who the fuck are you? Second, who do you have a... Why do you have a pocket knife within school campus? And third, why would I agree to your terms after you literally just threatened my life just like that? That's what I'm saying. As if realizing the situation, he lets out a grasp, his mouth shaping an O. He fixes his posture and gives you a wink and a thumbs up. Well, he's like forgetting everything. Yeah, actually just forget about threatening you and almost like killing you. My bad, bestie. The name's Hugo Sujimoto. I'm from Class 4A, but I haven't have classes mixed with Mr. Allen to catch up on my missing subjects from my past years. This guy is a clear troublemaker. He just rubs the back of his head and chuckles as he continues with your next question. Taking out the pocket knife he dangles it like a small toy, some toy, and presents it to you like it's the most exquisite thing you've ever laid your eyes on. You rolled your eyes. This? He waves the pocket knife left and right. It's for self-defense. The guards are quite shitty at their jobs and inspecting each bag. Things are little as they're... Oh. What? Oh, okay. What the heck? Is there something wrong with my... screen? Hold on. I need to check on something real quick. Oh, what the heck? Wait, what the what? Hold on, I'll be right back. Oh, never mind. I can't go right back. I don't know what happens. I guess I have to, okay, what did I do? How do I get out of this? Is it gone? It's still there. What the heck? What did I do? Why is that there? I'm kind of confused by this. Hold on. I think I got pinned or something. Unpin this message. There you go. There you go. That was bothering me. Okay. Anyways. It's for self-defense. The guards are quite shitty at their jobs and inspecting each bag. Things as little as these are easy to split by. Plus, it's quite useful if you're ever in a pickle. Well, you kind of started whatever you were doing. I was just here, man. I wasn't even gonna, like, talk to you or hurt you. I just wanted to be alone on the roof. Oren's skull crowns just use scissors like any other normal human being. He puts his tool back in his pockets. And as for your last question, his expression relaxed, his goofy persona thrown out of the window as quick as it came. His tone now a bit serious with his gaze fixated on you. Do you have friends, Bird? Bro, why are you asking this? Okay, that kind of offended you a little bit. Yeah, that is pretty iffy. Yes, I do. Yeah, but you don't ever think you feel like you're not doing much over them. Bro, why do you want to know? Why are you asking these questions? It made you shut your thoughts up. I'm not gonna lie, he's not really the best guy out there. Well, Crow? He blabbers on with the thought of you, whoever his friend is, but judging from the way he talks, he seems to care for him, admire him, even. Oh, wait, no, this is a different person. But people tend to misunderstand him quite a lot. Heck, even I did. I thought I couldn't trust this guy with anything. Like how you don't trust Crow with anything either, before. Sorry for threatening you with a knife, Bird. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry for almost killing you. But what I'm saying is that oftentimes I can never be there for him. I've given up on the thought of staying by his side. But you, however, there was a gleam in his eyes you couldn't seem to decipher. Maybe you'll understand him. Get to the point. Please be his partner for your art class. And he's down on his knees like a begging clown. The serious tone he had before is now replaced with a blabbermouth crybaby before you. Seriously, he had you fooled for a hot second. Wow, you're not gonna hang out with your friends so you have another person hang out with them instead? Bruh. Okay, I'll be your friend's art class partner. Get the fuck up. You mean it? Thank you, Bert. I knew you were the right person. Who's this person, a friend of yours anyway? His name is Soul, don't worry. You won't miss him. Oh, that's the guy, like, in the beginning, actually. Let me do something really quick. There you go. There you go. Without sparing you another second in trying to ask for more information from him, he gives you a friendly pat on the shoulder before leaning and whispering, "Wipe your tears away, Bert. Crying does not suit people like you." Bro, I don't like how you know a good amount of us. Man, I don't like you. I don't like Hugo. And with that, he's going down the stairs, and you only stared at the now open door, your feet rooted on the cold tile floor with pure shock. How does he know I was crying? He was probably watching us earlier. And you were now walking down the hallway. A few students were heading to their own respective classes, while some went to where the library was. Bert, one heart attack after the other, he swore to stay, refuses to give you a break. You aren't ready to face Crow yet. He's probably worried, not sick, especially with what you pulled minutes ago. You're probably lost in thoughts for too long that you'd suddenly felt arms wrap around you, Crow's face buried at the crook of your neck as he held you tight. His shoulders were shaking. There was no one else behind him. It was just you and him. I looked around the campus for you. Where have you been? You bit your lip, not giving him a chance to hear your voice. Crow pulls away from your neck, but still kept his hold around you. You refused to look him straight in the eyes, and he didn't push you for it, already satisfied with you in his arms. A sigh escaped his lips. With one hand, he cups your cheek and rubs it with his thumb as he observes your red and swollen eyes. He bit his lower lip. A flash of regret made apparent within his eyes. Just then, behind the both of you, you heard a lone student call on to Crow's name. You swear that Crow's eyebrow arched and twitched as if irritated. Oh, there you are, Ichabod. Your presence is required by the council. The council? The student council. I don't fucking care. Okay! Bruh, okay. What was that, Ichabod? I couldn't hear you. I'll be right there. Chris says he's back, still facing the student. The student merely raised a brow, but didn't insist any further and walks away in the opposite direction. Crow lets out a tired sigh as he returns his full attention to you. Give me a text once you're ready to talk. Pulling away, albeit hesitantly, he rummages for something in his pockets before taking one of your hands and placing something into it. Without turning your head, you look down and saw a handkerchief on your palm. I'll see you later, Bert. He turns on his heel and moves the same direction where the student from before had headed. Once he was gone from your side, you squeezed his handkerchief and used it to wipe your cheeks, despite the salty tears that dried at this point. Pocketing the blue handkerchief, you slowly made your way to your next class. Barely making it to your next class, you slid the classroom door open, earning you a few looks from the students inside the room. Turning to the podium, you exhaled a breath you didn't realize you were holding when you realized that your teacher was still absent. Fixing your composure, you scanned the room, a few easels and shelves filled with brushes and bottles, stained with acrylic paint guaranteed that you made it to the right class. Upon scanning the room, you thought back to what the guy who threatened you with a knife on the rooftop promised you. Yeah. Oh god. I won't miss him, huh? Well, that's the hard part. Everyone here looks like they're hard to stop from how colorful they all look. You know, can we actually, report Hugo for, almost, cutting our throats? Can we do that instead? Typical art students with their colorful hair and looks and the way they dress, never heeding to the school's strict rules, since they're never really affected by said rules. The liberty of a course not strict to academics. But you also took notice of some students who aren't in the course. You're guessing they just took the subject as a minor subject. So either the sole character is an art student or some regular student. You gave up in your search and took your seat. In any case, you'll find out which one is sole once the class starts. He should have also shown us, he should have also described who your friend was. He's just like, oh, can you be his partner? Okay, what does he look like? Hearing the classroom door open, your art professor makes his way inside, his large round belly standing out, round spectacles sitting on top of his nose, and the stereotypical brown beret on his head. He greets the class before starting his lecture. Art exhibit project featuring various eras of art as part of our thesis. This time we're tasked with expressionism. Remember, this is all part of your paper, not to mention making a name for yourself, of course. Ho ho ho! More like taking the credit of students' works and use it to advertise your shitty school. You scoffed at the thought. Hope you all got a partner already by this time. For this term, I'm tasking you all to create 3 works based on the exhibit's theme. This is where you want to throw your desk out the window. How could you forget? You weren't present during the previous meeting and you absolutely knew no one in this specific class. Why were you taking art again? Oh right, your father was an artist as he was a farmer. It was all for him, and maybe you can make a name for yourself with your works if your life as a gardener wouldn't turn out this way it should. All part of plan B, and if that fails, I've got plan C and D. I have not yet to make up the rest. Okay, I guess I'll die. You shake away your silly thoughts. The problem is not at hand. You do not have a partner to work with. Now, I want all of you to go to your chosen partner for this project, so I can start explaining your tasks. Eventually, you're forced out of your seat, since your seatmate's partner will be occupying it for the class. Now is the perfect time to look for this soul person Hugo was talking about. But up until now, you have no idea to what he looks like. Excuse me. You're hoping he's a good person to work with and wouldn't put all the workload on you. You shiver at the thought. You've had enough of those kinds of people in your life, especially during your entire college years. Unlike the rest of the class scurrying around to meet their partner, you're the only fool who is standing still. Not the only one standing, because from the corner of the classroom, there's a single student not bothering to stand up from their seat. Their seatmate had left to pair with someone else, leaving a vacant spot. Actually, this kind of gives me terrible flashbacks of how I was in school too, just being alone because you don't know anyone, and then it looks more obvious that you're alone because you're standing alone with no one with you. That guy might be Soul. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Is he not going to bother with his partner? Unless... Hey there. He looks up from his desk and looks at your approaching form before you're eventually standing next to him. It's you. Oh, it's him! Oh, kind of like his green hair. Seems like you're a bit lost there. Do you have a partner? No. Well, you're not me either. So, do you want to be partners? Sure, why not? He took the vacant seat right beside him. His book was now tucked away, and on his desk is now a pen and a piece of paper, seemingly ready to take notes. Hey, I never got to know your name. It's not quite important, but we're gonna be partners for a while. I need to know your name. Well, I should at least know what to call you instead of Green Street Guy. He raised a brow at your silly nickname you gave him before slightly shaking his head. Sullivan Brugmancia. Oh wow, that's an interesting last name. But just call me Soul. Soul. Say. Soul means sun or brightness, right? Your name contradicts your whole glam, not gonna lie. Your name means the exact opposite of what you're wearing, if I have to be honest. Not that you don't dress well, I mean you look good. A pinch of red makes its way to his face. Soul bit his lower lip and he readjusts his collar. I should just shut the fuck up. He averts his gaze, biting his inner cheek. Thanks. You look good too. I should introduce myself before this gets any more awkward. Well, I'm Bart Ernie. Nice to finally know your name's Soul. Soul nods with a smile forming on his lips, then returning his attention back to the professor. 3 artworks to showcase. Note, it has to be some sort of expressionism. Medium's level will be strictly traditional. Your professor then proceeds to give other pointers for your projects before leaving you and the rest of the class for the day. Everyone in the classroom proceeds to talk with their partners, already brainstorming ideas on what they're going to showcase and hopefully could get a higher grade. You turn to Soul as he took out his own charcoal pencil and sketch pad for the class. You got any plans for our first display, Soul? Expressionism is about conveying one's feelings, right? The easiest for now is a portrait. Let's use your face as an example. My face? He lets out a low chuckle. There, you're making a cute expression right now. Then Cupid says, okay, that can be considered as expressionism. Wow. Huh? He seems like he's already had an idea on what to do. And judging from the half-filled sketchbook of his, he's quite familiar with the concept of art. Me, however, pretty great at art and not that good at art. Okay, this is a save file. I wanna be good at art. Pretty good at art. If you could give me the honors to draw you. Go ahead, at least I could count on you. As you were taking out your materials, you called back to the student back at the rooftop. This made you wonder how Soul managed to befriend someone like Hugo, but you don't think this is appropriate time to ask for that.
Was your friend any good at art as well?
Friend.
Oh yeah, I already had an assigned partner for this class.
Oh yeah, I already had a decided partner for this class, but he ditched me at the last minute for some important family business. He never tells me though. Dude, maybe he's like an assassin or something. And I'm not the type to pry either.
Does your friend go by the name Hugo, perhaps?
Yeah, how did you know?
I met him during lunch. He was on the rooftop.
Typical of him. Sorry you got dragged up to his mess of taking his place. That's alright. He almost killed me, by the way. You shook your head, telling him that you don't mind one bit. You observe him as he goes on and on about this friend of his. Despite he's shaking his head in annoyance, you can see a lingering sense of endearment in his words, almost forgetting the fact that short shit threatened you with a knife back on the rooftop. Oh, but seeing Soul like that, it was actually cute. Wow. Slowly taking your own sketch pad, you begin to draw Soul's various expressions as he talks.
And here I thought this guy would be the type to brood a lot. Guess I was wrong.
Would you believe me if I tell you that guy is one of the top students in the entire class, yet he's always missing in action? You raised a brow in mild curiosity, pencil still on the pad.
Really now? He doesn't seem to be that type of guy.
Which part? Him being his top student or always missing in action? Shrugging, you continue on with your sketch. Soul, now taking notice of your scribbling on your sketch pad, proceeded to lean in a bit closer to your face, trying to pry the sketch pad off your hands. Were you drawing me this entire time?
No.
Liar. I thought I was supposed to be the one drawing you, not the other way around. With a huff, you leaned back to on his chair. He leaned back on his chair, crouching his arms in the process as a pout made its way to his face, biting the side of his cheek as his lip piercing reflects the room's artificial light.
Come on, it's not a big deal, Saul.
He tries to cheer him up.
Plus you,
no, you don't. Soul's cheeks turn red, his eyes widen before swiftly averting his gaze from yours, the grip on his arm tightening, causing the sleeve of his shirt to wrinkle. Oh, what was that? Did he just say we were cute too? I saw cute in you. Oh well.
You said something?
Nothing.
You sure mumble a lot.
It's a habit, I'm not used to talking a lot.
You keep talking about your friend Hugo. You seem to be so fond of him regardless.
Soul lets out a sigh, rubbing his back on his head as he thought. He knew you were right, and he knows he cannot deny that he is fond of his friend. His only friend. I owe him a lot, that's all. Enough about Hugo though, let's continue on with our task.
Alright.
I'll keep drawing, and I'm drawing, and that's final. He pout, he merely chuckles.
Alright, Grumpy.
You couldn't help but hold your gaze on Soul's face, the bandage on his cheek most especially. Judging from how it covered half of his face, you guessed it must have been a huge blow. You decided to question him.
You fell down the stairs or something?
What makes you say that? He pointed the bandage on his cheek with the back of the pencil. He bit his lower lip, lowering his head a bit, trying to cover the bandage with his hair. You can say that. Nothing for you to worry about, though. You're guessing he must be referring to the stairs heading towards the rooftop. Knowing those flight of stairs are quite unstable, there's a huge possibility he must have fallen pretty bad. He seems quite embarrassed by the thought alone. Though you couldn't help but that there's some more to the story than that. Of course, or if he's actually telling the truth. Either way, you don't want to make him uncomfortable. Turning your focus on your sketch pad, you continue on with your sketch.
Hope it gets better soon.
Thanks. The sound of the school bell rang loudly outside the classroom walls, signaling the end of class. Your professor gives your class one last instruction before bidding his students goodbye. Soul tries to pry your sketch pad off your hands, probably wanting to get rid of the sketches you made of him while he was on the tiny rant. However, you were quick on his feet and shoved your sketch pad in your bag before he could get his hands on it. Soul gives you a pouty look before giving up eventually and starts packing these things as well, proceeding to head out of the classroom waiting for you by the door.
Do you have a phone? We should exchange numbers and update each other so we can do the next two more tasks.
Soul then takes his own phone and asks for your number. You recited as he
and put it on his phone. Let me try to send you a message. He nodded and looked at your phone screen and saw a new notification from an unknown number. This name must be Sol's. What if it wasn't Sol and it was actually like a random person? Like, what the heck? Sup? You type so differently from how you look. That was just one word. What do you mean? That's literally just one word, Birds. From the corner of your eye, you see Sol's eyebrow raised at your text. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. He chuckled. He rolled his eyes. He still lingers on Sol's face. A smile is embedded on his handsome features while he looks at the block of text on his phone. You bite the bottom of your lip and recall the events that happened today, formally meeting Crow's group, nearly getting a death sentence by meeting Hugo, and most especially, meeting Sol. Yay! You survived day one. Back then, you struggled to form friends throughout college, then you were convinced you would be graduating without making a single connection, which would undoubtedly disappoint your father, and you're ready for it. I wouldn't count Hugo as a friend. He just wanted us to be friends with his friend. You thought to yourself, these are odd people and eccentrics at most. All misunderstood people, all human, all the same. Not Hugo for sure. For sure he's not human. A sudden wave of determination washed over you. With a hand on your chest, you stare into Sol's orbs, making him tilt his head slightly. Sol, I want to be friends with you. I feel like you should say that a lot later. This is literally our first meeting with him. I can sense that people tend to misunderstand you and overall personality. Sol is quiet, but his gaze remains on you with a lingering curiosity. But let me be different. I want to know you. I want to understand you, Sol. If you let me. He blinked once, then twice, then a chuckle. He puts a large hand on top of your head, then rubbles your hair. Wait, we just met it! Alright then, let's mark today as the start of our wonderful friendship, Bert Ernie. You playfully push his hand off your head, then nudged him on the shoulder. He lets out a small laugh at your poor attempt. This is like really fast. This is a really quick friendship. As to you, Sullivan Brugmansia. Just Sol, it's fine, Bird. Well, I need to get going. See you tomorrow? Huh? Oh, of course. See you tomorrow, Bert. Giving Sol a wave of goodbye, you make your way towards the school's exit. Heh. Oh, oh my god. No, no doubt you're gonna be a yandere, but okay. Hollow's Ball. As you walk through the hallway, your eyes caught on something on the nearby bulletin board. A poster plastered on the large board. The Hallows Ball. You know, I just realized maybe the Hugo was probably like telling us to like talk to him because he knows his friend has a crush on us. Hold on, sorry guys, I have something real quick that I have to do. Um okay. Back to this. The Hallows Ball. Come enjoy the festive spirit of Hallows Eve. Halloween party, huh? Seems promising. A sudden small vibration came from your pocket. Curious, you took out your phone, expecting another message from Sol. It was from Crow. Your heart leaped from your chest, recalling the event that happened earlier this afternoon. Can you meet me after class? I'll be at the front gate. You didn't send a reply. Turning off your phone, you quickly made haste to exit. I don't think we should ignore him. You approached the school's gate, keeping an eye out for your friends. For sure enough, there stood Crow in all his glory, posture straight with his arms held behind his back, his bag neatly placed on the floor and his foot tapping on the concrete on the floor nervously. You yourself were growing nervous with each step he took as you drew closer and closer to him. When you reached his side and made your presence known with a small greeting, he noticed the way Crow's eyebrows raised in mild surprise, as if not expecting you to actually show up before him. He cleared his throat before composing himself properly, his body now facing in your direction. You wanted to see me? Yeah. Lifting his bag from the floor, he slings a strap over his shoulder and offers his hand for you to take. I'd like to take you somewhere. It's a bit near the park. I'll lead you if you let me. No, I don't trust you. I have to take one. Okay, I have to take one of them. Let's take your hand, I guess. You took his hand in return. Crow wrapped his fingers around yours. Bruh, this man likes Bert. Come on. His nervous smile melts into a genuine and happier one before he leads the both of you away from the school's gate and into the streets. This just sounds like a date, but just walking in the park, like a small date. By the time you and Crow made it to the park, it was already sundown and stars slowly started pointing to the sky. Is this the place you were trying to lead me to, Crow? Not quite yet. Come here. You follow him through a thicket of thick bushes, surprised to see stony stairs, though a bit run down. It still seems sturdy to step foot on. Looking up, you see it leads somewhere above. You and Crow make your way up the story stairs, some red and orange leaves coloring the steps as you and him avoid a few puddles from the rain this morning. Oh, we're here. Come, it's a sight to behold. Taking in one last step, you see Crow admiring whatever was beyond him. He smiled bright as his eyes twinkle like the stars above. Your eyes went wide in awe upon seeing the scenery before replicating the one Crow has on his face. Not once did he take the consideration of the idea of sightseeing within the city. Everything felt unfamiliar, intimidating even. You couldn't blame yourself for feeling so distressed about the idea of traveling, especially since you had no one else within the city to guide you. But gazing at the sea of lights that stretched out before you made you realize that you have been missing much of what the city had to offer. Looking farther ahead, you take notice of a tall tower decorated with bright neon pink lights. Okay, I'm gonna take a drink of water. A little bit of its right is a movie theater next to a mall. The rows of other buildings with multicolored lights seem endless. The more you scan the area, the more you seem unfamiliar, places that you didn't even know existed. Your moment of silence while admiring the city view was interrupted by the sound of rustling grass. You turn around, finding the source of the sound. Crow has made himself uncomfortable, lying on the ground under an old tree. You see his backpack leaning on its trunk. You turn your back from the city and walk to where Crow lay, deciding to keep him company. His gaze on the starry sky shifts to you as you sit down beside him, and a hopeful smile grows on his face. Judging from your face all lighting up, you like the place, huh? Care to join me? Accepting his invitation, you give Crow a slight nod that brought joy to his eyes. You stretch a bit and lay on your back right next to him, your fingers barely touching. You and Crow look at the night sky. You observe how the stars twinkle, as if the rain from the morning never happened. How did he manage to find this place? You tilt your head to look at him, and he gives you a closed-eyed chuckle before his twinkling gaze meets yours. Take it that you've never heard of Lily Smith, have you, Bert? Lily Smith? Crow points up at the old tree that stood above you, and then returns his gaze to the stars. They say that this tree that the humans came in contact with was blessed by the gods that guard this land. This was very same tree here used to bear multiple fruits. They say that they never got and are free for anyone to take. Or so what the popular interpretation says anyway. There are other versions of the myth? Crow shrugs his shoulders, says Crow. Moving his gaze from the sky back to the tree, he stares at it, as if to decipher something just by the mere look for it. There are other versions, yes, but some say the fruits are actually poisonous. Others say it's only meant for the gods and no human must take it from lest they can be cursed. That sounds quite gruesome. It's to wonder why they would rather use the lighter version of the myth. Crow lets out a slow chuckle at your statement, nodding a bit as if agreeing with you. I guess that might be one of the reasons. Hey, Bert? He pauses before speaking again. You perk an eyebrow at him. Yeah? This seems like a silly question. No, lay it on me. Tell me, what is it? Do you believe in gods? This question caught you by surprise. You never thought of Crow as the religious type, more say be interested in gods. Or maybe he's just curious by the idea of them. This may be the best moment to know for sure. I guess I do. I do. They are the very beings that blessed our lands and soil. Back in my hometown, we would go to worship in our village's patron goddess church and pray for a good harvest. You recall your visits to the village temple with your father, being regular as you visited enough to the point where you became friends with some of those who resided within the church. Every time you dropped by to worship, you and your father would offer your healthiest crops to thank your patron. You haven't gone to church in a while, probably because the city doesn't have a church for your patron deity. Your goddess had more followers near your village, all the way to the south. I didn't expect this game to talk about, like, religion and, like, goddesses and gods. Crow gives you a nod of understanding. How about you? Oh, frig, I skipped that. What did I say? How about you? Do you believe in gods? You turn to Crow, repeating the same question as he asked you earlier. He scans your face, your eyes, your nose, and then your lips. His lingering gaze made you shrink back, your heart fluttering slightly. Crow seems to realize something to himself as he returns his attention to the stars above, sighing. I don't. This surprises you, and Crow laughs at your visible shock and confusion. What? You didn't think I'd be a non-believer? If I had to be honest, no. Why so? You kind of dress like a priest. You do dress really pretty elegantly. Crow's azure eyes grew wide as he broke out onto one of the loudest laughs you've ever heard from him. He laughed so hard that he had to clench his stomach and wipe out the tear-stained corners of his eyes. He was still chuckling when he unbuttons the first two studs of his black polo, revealing more of his collarbone to you. Okay. Why are you doing that? You quickly avert your eyes, finding the tree's leaves to be very interesting at the moment as you feel a familiar heat rush to your cheeks. How's that? Less formal? Bruh, nah, please button that up, man. I don't want to see your collarbone. It feels like I'm seeing a Victorian woman's ankles for the first time. Crow grins at your reaction. It took the both of you a few more seconds of going back and forth with his teasing and you reprimanding him before you finally calmed down. The next few moments were spent with you pointing at the stars and Crow teaching you the constellations with a gentle whisper-like voice. You both fell silent, basking onto the night, a piece of this night. As the silence prolonged, Crow fell deep in thought. About today, Bert, and about the guys. So we're moving to this conversation next, huh? I've got to be honest, Daryl put me up on this little hangout while I was feeling down on the dumps. I think I do have to thank him for forcing me and actually gave me the courage to talk to you after class. He lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding, refusing to meet your eyes. I just don't know if I upsetted you by suddenly dragging you into this group. Well, you didn't. I don't think I've been really dragged into the group. Like, I barely talked to them. I probably should have told you about them a long time ago, huh? I'm sorry, Bert. You don't need to apologize for that. You bit your lip. You suspected that you might have upset Crow by making him think that you didn't like the group's presence at all, and that he's forcing you to bend to his will. One thing to know about Crow is that he is never the type to demand, to control, to be a king. What if that's like, he actually has those feelings though, especially with us. He's just really good at hiding them. To be a tyrant. You didn't do anything wrong, Crow. In fact, I should be the one to apologize. You speak up without thinking. Crow turns his head to look at you, his gaze swirling with confusion at your apology. I'm sorry for making you feel bad. I didn't mean to be upset, I just... You swallow a lump in your throat, trying your best to hold the tears that were threatening to spill. I just thought that you'd forget about me after. They're amazing people. Brittany's pretty, Daryl's a fun guy, Gio's so cool, and Jess is loyal. We didn't even know anything about Jess, and I know she's with Brittany, but I don't know if I want to call her loyal. And Gio isn't really cool, he just doesn't talk. They're a great group. And most importantly, you're amazing, Crow. You are all amazing, but not me. I'm just not sure if I could ever be part of that group. You were always hidden in the shadows, no matter how much you tried to fit in. You were never to be considered. People treated you like someone to toss away, someone to use. You're worth nothing but an extra. That's what she always tells you. Who? You couldn't hold it back anymore. A sob escapes your lips, your vision slowly blurring as you feel wet droplets of tears finally sliding down your cheek from your eyes. For a moment, you saw panic in Crow's expression, seemingly not expecting you to burst into tears. He reaches out to hold your hand, and suddenly you feel a pair of arms circling around you as he pulls you closer to him, letting you sob in his shoulder. He says nothing while rubbing a hand along your back, allowing you to cry, not caring about his clothes getting wet from the tears. Once you calm down, Crow rests his hand on your back, not letting you out of his embrace. You're amazing, Bird. I'm sorry I never get to tell you that no matter how many times I've thought of it. I just couldn't seem to find the words. But you're amazing in your own way, Bird. You may not know it, but you're beautiful, you're funny, you're quite phenomenal, bruh. You can feel vibrations coming from his chest from the chuckle he emits. You're the funniest person I know? What? I mean, I can't really... I guess I can't really agree with that because we haven't had that many. We've only had like 2 scenes talking about Crow. I feel like this, like some like this, and then describing about his friends would make more sense if we actually went with them at lunchtime. But I didn't get that. All I'm saying, Bert, is that you're amazing. You have no idea how much tears you've shed tonight. Sometimes you think it's silly and childish to cry over what was probably a trivial matter to some, but the urge to sob returned after hearing those words from him. You want me to call you the Amazing Spider-Man just to prove that you are amazing? That made you giggle a bit as you wiped your tear-stained cheeks. With whatever strength you could muster, you slowly pulled away and lifted yourself up. Whoa! You sit yourself up, hovering over Crow. Hello! And there you see this very same man that made you cry but literally doing nothing. His braid came loose. You didn't know there when, but his hair pulled around his head. Crow stares at you with his serene eyes. I don't like this close-up. Get away from me. Remaining silent as a gentle smile plastered on his face. There was nothing but the moon illuminating his tender features, yet to your vision he seems to glow. He's absolutely beautiful. And how you wish you could blame everything on him. If you could tell him that he's the reason for all the unnecessary feelings swelling in your chest, you tell him exactly how good and how bad it all feels. The heartaches and butterflies fluttering about your stomach. You want to blame him, but you can't. What if I don't want to do any of those? What if I don't want to hug him or kiss him? What if I just want to, like, get up and leave? I guess I'll hug him. You didn't feel as bad as before, but your vessel is not completely empty yet. Somehow you just looked at Crow, at the comfort he brought you, made you want to bask in it longer until you were sure you had no tears left to shed. Leaning down once more, you bury your face in the crook of his neck, and his arms instinctively wraps around you. His hug warm and soothing as he waits for you to gather your thoughts. Crow rubs circles on your back, a silent way of telling you that he was there, you were not alone, and that he'd be there whenever you need him. He didn't say a word, understanding that you need silence more than anything right now. You couldn't thank him enough for always knowing what you needed. You have no idea exactly how long you remained in that embrace while lying down in the grass, but you feel a lot better that you are ready to get back up on your feet. You pull away, meeting Crow's eyes that seem to ask what after your well-being. Fixing his collar, he turns to you. Are you good to go? You could read just from these gaze. You nod slightly, and it is only then that Crow completely releases you from his embrace, helping you sit up before he dusts off the grass and stuck to his shirt. He gives you a once-off over and gently swats away the leaves on... Swats, not sweat. Swats the leaves on your hair and clothes. You blink at him, and he only smiles at you. And you get up, and Crow retrieves his bag, almost forgotten by the tree. He looks back at you and takes your hand silently. It was time to go. It was time to leave this magical place. You look at the stars, at how brightly they shone. You gave the sky out one last glance before turning away, hand clasped tightly around Crow's as you let him lead you home. In my apartment. Crow walks you to your apartment, nothing that he kept you out late at night. You bid Crow goodbye as he safely sees you inside and gives you a wave before turning on his heel and making his way down the stairs. You close your apartment door and lean on it, heaving a puff of air. You recall the conversation you had with Crow while you walked with him on the street leading to your home. I'm going to give the guys a chance. I think I judged them too quickly. So I want to be better. I want to get to know them better. If you trust them, then I trust them too. Crow's expression was, of course, at your declaration, as his determined face reflected on his orbs. Crow chuckles at your enthusiasm, giving you a friendly pat on the head. I'm glad you're giving them a chance, Bert. I'm sure they feel the same. You engage in other conversations with Crow during your walk, the topics not really being of any importance as you have forgotten them by now, save for his gentle voice and occasional fond glances he stole at you. Time with Crow seemed to pass by so quickly. You arrived at your apartment complex before you knew it. You make your way to the living room and throw your school bag to a random corner, immediately plopping down on your sofa as you turn on the small television. That is a very small television, wow. Nothing interesting is going on save for some food commercials and movie trailers. The pizza looks good. Maybe I should order something. Reaching to your pockets and taking out your phone, you're about to dial the numbers on the television when a new notification bubble popped on your notification bar. It's from a group chat you've never seen before. Oh, Crow invited us to the group? After scrutinizing it, you realize that it was Crow who added you in. It was a group chat with the rest of his friends. Oh, this would make more sense if we were talking to them at lunch, but no, not really. We just only talked with them for a bit. You open it. The Hallows Ball. Wow. Lore ipsum is simply dummy that text of the printing and typesetting industry. Oh, wait, what? Lore ipsum has been standard text ever since 1500s when an unknown printer took a gal of type and typist splits. What is this text in here? What does this have to do with the dancing ball? Anyone want to go to the Halloween party this Friday? It's gonna be awesome. Aren't we all a bit too old for costume parties? You're never too old to dress up. Is it required? You two are no fun at all. I won't go if it's not a school requirement. Much less a waste of my time. Is it? No, it isn't. But it'll be a great and fun experience for all of us. I mean, we should loosen up a bit, you know?
I agree with Crow.
Oh.
Come in!
Pass. I've got more important things to do than party. Will you excuse me? I'll be doing my leftover task for tonight. Gio has gone offline, okay. She's a stick in the mud as usual. How about you, Bert? Me? You join in? It'll be fun. You were honestly surprised they somehow remembered you. Checking your calendar through your phone, you didn't seem to have any plans in your future. I mean, we kind of left an impression, but a pretty bad one. Or plans at all. You'd like to just spend your time in your apartment alone. I mean, sure. That's great to hear. Crow seems happy about it. You giggled. This also reminds you of something, or rather someone. Opening another chat, you tapped in Soul's newly added contact and sent him a message by sending the image of the same poster Daryl's. No, don't invite him! No, don't invite him, please! No, Bert, no! A Halloween party hosted by the school. Yeah. I'm not quite into parties. Oh, well, that's alright. Just asking, that's all. Wait. If you're coming, then I'll be coming as well. Oh, really? Really? Do you plan on dressing up? I don't know. Do you? I mean, it's a Costa party, so why not? I'll try to think of something then. You swear you can feel the smile behind those words. With a quick word of goodbye, and you set your phone down when you heard your doorbell. That must be the food delivery. Or is it? Not! Afterwards, you ate your dinner, prepared yourself. But okay, it was pizza, never mind. You thought about the events that happened today, meeting the group, meeting Soul, and most especially, your little hangout with Crow. Each and every moment is a special occasion on its own. Letting out a big yawn as you stretched your body. You turned to your laundry, slowly piling up, and scratched your head. We'll probably do laundry tomorrow, but for now, you plopped yourself on the soft cushions of your bed, getting into a comfortable position and slowly dozing off as you closed your eyes, embracing sleep as the night goes. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me, the one who loves. I was a child, she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea. Oh my gosh. Sea stuff is just reminding me of Raphael's card from Love and Deep Space. I'm a bit Love and Deep Space brain rotted right now. Especially with like the new event. There's a new event that happened like a few days ago of one of the male leads named Raphael being a merman. And the card looks so pretty. Like I did the gacha and I got one of them, so I have to get the other one now because there's 2 cards for that event. And I'm like, if you get those 2 cards, you can actually unlock him as a character you can like fight with by your side. And I'm like, I need to get it. I need to get both cards now. The sun sitting by the horizon colors the grassy field into a deep golden orange as the wind made some strands of hair brushed across your face. Your ever-beloved home, the tall grass, the fresh air, the various farm animals that you and your family raised since you were but a mere child. You can't even imagine what was happening before you right as a group of people came while they talked with your father. Your family member left. You see the distress in your father's eyes as he tries to best negotiate with the people before him. Oh yeah, like he's a farmer, right? The desperation in his voice, the sweat running down his neck as he moves across his hand, gesturing this and that. Please give me more time. I promise I can pay. This is all we have left. I don't know where else we have to go if we lose this farmland. I've given you enough choices already, Mr. Ernie. If you don't pay up your debt, we will take your land. No, not my land! I wanna plant on it. The loud ringing of the school bell rang across the hallway, making you jerk out of your thoughts. Students came out through the classroom doors. You feel somewhat shaking your awake. Crow, hey Crow. You sat up and face to face with Crow. Oh, good morning, Sleepy Beauty. You let out a yawn. You rubbed your eyes as you looked around. Your fellow classmates are now gone with their seats as if it's now lunchtime. But what did I miss? Nothing important. Thought if you're having doubts, I can lend you my nose afterwards. Thanks, Crow. You're a lifesaver. Anything for you, Bert? Anything. Literally anything. You recalled the little dream you had. You quickly shake it off as you let out a stretch, popping a few joints before you got up and went out to the classroom with Crow in tow. You met up with your group of friends, seeing Daryl and Gio and Crow waiting by the lockers. Well, they're more of Crow's friends, Brittany coming along behind, and Jess. You waved at them. Oh my god. I don't know why them all together is kind of intimidating me. Like, god. Good news to you all. Regards, Daryl. How was class? Boring and boring. So glad to be out of there. One more useless minor and I'll be out of here. Gio shrugged, a hand in his hoodie pocket while the other's on his phone.
Oh, wait.
We got at least 2 do something in our major today, though, which I'm glad about.
More papers, but it was at least something. Enough about papers. So about the Halloween party, any ideas for a costume? Dude, they kind of partially remind me of Scooby-Doo. Like Daryl is Fred, Brittany is all this Daphne, and then her name Jess, I think, is like Velma, of course. So she has the color palette of Velma. And she's like also very nerdy. And maybe Gio is probably Shaggy. As they talked with each other at the corner of your eye, you notice a familiar figure. Not Hugo! Boo! Why are you here? It was Sol. He came out of the classroom with another seemingly familiar-looking person, coming after behind you, seemingly bored of his mind. It's that guy from yesterday. So he really wasn't being friends with Sol. I mean, you talked with Sol. You talked with Sol about it. What seems pretty bad? I mean, let's call over Sol. This is gonna be terrible. Not sparing the group a moment, you make your way to where Sol is. Sol almost instantly notices you by the visible smile making its way to his face. His companion notices his change in attitude and turns his attention to where you are. You turn to Hugo, not leaving your eyes on his figure. His smile remains on his face. Get away, Hugo! Get away from me! Oh, why did that skip? What did that say? You're the guy! Oh. Hey there! Thanks again for taking care of my buddy old pal here. He immediately cuts you off. Wow, you bit your bottom lip, judging from the way his body moves. He's low-key threatening you, not to mention to whatever happened the day before in the rooftop. So you chose to change the subject, kind of. You've refused to forget what happened yesterday, but you're not going to risk your life once more. Who knows what else is up in this guy's sleeve? And so instead you chose to talk with your little dilemma during art class. And you forgot to tell me what Sol looks like. Hugo just let out an awkward chuckle, throwing Elio a wink in the process. Oh, but you didn't miss the handsome face, didn't you? Handsome. Hugo teased, grabbing Sol's jaw and shoving it off, earning him an irritated groan from the tall individual. You are embarrassing me. The shorter male lets out a short laugh. Sol merrily grunts as he swats away his companion's hand off to his face. Sorry about him letting you take over his responsibility. The smile on Hugo's face was ruthlessly ripped off of his face is now replaced with a pout as if saying, I don't appreciate that. Sol simply ignores him. You merrily giggle at their small banter. It's not a problem. I'm glad I got to meet you in the process. I wonder what, like, Crow's watching this, right? Is he gonna get jealous? Hugo gave Sol a teasing nudge on his rib, causing him to bend a bit over before rubbing Hugo's head, taking advantage of his height compared to Hugo's. Then you hear a group of footsteps behind you. Hugo first noticed the group behind you as he raised his head to meet one of their gazes. There you are, Bert. You just ran off like that. I got kind of worried. You with these people, Bert? Oh, that's right. Sorry for running off like that. Yeah. So, Hugo, they're my friends. You turn your body to face Crow and the others, while your gaze is still fixed on the duo. Crow gives you the two a smile and small wave. Don't trust him! I don't trust him! Daryl came up first, extending his hand for one of the two to take. Nice to meet you, I'm Daryl, and if you haven't heard yet, I'm the ace of our school's football club. He said with a smile. Hugo took his hand with a shake. Following up is Brittany as she just stares with a hand on her hip, which just was twiddling her fingers as she stuck close to Brittany's side. Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Between Brittany and Jess and Daryl, it seems that only the tall jock is the most enthusiastic out of all of them in this newfound friendship. What about Gio? I'm Hugo. I've heard about you, Daryl. Nice to meet you too. Thankfully, Hugo returned the same energy as the jock. I'm Jericho, but people call me Crow. Nice to meet your acquaintance. Crow also handed out his hand for Soul to shake. However, Soul did not take it. There was slight awkwardness in the air between the two males, making Crow silently retrace his hand back. They're rivals for Bert's heart. No way! The atmosphere between the two, however, was cut short with Hugo gave out a loud gasp and marched towards Gio, who was very behind the group, a visible scowl on his face. Do they know each other? Wait, Gio's eyes darkened as he tried to step back, but Hugo was quick on his feet, and he engulfed the taller male in a hug. I know that says she. Re. Yeah, okay. I need a translator for that. Tisk. Yes. I didn't want to see your ugly face the entire day. Are they related? Like, I'm like, I guess they have the same ponytail thing. No, not the entire semester, but my luck seems to be slipping. Hey now, that's not a nice way to greet your brother. Oh, they are related, yo! And yeah, another loud gasp was heard. This time it came from Daryl. I wonder if the person he was like, Hugo was talking to the phone was probably like Gio, maybe. He was talking to Gio at the phone. Yes, like the previous day. He points at Gio quite a bit dramatically. You have a brother, Gio? Oh, great, another one. That's Big Brother to you. Oh! Everyone's attention was now on the three of them. Brittany seemingly amused by Gio's newfound dilemma. Crow just chuckled while Jess was surprised as well. Oh, right! Hugo started finally letting go of Gio, the said male cursing under his breath as he composed himself and fixed his now ruffled hair as he walked towards you. We were currently going up to the rooftop for lunch today. We were hoping that you would like to come with us. He says, now standing beside Soul. Soul looks at you with anticipation. You stay with the group. Let's join. As much as I don't like Hugo, I think I want to talk with Soul. I mean, sure. Oh, but I need to tell the others first if that's okay. I actually also want to see Crow's reaction to see his reaction, like with us going with another group instead with him. Sure thing, take your time. Thanking and excusing yourself from the duo, you turn to the group, specifically to Crow. Nervousness suddenly engulfed you as he tapped the blue-eyed male on the shoulder. Crow tilted his head and turned his full attention to you. Is it alright for me to come with them for today? I'm fine with it, Bert. Oh. He paused as if suddenly remembering something, but you have to ask Brittany for that as well. What? We have to ask her permission, why? Upon hearing your name, Brittany turned her head towards you. You noticed a basket around one of her arms. Brittany, however, didn't give you a chance to ask. You can go ahead, Bert. You can join us whenever you want to. She smiles, gives you a smile, surprising you a bit. Without further ado, you excuse yourself from the group before going with Soul and Hugo. Hugo gives you a smile. You turn to Soul. He gives you a smile of his own. His shoulders relax as if relieved. Let's go then! Hugo walks to his usual spot and got himself seated on a bench that you somehow never took notice before. Soul follows along and in his hands in a large wrapped box that caught your interest. What's in the box? What's in the box, Soul? What's in the box? Sit between them. You pointed to the box nestled in Soul's hands. Is that your lunch, Soul? You can say that. As Soul unwraps the cloth, showing you 3 bento boxes, he takes out the first bento box that was settled on top before giving the second one to Hugo. Hugo happily accepts the box, thanking Soul before taking out his chopsticks. Opening the container, Hugo lets out an awe sound. His eyes sparkling drool slowly seeping at the corner of his open mouth. You actually listen, and... Did you cut these tiny sausages into octopuses? Keep your voice down, it's ringing in my head. Wait, I need to take a picture of it! Placing the box gently on his lap, Hugo rummages through the pockets before taking out his phone. Opening his phone's camera, he flips it horizontally and starts clicking away, taking 1 or 2 photos. Hugo lifts the container back into the hands, but not before turning to you and showing you what he keeps gushing about. Oh my. Oh, it's so pretty! So cute! Oh my gosh. That's really cute. That's actually really cute, damn. Isn't it adorable, Bert? There you see various ranges of food and rice shaped to match a moth, seaweed to design the face along with used cabbage leaf to form its wings. I kind of want to make that actually, just the shape of it, of the moth. Right before the moth are many sausages wrapped like octopus. Wonderfully cut carrots were made to look like stars and squeezed beside stuffed shiitake, mushrooms. The egg roll, sushi, and broccoli, which melted cheese as a dip, looked delicious. I almost feel too bad to eat it. No, just eat it. I wouldn't care if it was really cute. I would still eat it. Especially on how cute this little guy is. Hugo points at the silk moth-shaped rice. Daimasu. Ikidaimasu. Without wasting another second, Hugo starts digging and scruffing down on the rice like a wild, hungry animal. Did you make this by yourself, Sol? You can say that. Sol answers, opening his own container. He thought he'd see another form of food art made by Sol himself within the container, but instead was greeted by a simple ham and cheese sandwich. He takes a slice, but before he could take a bite, he turns to you. Have you eaten, Bert? Let's say yes. Hugo stops gobbling down on the bento box, Sol giving him a disgusted look at the amount of stray rice sticking on his friend's face. With the use of his chopsticks, Hugo points at you. You should try it! Here, you can have some of my... Have another one made. Thank you. Sol stops Hugo mid-sentence, the octopus-shaped sausage that was meant for you to hold mid-air between his chopsticks. Hugo shrugs, shoving his sausage in his mouth, continuing on his endeavor on the bento box. Sol lets down his sandwich, then takes out the third bento box. I didn't like how this turned out, but it was a waste of ingredients. Figured I could give it to Hugo and let them finish it, seeing how much he's wolfing down the first one. Opening the last box, you and another form of bento box art, nearly replicating to what Hugo has. What is he on about? What mistakes? It looks exactly the same. You look up at him, wondering if he's actually serious that there are mistakes because it looks identical. Where exactly is the mistake? I don't like it how it looks. I see. But if you want one, just tell me. I am more than willing to make one for your liking. That seems like a good deal. I'll think about it. But you made this? Yeah. Is something the matter? It's not to your liking. I can give you many sandwiches. Maybe I could... Wait, what were you saying? You skipped through there. Oh, okay, it's not saved. Never mind. No, there's nothing wrong with it. Sol stopped rambling. You gently took the bento box from him, your hands brushing against his in the process making him blush. I just never thought you'd be the type to make this type of food art. I think it's quite unique and amazing. Thanks. Well, better eat that before I swipe it off your hands. Not on my watch. Hugo laughs and you let out a chuckle. Rolling his eyes, Sol takes out his sandwich once more, then taking a bite out of it. Accepting the bento box, you settle it on your lap as you thank Sol for the food. He took a bite and chewed. The mixture flavors how the rice remains warm and fluffy, and the sausage's savory taste helps balance it out, sends a tingling feeling down your spine from your mouth. It's amazing. It's delicious. Sol, this is really good. Hugo nods along with you with gusto, food stuffed on one cheek like a hamster. I know, right? You'd honestly be surprised. Sol, making lunch for Hugo, you'd make a great house husband. Making lunch for Hugo. You cooked for Hugo like a house husband. That's adorable, Sol. You two are like a married couple. House husband? Married! To him. Sol points at Hugo with a face and asks if you're serious. Hugo's eyes sparkle in return. Hugo gave Sol big, bright puppy eyes, blinked rapidly.
Sol grimaced. I'd rather jump off up here than to be his personal butler, much less his spouse. Aw, I don't mean that, Sunny honey. Sol clasped both of his ears with his hands and groaned as he cringed. Hugo just laughed at him and turned to you. How about you, Bert? Do you ever see yourself settling down with someone? He thought of it for a bit.
I'm honestly not sure.
Sol's hands were off from his ears as they are now settled on his lap. As he said that, he remains quiet, his lips quivering, wanting to say something. Hi, Spectre! Oh my gosh, it's been a while. How are you doing? It's been a long day for me, so yeah, it's pretty busy. But he pushed it down and stares at his forgotten sandwich. How about you, Sol? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Yeah. By the way, I'm playing a yandere game right now. Everyone seems very untrustworthy.
How about you, Sol? Do you plan on setting down?
Eyebrows raised on your inquiry. He looks up towards the cloudy sky.
I want to. I would love to, especially if it's with the one I love the most.
His gaze meets yours when he uttered the words "the one." We've only known each other for 2 days. What do you mean? You're looking at us like that. It sent a shiver down your spine. Blush rushed to your cheeks as he tore your gaze away from his eyes. You both are so cheesy, sheesh. Hugo interrupted. Sol groans at him. You chuckle. But you couldn't help the one last look Sol gave to you one last time. Sol then went quiet, his gaze lost in thought. This caught your attention, tilting your head to the side as he called out his name.
Sol? You okay there?
What? Oh, I'm fine, Bert. Perfectly fine. But there was hesitation in his voice. Like him. Like Hugo? You said something, Sol?
He said something, Sol?
He clears his throat, his back straightened, and his eyes closed. That person, the one with the brace. He knows him? Yo, you know him? Person? Does he mean Crow?
You mean Crow?
For a split second, his gaze darkens. Yeah, you know him? Him? Can I ask you something? This confused you for a bit. What made him interested of all of a sudden towards Crow nonetheless? Maybe he would like to know more about him. Crow is known to be very friendly. You know, like, my theory is, like, yeah, I know, like, Sol is probably, like, a yandere, but now I'm thinking Crow is, and he's probably a lot worse than Sol. I feel like Crow might be a worse yandere than him.
Sure, what is it that you'd like to ask me?
Do you like him? Your heart drops and you nearly choked on your own spit. Bert, say yes! Yeah, let's go! Let's go!
Maybe, but I doubt he likes me that way.
He just sees me as a friend. Dude, you walked at night with him at the park yesterday, and you were hugging him on the ground? When you were, like, laying in the grass and there was an option where you could have kissed him? What do you mean he thinks of you as a friend? He was also, like, happy with you doing that stuff. Like, come on. He invited you to a midnight walk at the park where just the two of you. You let out an awkward chuckle, somehow realizing that made your heart ache a bit. You know that Crow likes you as a friend. He does not like you as a friend! Then you are for certain is true. But does he like you the same way you like him? Yes, he does! Would you risk whatever you have right now with Crow for something as selfish as him liking you back? You're in a daze. But when you turn your head back to Sol, your brows raise in mild surprise. His expression is dark, his eyes brighter than before. He says nothing as he stares at the ground below him. The grip on his bento box is tight, the tips of his fingers going pale from the immense pressure he's applying on the plastic container. He's gonna kill Crow! He's gonna kill Crow, is it? Is that so?
How about you? Do you like someone?
You quickly change the topic, throwing him at the same question. His grip on the box loosens, the darkness in his eyes gone as if extinguishing the fire. He pauses, his breathing a bit slow before answering. What would you do if I said yes?
Huh?
Oh, now that's a spicy confession.
So have you confessed to them yet?
I want to,
But...
he sighs and lets out a small laugh. It's because it's us! It's Bert! He likes Bert! I still have things to do before I... before I do.
And he leaves you at that.
Like being my friend, that's like one of the first steps.
Hugo eventually finished his own box, tucking it away and wrapping it back up. Standing up from the bench, Hugo stretched out his limbs and paced a few steps forward before turning to look at you and Sol with his hands on his hips. Is that what you guys do every day? Or at least when you both get together? You raised the question. Hugo turns his head to see you with a slight tilt. What do you mean? You mean Sol giving me lunch?
He just keeps forgetting to bring his own.
Hugo pouts.
And you never finish yours, so I do the honors of ever finishing good food. Thank you very much.
Those bento box art. What inspired them, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, you didn't know? Shut it. Go, go.
Go.
Oh, now we're using the nicknames now, Sunny. How sweet of you.
Sunny from Amori.
You see here, Bert, my old pal here, just makes food art like the typical artist that he is. But he never bothers to finish it, much less eat it. And he really loves cute things like... With a finger under his chin, Hugo ponders for a short moment, trying to remember something from the top of his head, but to no avail. He turns to his friend, his arms crossed, seemingly uninterested in answering whatever industry Hugo's going to throw at him.
What was the name of your plush horse, Sonny?
Like hell I am answering that.
Boo! He owns a plush horse?
Sol owns plushies. Sol bites his lip, his face turning red upon reveal of his little secret.
That's so cute, you're just full of surprises, Sol.
He says nothing as he fixes his choker. The red blush tinting his face makes it way to the tips of his ears, but appreciates his compliment nonetheless. Looks can be deceiving. This makes you wonder, why do people ever bother to notice him? Why don't people want to get to know him? Maybe they just never gave him the chance because of how he looks, not to mention his intimidating height. But he isn't like that at all. In fact, he can be considered a gentle giant. I mean, he's fine. Time passed for a while, and now Hugo and Sol are both leaning against the railings, observing the view below them. Curious, you make your way to where they all were. Hugo and Sol seem to be looking at something below, their faces solemn and serious. Hugo's face is blank, while Sol's expression is a mixture of irritation and aggravation. You look down and you see a group of well-dressed people, but what makes them stand out is not from what they dress, but from the way they carry themselves. They're clearly not from here, but the school's logo on their uniform's chest pocket says otherwise. They look so fancy. They look rich. Dangerous. You couldn't help but hold your gaze on the tallest one in the group. An adult man. You're guessing that he must be a staff member, maybe a teacher, but that sticks out about him is the eye patch on his face and the large scar behind. Is this like the Yakuza coming into our school? It sends a shiver down your spine. High-class mugs. Sol exclaims, pure disgust coating his tone, not hiding it a single bit as he pulls away from the railings and returns to the benches where you last were.
High class.
Ah, you don't know about the hierarchy, Bert?
No, not that I am aware of. This is the first time I ever heard of it. How come I never heard or seen one of them throughout my school years here?
Hugo just lets out a low chuckle, his attention still on the group below him. Then his gaze darkened, the usual happy-to-go-lucky attitude you've come to know disappeared in the flash, or as if the person before you is a different whole person. The same threatening and intimidating person the day before. I don't blame you, no one likes talking about them anyway. Oh, animation! Whoa! Oh, what the heck? Oh, that's cool. About the hierarchy.
How come I never heard about the hierarchy before?
It's like a hidden thing. But that's what we call it. This school, no, the entire city, it's like a fighting pit. Whoever's the most powerful has a better chance in living a good life here. People come to this school to gain a second chance in life. I didn't think this was gonna have, like,
gangs and delinquents in the school. Like, this is not what I expected this game to have. But to achieve that, you have to make yourself well known. Make them think you're worth their time. If not, you're on your own. I wonder if he's been part of that before. He sends a chilling glare down at the group below. The school building isn't actually the real thing. Wait, what? But the school map clearly says that the address is... That's where they actually fool you. You might think you got it right, but we were assorted based on our backgrounds. The real school building, way farther than where we are, and their campus is 10 times bigger and better. They got proper classes, have better equipment, everything is just better. Here? We only get the short end of the stick. The afterthought, if you will. If I have to guess, the well-off are than the main building? That's right, son of a duke. Daughter of a businessman. Heck, as long as you're rich, you're in. Your chances for having better education rest there. Dang, I didn't think we were gonna have, like, a hierarchy of the rich in this game. If you're part of the high class, then you'll have a better chance of having a successful and stable life. But don't we have students here who are, like, super rich? You recall Crow introducing you to Jess, her being a daughter of a family owning a large company. But how come she's not part of the high class? There's some who ended shifted down and moved to our building. Either they failed the class or got a violation. They didn't want the type of stain on their reputation, so they sent them here. Of course, some didn't appreciate that. They see us as some lower than them, hence. Hugo glances back at Soul, the said male now busying himself with his sketch pad. A soft look flashed in his eyes, while like a mother would worry over their child. There he understood something. Oh, they have to fight the weak to feel something, huh? They sound like nothing but bullies. How come someone didn't stop or complain? But complaint, it's maybe, I don't know, like trope-wise, like from what I've seen from this, it's like, oh, their parents kind of like pay the school to have this all under the rug. So like they never, the bullies don't get repercussions. Hugo will collapse at your words as if he told him the best joke of his life, shakes his head in disagreement. If only it was that easy. His laughter dies down, his expression back to being solemn as he scratches the back of his head. Actually, Bert, in this city, no one really gives a shit. No, money is the only thing revolving around this city. You got no cash, you're done for. Which is why people like us, he turns to look at you dead at the eyes, are desperate to get into the higher class. If you so dare complain. He pauses, contemplating on the next set of words he's going to say, his mouth opening and closing like a guppy out of water. Instead, he gives you a warning look. His sky-blue eyes that once reminded you of summer skies are now cold like sharp icicles about to pierce you. You're better off dead. He's probably had a lot of, like, I'm guessing Hugo's probably, like, had to fight them a lot, and maybe that's why he has, like, a knife with him. With one last look, Hugo lets out a sigh as he turns to look somewhere else, trying to shove away the thoughts clouding his mind. Oh wait, I kind of realized, yeah, the bandage that Soul had yesterday, it might have also been because of those higher class guys that came to the school. Like, maybe him and then, Hugo probably had a fight with them. But that's the sad reality. The attention is good, great even. Your chances to get a stable life and even a knock to the stardom is high once you're part of a high class. Much less graduate there. I have nothing else to ask, okay. The city's corrupted. He mutters under his breath. Which makes me question, Bert. How were you able to get in the city? No, the better question is, why did you enroll in this school if you don't mind me asking, that is? You're clearly not from here. Your eyes widen to the words the well-dressed man said. Yeah, back to the farm you go. No, I refuse. Bert, I thought I told you that you're not taking this farm, my home. You cut your father's words off, marching towards the tall man with loud and heavy footsteps. The tall man, however, raised a brow at you, raising his hand to halt his men. His deep magenta eyes then turned to look straight into your eyes. It sent a chill down your spine. Oh my god, what the heck? This man is fabulous. Whoa, a bit vicey seeing that this is the one first meeting, right? Let me introduce myself first. My name is blah 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 blah. But you could call me Mr. Z. And as for a little agenda, how about this little lamb? If you manage to pay off your debt for the next 5 years, I'll let you off the hook and let you keep your land. 5 years, you can handle that? Maybe working 3 jobs would do it for you. He tuts, waving a finger in front of your face. He looks down at you, reminding you of your place, a mischievous smile appearing on his handsome features. But I have some conditions you need to meet. You were silent, your heart starts pounding in your chest as he kept eye contact with his sharp magenta orbs. I want you to stay in the city. The city? But we can't afford to take her to college. What more moving in the city? Your father interrupts the man mid-sentence. The man merely gives your father a side glance, making the old man freeze on his feet before returning his gaze back to you. No need to worry, she'll be under my jurisdiction, of course. Bro, if we are under your jurisdiction and we have to pay you, like, it's gonna be pretty bad, because we're gonna also have to pay not only for the farmland, but also you helping us to get into college and being in the city. Like, we're gonna have more debt to you. I'll provide for your education and accommodation. Suddenly he burst out in laughter, throwing his head back as if he just heard a very funny joke. See? I'm not that cruel, wouldn't you agree, Bert? Just like I said before, I want you to pay off your debt. Land doesn't come in cheap, darling. And I've been very patient with how long the land's payment's been postponed. A sudden jerk on your collar made your heart jump. His face now more inches away from yours, his brows forward in anger and filled with spite. I don't like this. Bert! No, not one step, old man. He screams as your father, not sparing him a glance as he kept his hold on your collar. He tried to claw his hands away from it, but to no avail, seeing that you are losing more air than you struggle. Listen here, punk. I don't care what kind of method you're going to do in order to take my money. A dark smile appeared on his face. It sends a shiver down your spine. Being a good citizen and get a part-time job like the rest. Oh, I don't want to say that. Legal or illegal, I don't fucking care, as long as you reach that amount. If not, well, you could say goodbye to your little farmland. He says that, but there was a gleam in his eyes that is telling you that there's not all. Letting go of your collar, he steps back as he greedily take in the air that you lost, tears making its way towards your eyes, threatening to drop. So, little fawn, what is it gonna be? You bit the bottom of your lip. You turned to look at your father. His eyes were clearly telling you to decline. You didn't want to comply to the man's words, much less take his offer. You think he might throw you another form of debt for letting him fund you to go to the city. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, another form of debt. There's something about this man that screams dangerous. Fabulously dangerous. But you were desperate to not lose your home. Your only home. Tick-tock, sweet thing, I haven't got all day. The tall man's gaze still fixed on you, waiting for your answer. Do you accept? You recall your dream you had this morning. It felt as if it happened yesterday. Despite the events that happened nearly 4 years ago, you're still being haunted by the deal the tall man offered to you. Hugo observes the way your face hardened. They weigh your eyebrows arched, and a drop of sweats dropping amidst the cool autumn wind. Actually, let me check on something real quick. Okay. I'm back. Hugo observes the way your face hardened. Your area did this. There he understood. Let me guess, it's something that you can't avoid. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I'm stuck with Deb. Man, I'm stuck. I honestly don't know. My father never really disclosed as to why we're in debt. But I was so desperate to not lose my only home. I need to make it to the higher class no matter what. 3 jobs isn't cutting off the way I want it to be. I'm running out of time. Well, I mean, we haven't seen MC go into any jobs, actually. Like, I haven't seen any of that at all. It's just been school for now. This is my last year in this cursed university and I'm barely making any progress. Dude, how many years has that passed, though? Hugo's gaze remains on your figure. You realize you haven't answered his question yet. My family owns a farm in the south. You finally speak, making Hugo perk up his eyebrows in curiosity. What sort of farm does your family have? Oh, well, we have some wheat fields and we tend to the animals such as cows and horses. Horses? Bet Soul's going to love that place. That sounds nice. I'd love to be out of the city once in a while. You give him a small smile. Yeah, someone might say it's boring, but it's not. You get to pet horses and cows. Well, you should really invite me or even Soul over then, if ever. You know what, Hugo? You're starting to warm up to me. Honestly, I'm kind of liking you right now, even if you almost killed me last time. Having you give us a tour there would be a great change of scenery. But that means you're a long way from home. Don't you miss it? Not at all. No, not really, no. Very independent, I like that. I heard great things about the city, about the school. Hugo remained quiet, listening to you as you went on. If I can manage to come on top of, maybe be part of a higher class like you said, then I can maybe save my family's farm. Crossing his arms, he says nothing as he looks at you one last time, before letting out an enduring chuckle. You remind me of her. Huh? Who's her? Like, her? Ah, rambling, don't mind me. Having caught red-handed, he waves his hands around in slight panic. His face now red as a cherry. You tilt your head in confusion. What if he's like a secret route? Maybe Hugo's like a secret route. I'm getting more Hugo interactions compared to Soul and Crow. Like I'm getting a lot of interactions with Hugo. Just then you felt a presence behind you. Turning around, you met with Soul. His glare is stingy and directed at Hugo. The shorter male, however, didn't mind it, probably used to it. It's almost time. We should head back. Alright. With nothing else to do, the three of you left the rooftop. You take one step down, looking up and ready to converse with Soul and Hugo, when you suddenly lose your footing. Bert! Oh, whoa, you alright there, Bert? Yeah, thank you, Soul. Eyes wide in shock, you hold onto Soul's arm tight, his other arm wrapped around your waist as he pulls you close to his chest. You can feel both of your heartbeats run. You're out. Hi, Ami! Welcome to stream! Everyone's a yandere. Actually, Hugo? Oh my gosh, you probably missed it. But the first time I met Hugo, he had a knife to my throat and almost killed me. And he's like, "Oh, sorry about that. Anyways, you wanna talk with my friend Soul in class? Cause I'm gonna skip class so you can hang out with my friend Soul in art class." It's like insane. I'm wondering if Hugo might be actually like a secret route. Cause I only know there's two love interests to this game, and it's one of them is the guy to the right here. Yeah. By the way, how's your day been? Normal yanderes. Yeah. I'm not trusting anyone. I have an eye on everyone right now. Especially with Soul right there. He acted weird. Pulling away, you steady your footing, observing the stairs, cursing at how weirdly formed it is. Be careful next time. Jeez, this school is bad and it's bad architecture, also one of the few flaws. The stairs are all wonky. By the way, how have you been doing? It's also why it's forbidden to go up here. We're troublemakers, though. Yeah, actually it is, like, I know in Japan it's actually, like, forbidden to go on the rooftop. Like, they have, like, locked that stuff, but you just ironically see that in anime a lot. Hugo lets out a cocky grin, then goes down the stairs with much ease as if it's nothing to him. What a fucking menace! He is a menace! Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, thank you for the shorts. Oh my gosh, I can't believe, like, I looked, last time I looked at those shorts, I can't believe I reached 7,000 views for that one short of Susie. Like, I can't believe it. But I'm really happy, though. It's been a busy day for me, with some work I had to do, but, honestly, it wasn't pretty bad. It's just, I think this stream is the highlight of my day. Turning to Soul, you grab hold of his shoulder. He did not mind as you use him as a guide in descending down the stairs. The school bell rang throughout the hallway, signaling the start of next classes. Hugo let out a groan. I don't want to go to class. I hate my history teacher as much as my coach in archery. Why don't you skip then? Hugo's eyes popped open. It became bright light as a light bulb, appearing out of his head and lighting up. Dude, you're missing a lot of classes. That's gonna backfire on you. Sol knows exactly what that look means. Don't tell me you're actually— I am going to skip class! How about it? Fuck this school. If they're going to teach us ballet, then let's be the bad guys. Dude, you're in college. You're gonna be paying for this debt on college. Maybe you should go to your classes. A mischievous look makes its way to Hugo's face. Sol already knew what the looks mean. Sighing as he did so, he turns to you, waiting for your response to Hugo's offer. The thought of skipping is quite a gamble. Your next class is with Crow in art history. But then again, your teacher will probably only do some boring-ass introduction. Missing one wouldn't hurt, would it? We skip. Fine, we skip! Definitely, but he also skips all these classes. Yeah, I'm like... I know, like, in some school, like, classes, like, the professor doesn't care if you miss. You can still pass a class, even if you miss most of the time. But I don't know, just that other side of, like, you're paying for these classes. Maybe you should go to them. You're paying debt for them. Anyways. But anyway, let's skip. Hugo let out a small cheer and gave you a thumbs up. Sol gives you a cheeky smile on his own. Oh wait, oh Sol, are you joining us? But how do we do that though? Obviously we can't go through the entrance since it's closed and guarded. But for your hard-earned money, listen, we're poor. Our family owns a farm and we're about to lose it. We It doesn't matter. I'm already poor already. I know a way. Without wasting any more time, Sol leads the way, going through the back of the side of the school near the gardens. Oh, realistic tree. The edges, of course, were barricaded by a tall iron fence. Sol finds a bush and pushes to the side, revealing a gaping hole. Well, that's quite convenient. Did you make this hole, Sol? He did. I did! Hugo went ahead first through the hole. Sol waits for you first before following right after. Bro, I feel like I'm with a group of a bunch of menaces. I've joined a group with a bunch of menaces. The three of you went past a few bushes and shrubs, the leaves falling as you passed by them, the red and orange leaves scattering around, and some making its way to your uniform. Before you all eventually made it and met out with the pavement. So, where do we go? Hugo thought for a moment, looking around before pulling out his phone. Suddenly he lets out a gasp, scrolling through his phone faster before gripping on Sol's shoulder, earning him a hiss from the taller man. The yandere delinquents. Yeah, maybe this wasn't a good idea. They are yanderes. I don't know about Hugo, but he's dangerous, but Sol definitely is one. Sherlock Holmes is out. My ears. Oh yeah, it's the detective movie I keep seeing on the television. On the telly. I thought that won't come out till next week. Did I see that date wrong? With that, Hugo started sprinting, leaving you and Sol behind. What are you doing? For the love of. Sol placed his hands on his hips before walking to where Hugo ran off to as he followed. Hugo kept tapping away on his phone, his shoulders went slump. Guess he did get the date wrong. Shoving his phone back in his pocket, he turned to you and Sol. He clasped his hands together and pulled the biggest puppy eyes you ever seen. We have got to watch it, please. Can we, Bert? Can we, Sonny? Hugo begged. You can go ahead and watch the movie. I'm going to roam the arcade while you're at it. Let's... Hugo pouted, his eyes went half-lidded and the sparkle in his eyes were gone. But it's more fun if you're around! I know you like those crime videos you watch from time to time, so please. Sol, however, basing off his expression, isn't in the mood. Hugo gives up and turns to you. How about you, Bert? Would you like to watch the movies with me? The ticket and the food's on me, of course. I feel like we're gonna end up paying for everything, though. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let's watch the movie. Hugo gives you a bright smile. Heck yeah, I knew you were a trooper, Bert. Come, let's go grab some tickets and snacks. Do you want popcorn or something else? The shorter male went along ahead towards the movie theater with you coming along, following up behind you. Sol clicked his tongue. He shoved his hands in his pants pockets as he followed along behind you. Hugo took notice of this and raised a brow. Are you poor though? I swear to God, Hugo, you better pay for my stuff. You already know I'm very poor. Oh, I thought you were interested in the movie, sonny boy. Maybe you're right. It does look interesting. Join us! Join us, Soul! Let's go! Let's go! Soul takes hold of your wrist and drags you away from Hugo into the movie theater. What? Hey! Come back here, I'm talking to you! Soul went ahead to the counter and bought tickets for the three of you. Soul turned around and gave one ticket to you. Okay, Soul paid for us, let's go! Yeah, one thing paid for us. Your fingers brushed with his, causing him to blush. Finally caught up to you two. Hugo pouted as he crossed his arms around looking at Soul. I thought the tickets were on Hugo. It is, but guess it's on Soul now. Not that I'm complaining or anything, but this is supposed to be my treat. Oh well, the food is still on me. Wait here. Hugo scurried off to the food booth, leaving you and Soul one last time. He walked toward the now showing pictures, examining the poster. Sherlock Holmes, huh? Hugo's none to detective movies. He turned to asshole. He placed a hand on his hip as he checked the poster next to you. You can say that. He aspires to be one. That's quite charming of him, and Sherlock Holmes is his inspiration. It's just one of them. I see. How about you, Soul? What's your favorite genre? Soul raised his brows at you. He places a finger on his chin as he looked up, staring at the ceiling. Is it like, ironically, like it's something totally, like, different than what he looks like? Romance? Or like, something really cute? Like supernatural horror and thriller? Oh, never mind. Never mind. Okay, I guess it just fits with what he looks, I guess. Along with the tales of a headless horseman or those original fairy tales by the Grimm brothers. Those all sound gruesome. I bet you feel weirded out by it. I mean, I like thriller. I also like horror too. They're not weird. What do you mean I actually enjoy these? Yeah, that's true. I actually do enjoy those. Oh, I'm on page... Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be filling up these save files! Really now? Of course I do. I think they're very interesting. I love the thrill they give. Soul stares at you in awe before a smile breaks out on his face. And maybe we could watch one together. Or maybe not. It depends. I'm back! Hugo's familiar voice was heard. You turned around and saw him walking toward both of you, two large bags filled with popcorn on each arm and a large cup being held. Are you aiming for simulators? I'm aiming for the worst ending. I'm actually trying to get a bad ending. And I'm assuming because Hugo is in the love interest. Usually, sometimes in like romance games, if you go for like someone who is in the love interest or like with no one, you end up getting a bad ending. So I'm assuming Hugo might lead me to a bad ending. So I'm kind of doing the choices where I'm not really like getting points to like romance, Soul, and then this other character, Crow, in the game. So I'm trying to go for the worst ending possible. Oh, let me. You said taking one back from Hugo's arm. He thanks you for help. I've got the snacks. Hope you all like popcorn, bird. He then turns to Soul. Come on, let's go and before the movie starts. Oh, by the way, this is a demo. So but it's pretty long. Soul nods as you and Hugo follow him towards the entrance of the movie theater. He hands out the 3 tickets and the 3 of you enter. Hey, like, honestly, you got this. Okay, I like good endings, but I save the good endings for last because I want to get, like, the worst out first, right? So that's why I always go for the bad endings first. He hands out the 3 tickets and the 3 of you enter. This isn't it. The pieces wants you to believe it's the ultimate evidence for this case, when in fact... You were halfway through the movie, the bag of popcorn halfway finished. You looked at the blue-haired male on your left as his gaze transfixed on the large screen before you. You know, like, when it comes to, like, movie theaters and I have popcorn, I always finish it, like, when the movie starts. I have no self-control when it comes to, like, eating, especially when it's, like, I have the food and I'm waiting for the movie. I just immediately eat the popcorn instead of waiting it for the movie. You looked at the blue-haired male on your left as he gazes transfixed on the large screen before you. Hugo, during the beginning of the film, was really giddy.
for the best, but of hitting suffering later. Yeah, like I think this also, like, for me, like, I don't like it if, like, the last thing I saw was a bad ending. Like, I'd like to have, like, okay, I've suffered through everything first, and then like I get to see a good ending where I have, like, I feel a lot better. It's like, so I don't want to do the bad ending first because I just feel like, oh man, I have to end this game in, like, a sad note. But now he was silent, seemingly engrossed with the scene happening in the movie. His hand goes on autopilot as he munches on each bite of popcorn. To your right, Soul surprisingly was also too engrossed with the movie before him. You need to piss. Go piss, girl. You've been holding it for a while since you don't want to miss out the important scenes, but Mother Nature is knocking so hard on your door. He taps Soul's shoulder. He turned his attention to you. You need something? I gotta go piss, girl. I need to go to the comfort room. Oh, would you like me to accompany you? No, no. No, it's fine. Just enjoy the movie. Soul gave you a nod, and you took it as a signal to stand up from your seat, ducking down, making sure not to block the screen from the viewers at the back, as you sped walk towards the movie theater's comfort room. This room looks too dark. I don't like this restroom. It looks really dark. Jeez, and it was already getting interesting too. It kind of looks spooky. I'll probably just ask Hugo what happened when I was gone. Well, time to head back. The forceful opening of the door startled you. A few grunts were heard, and a shuffling of feet as if they were in a struggle. You went quiet. You better speak the fuck up or else.
I don't know what you're talking about. How many times do I have to tell you?
Bullshit. Ah! What's going on? Your eyes widened as your breathing stopped. You quietly but quickly went to the nearest toilet stall. What is going on? A fight? In the cinema of all places. Whatever is going on by the door is clearly something you don't want to get involved with. Just tell us who the traitor is and you're in the cahoots with. I'll let you on. Again, I have no idea what you're talking about. Tisk. Guess I have no choice. Oh! What? Whoa, okay, this went far. What the? You hear the sound of a light bulb being popped along with a portion of Comfort's room's light going dim. Call the police! Well, okay, like silently or something. Oh god! Only half of the room is now lit up. Oh, but we are trapped. Oh god.
Please. I don't know, I swear.
I'm giving you one last chance, buddy. A little shuffling was heard. The rough voice seems to whisper something that you cannot hear. Dude, I thought I was here for yanderes. What am I? I didn't think we were gonna go into like depth and hierarchy, and then there's murder with like a random group. Can you using the stall? No, we're hiding in the stall. That's why. we're not like pissing while we're listening to this. Then you hear breathing as it gets shorter and heavier.
He's here. I swear, just look around. You're bound to find him here. Please don't kill me.
Maybe the gun's too merciful. Oh my god.
No.
Your nose caught something. It stings as it fills the air, the edges of your eyes watering. What? You then felt something wet hitting the tip of your shoes. You look down and your eyes widen. Ah, it's blood. Oh my god. Blood. Oh fuck, oh god! Someone just got killed! What is happening? I wonder if this is gonna be, like, related to us in somehow. This is wild! And the body is right in front of your stall.
Well,
So someone else here.
shit, did he hear me?
Well. Seems like we have a lost lamb on our shoulders. Then you hear the stall 1 block away from you was roughly open. Oh shit! We're screwed, Chad! It's so over for us! Not here, huh? Come on, lamb, don't try to hide. Shit, I need to do something. You know who also called us a little lamb? That one, Mr. Z from our flashback. We quickly looked around trying to a way to escape, but there's nothing but Should have just left. I get, yeah, that's true. Like, even if they were arguing, you know, like, we could have just left and just pretend to ignore them, not stay in the stall. But, like, I guess again, like, we wouldn't have expected them to, like, I guess, we wouldn't have expected a murder here, I guess, but yeah, like, we should have left. We should have left once they entered. But there is nothing but a small rectangular window just above the toilet. You can try to pry it open and call out for help. Wait, can we text someone? We should text someone. I feel like getting closer to you. He's about to open my stall. Or maybe it wouldn't be a good idea because they're watching the movie right now. What should I do? Ah! No, fuck. As soon as the owner of the room, that was a bad mistake. That was a terrible mistake. I should have gone through the window. Window. As soon as the owner of the room's voice tried to open your stall's door, however, you quickly grabbed onto the knob, pulling with all your might to prevent the man behind it from prying it open. That's in the stall next to Morty. Oh, so you're feeling feisty, huh? Oh god, suddenly we were pushed out the front of the door. The man's credible strength catches you off guard, causing you to be pulled in, tripping on the body and bumping onto the owner of the rough voice. You looked up and froze, your eyes meet the stingy glowed eyes. He is dressed in all black with black leather gloves to match. He roughly grabbed your hair, causing you to hiss and groan with a sudden pain from your head. You've given me enough trouble, little girl. Now you must pay for it. Hug, please! I don't want to die! You close your eyes, tears stinging into the edges as you try to pry off the man's hand off of your head, but to no avail. Yeah. Oh, the pain from your head is now gone. Then you have felt a hand coming to touch your hair. You flinched, you slowly backed away, your legs shaking as you still refuse to open your eyes, your arms wrapped around you. Bert, it's okay. Soul! Oh god! You hear that all too familiar voice. I'm here, Bert, it's alright. Oh, Hugo's with us! Oh god! Hugo, use your knife! Before you was Soul. Right behind him was Hugo. Both of their expressions are filled with worry. But your focus was on the splattered blood across the wall. Hugo notices this and tries his best to block the view. Soul's hand then went up to reach out to you, but you stopped midway, afraid as if if he'll burn you. Without even thinking, you quickly wrapped your arms around Soul, your shoulders shaking as you buried your face on his chest. Soul took this as a sign and gently wrapped his big arms around you, and coming to caress your hair, trying to comfort you as he shook in his hold. Can we go out, please? We should call the police. No, we should call the police, so... Without much of a word, Soul escorted you out from the scene before you. He's held tight and secured around your shoulders. Soul gives Hugo a look, and the shorter male just sighed, waving his friend away with a fanning motion. I'll take care of it. You and Soul left. Hugo lets out an irritated tisk as he looks down at two bodies on the ground. You see, like... there's something suspicious about Hugo. He's used to this. He's probably murdered people before or like gone through something like this. God, what a pain in the ass. The sky is now dark, indicating it's near night. You finally got out of the movie. You looked down and stared at your shoes, noticing a few splatters of blood. You gripped Soul's arm. He took notice and looked at your shoes. Seeing the blood, he kneeled down on one knee and took out his handkerchief. No, it's alright. Doubt it. He wiped the blood off your shoes before folding his handkerchief and shoving it deep in his pocket. So is, like, the guy dead or is he alive? Like, maybe he might be dead. He looks at you with a self-filled look. Let me ask you again. Are you alright, Bert? I'm not fine. Wait, no, if we say I'm fine, that leads to a bad ending, probably. Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry about it. You say that, but your voice is clearly betraying you. Soul is convinced. Instead, he gives you a worried look. He sighs before shaking his head. You look around and notice that Hugo wasn't around. Where's Hugo? He's got it covered. You don't need to worry about him. How about I walk you home? Huh? You know, to keep you safe. I think we should have reported the stuff to the police, though. You're like, oh, let's just go home, but I don't we gotta report this to the police? I'll keep you company. I'll keep you safe. Do you trust me? No! No, I don't! I trust you. Well, let me take care of you. Soul gently takes hold of your hand and wraps it around his larger one. His gaze, never leaving yours, a bright smile on his face. Lead the way. You felt safe. Safe with someone. Safe with Soul. The walk back to your apartment was safe, for a few nightly bugs making a few hums then and there. Soul's hand is still wrapped around yours. He's warm. You couldn't help but steal a few glances at Soul. He looked back at you. He said nothing, but the more he stared at you, the more longing his eyes were giving. He has hearts! Yes! He has hearts in his eyes! Could have been like, that's what I'm thinking, but I'm thinking the reason why they're doing that is because they're connected to the guy who killed that person. Maybe that's why they're hiding this stuff. Maybe there's like some like Yakuza stuff going on, or like gang stuff happening with them as well. He gives you another one of his bright smiles. He squeezes your hand and squeeze back, making him chuckle. What is it? Nothing. Your hand feels cold. Let me fix that. He hummed as he raised the hand that he's holding. That could be, yeah, for sure. It could be a major plot twist. They're like part of like a gang. What? There, now it feels warmer. Wow! He teased a blush of his own appearing in his face. Well, that's not how you warm up hands. Yeah, that's not how you warm up hands. That's so. I'd love to see how you would do it. Soul! And he just laughed at you, his face so red as he playfully hit his side. Eventually, your walk came to an end, and you're met with the front door of your apartment. Wait, he also knows that, like, we have a crush on Crow. Why is he doing that? He let go of the hand Soul was holding. He nearly reached out to keep his hold, but stopped himself. He turned to face him. Well, this is my place. Oh. I'll see you tomorrow then? Of course. But we don't have classes together tomorrow, though. That's alright. Maybe we can hang out after classes to continue on with the project? I'll keep your word for it then. You turned to face your apartment's front door, taking out your keys and finding the one you need. But before you inserted the key to your apartment, you turned your head to look at Soul's tall figure, still unmoving from his position. Thank you for today. I really owe you one. He paused, then his shoulders relaxed. Don't worry about it, just know that you can count on me. Locking your front door, you finally turn around to give Soul one last wave, the smile on your face. He returned with his own smile before walking off towards the exit. He entered your apartment. The lights dim as he groaned, searching for the light switch. Much better. It still kind of looks darkish. You nod in approval before heading to your kitchen. You open your fridge and start rummaging around for something to eat. I forgot to do my groceries. You let out an irritated sigh, seeing there is nothing good besides the leftovers from yesterday's dinner. You shrugged, deciding to heat this one up after you sit your things down. You don't really feel like cooking or ordering either. Sighing one last time, you close the door to your fridge as you made your way to your room. You place your school bag near your desk as you take your seat, skimming through the notes you've taken for the day as you wrote down needed notes. You clicked your tongue as you tapped your blank notebook with the tip of your pen, going on with your silent staring contest with a blank paper before you let out a groan. Deciding to do work later, you closed your notebook and stood up. You turned onto your window, noticing it being slightly ajar. Wait, slightly ajar? Oh no. Someone's been to our house, isn't it? That's weird, I thought I closed this. You went near it to close it shut, but was met with a now broken lock. You cursed. Bruh, don't tell me it was Soul who did that. I thought I already replaced this 2 days ago. Maybe I should buy more locks online. You let out a groan as you left it alone and went out of your room and into your living room. I'd keep an eye on that though. I keep an eye on that window. Your TV blared as you munched on some leftovers you got from the fridge, a movie currently playing as you kept your eyes on the protagonist. If you recall correctly, it's one of those films Jess keeps talking about, starring her favorite lead actor. You kind of get what she was gushing about. The lead does look attractive. Blonde, wavy hair with sharp eyes, and eyes as pink as fuchsia. And you still can't remember the actor's name. You took out your phone as you start to search up the name of the actor when it suddenly changed. Instead of the blonde actor on the screen, a report comes instead with the banner below. Another missing person case. Your heart dropped before turning off the TV. The incident back in the cinema replaying in your head. You quickly turned off your television as you made your way to your kitchen, hoping to take mind off of things. Oh, the missing person might be the person who died. You open your fridge, feeling the cold air hitting your face as you rummage through. Taking out a pitcher of orange juice, you take a glass of your cupboards as you poured the juice to the last drop, taking a sip from it. You check the clock on the wall, 9:30 p.m. That late already, huh? You checked your front door and windows, seeing everything locked before grabbing your glass and finishing the last drops of the orange juice before heading back to your bedroom. Now dressed in your nightwear, you let out one last stretch, a yawn, escaping from your mouth. Getting in your bed sheets, you laid in comfort. Today was a lot, you thought. Another yawn escaped your lips. You must be really tired, you thought, your eyes going half-lidded. And eventually, sleep took over. The moon was high up in the sky, the night is quiet, save for a few honks from late-night cars, but all that is not enough to wake the sleeping residents. Oh, what? Huh? Oh no! He's in our apartment! Still broken, huh? You should be careful, Pumpkin. Clad in all black with a mask of the same color adorning his face, he slowly makes his way next to the sleeping figure. Ah! Bert, get out of there! His reddish eyes bright, filled with adoring love. He reached out and shook a finger against his beloved's cheek. I need an adult! I need an adult here! No! Look at how my sleepy, sweetheart. Oh god! Makes me wonder who supplies Tiki those sleeping pills. What? Wait, did he put sleeping pills in our orange juice? Is that what I'm getting at? Oh god. No. No. He lets out a low chuckle as he leaned closer to Bert. Pulling down his mask, he leans forward, checking her face before continuing. He buries his face at the tip of her shoulders as he leaves the peck. He takes it down. He shakes as if he took a whiff of a dangerous and addictive drug. His eyes bright as he examines every feature of his soulmate's face as he gives Bert's cheek a kiss. No! 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 He lifted her arm and watched as it flops down. No. 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 He nibbles. No. Her neck, earning him a soft one from the sleepy individual. I don't like this. Okay, this is kind of getting weird. Don't. No. He just chuckled. No. No. I think I'm gonna probably, like, skip some of these points. Our time today isn't enough. It's never enough. I want more of you. I want to be with you every waking day. His gaze went from hurt to desperate. His focus still on the figure sleeping before them. Only you know how much I crave your attention every day. It hurts. So please let me
Tucking a loose strand away from your face, he gives her a kiss on the forehead before landing another one on the corner. Oh, this is a yikes. No, this is really yikes. A shiver ran down his spine at the contact. As much as he would like to stay a bit longer, his time is due. Yeah, I'm not gonna hang out with Hugo and Sol again. After this day, we're not ever gonna hang out with them ever. He backs away as he covered his face once again with his face mask. He walked toward a jar window, turning back one last time. Sorry about your window, Pumpkin. I'll make it to you someday. He carefully opens the window again, and with that, he's gone. You've really caused me some trouble today. Fucker, so it is you! Fucking traitor. Was Hugo from, like, a rich family or something? What? My gun! Oh, shit! Oh my god. Oh my god! Who would have thought? Our sweet doggy is biting the master's hand. I'm not gonna lie, we should have seen this coming. You're talking too much. You haven't even fired a gun since age— oh. Well, that was quick. Shit. You're slowly figuring me out. I don't think I could make it for the next few days. Sonny, you've done enough for me. I think this is the end of our deal. Oh. Huh? To be continued. Oh, that's the end of the demo. Oh, Frank, that's the end. Oh my god! Okay, let's just go. I want to go back to this. What did we say? I'm not fine. So this, okay, I'm gonna do a bit of like going back to choices and see like if there's any like major differences. How and why? You asked no one. The terrifying experience kept repeating in your mind. Soul broke your trail of thought by placing his large hand on top of your head. You looked up and he gave you a soft, reassuring smile, his hand now off of your head. Don't think about it anymore. What matters is that you're here with me. You looked around and you noticed that Hugo wasn't around. Oh, where's Hugo? He's got it covered. You don't need to worry about him. How about I walk you home? Okay, is this something I can skip? Is anything different at the end? Okay, no. Let's go. Okay. That's not weird. I think they're unique. Also, it adds to your charm. You said with a wink. Sol blushed and looked away, rubbing his wrist to calm himself down. I wouldn't mind trying to watch one, though. And I'd love to recommend some for you. Of course, that would be such an honor. Okay, is this another— okay, maybe I could skip to the QuickTime event. What if we went through the window? Without much thought, you quickly stepped onto the toilet seat and pried open the small rectangular window. It won't budge. Then you hear your stall opening, and you see a tall man, roughly 6'8". He is dressed in all black leather gloves adorning his hands, and in one of them is a gun with a silencer attached to it. And below him is the bloody body of another man. It must be the meek-voiced man you heard. Well, hello there, little girl. You seem quite lost there. Sadly, I can't let you witness go loose. But please, don't! He, however, did not listen to your pleas. He takes his gun as he loaded it with a click. I'm gonna fucking die! Okay, this is the same. Okay, what happens? I guess we're going back here then. Let's go to the arcade. What happens if we went to the arcade instead? This might be a major change. Hiko shrugs. Alright, go on your little impromptu date then. Besides, I don't want the third wheel either way. Date? But I like Crow, right? You're the one who decided we should skip class and do whatever we want. Yeah, and I want to watch a movie. Well, let me stop you two. Higo stuck his tongue out at Sol. The said male only rolled his eyes. Well, I'll be heading in. I'll just give you guys a call on where to meet. Sure. You and Hugo parted ways. He gave you both a wave before heading in a different direction. Sol turns to you. Should we get going, Bird? Of course. Oh, arcade type. The flashing neon lights of the arcade's exterior lights your way, the sound of each arcade machine reaching your ears. I've never been here before. Is this place new?
Not really, it's just hidden within the city.
I see. Do you get out a lot out, Soul? You seem to know places.
I know places because I get my ass dragged by Hugo.
Is that so?
He laughed. Soul just shrugged as he shook his head. He takes out a few coins from his pocket before handing it to you. They were tokens.
So...
Oh, so, which one are you going first?
Wow, you keep me prepared.
As always. Come on.
Soul holds his hand and he accepted it. He held it tight with a light squeeze as you and him roam around the arcade. You and Soul went and played multiple arcade games with you. With some you win, and some he does. But you often got the feeling he lets you win for the sake of you winning. Come on, Soul, this is like the 5th time I won.
No way you're this bad. Maybe you're just that good, Bert.
You flatter me.
Just as when you're about to insert another coin, however, you realize you've ran out of tokens. This is pretty interesting. Oh, thank you. Oh, hopefully you have a wonderful time. I'm assuming you might be like streaming later, but yeah, there's gonna be a lot of endings I'm gonna be finding, so thank you. Thank you.
Soul takes notice of this, of course, and gave you some of his to you.
I'll go to the counter and grab a few more tokens. You don't mind staying here for a bit, right?
Oh, how much should I pay you for the tokens?
It's on me, don't worry about it. Wait here.
Bye-bye! Giving you one last look, he hurriedly went to the counter. You look around the area and dinging sounds from various machines filled the arcade. From the corner of your eye, you spot a claw machine.
Finally, it's my time to shine!
Maybe playing a few games without hurt wouldn't hurt. Coming to the claw machine, you check the contents inside. A cat plushie, a Shiba Inu plushie, and a horse plushie. They all look so cute. Which one should I try to win? Let me think.
Okay, horse plushie is definitely for, Soul. But I want the Shiba Inu one. Okay, I'm gonna probably curate this stuff. Let's just here. I don't need these save files.
Shiba Inu plush. He tapped on the transparent glass, cooing at the cute Shiba Inu plushie. You will be mine. But before you could insert a token in the coin slot, you were interrupted by something, or rather someone. What the fuck?
Well, what do we have here?
You turn around and met with a tall figure, a cocky smirk on his face. He looks well off, like those typical spoiled rich kids you see in the movies. His hair a bit tousled with two men. You assume are his bodyguards beside him. He reeks of tobacco, making you gag. You said nothing but tried to move away from his side, but you were stopped by another tall figure. You were guessing he's with this asshole.
Now, where do you think you're going there, your sweetheart? You alone?
Yes, and I would pretty much prefer to be alone.
The man, however, did not listen. Why don't you come with me and I'll show you how these games are played? Nah!
He raised his hand to reach your shoulders. Before he could touch you, however, you kicked him between his legs. He doubled over and clenched his lower region, a groan escaping his lips. His goons were taken aback and rushed to help him.
Now's my chance. Don't let her get away! Multiple heavy footsteps are coming after you as you ran. You turn to every corner you can, trying to make them lose you. But 3 against 1 is not a good matchup.
Anyone, please someone help me! You pleaded, but the multiple sound effects and music from each machine within the arcade drowns your pleas. You cursed under your breath as you focused on running. All you can think about at the moment is to get out. You managed to get out of the arcade, but you can still clearly hear the man and his goons on your trail. You looked around and you found the fused toilet stalls. You rushed toward it and got in the stall, hurriedly opening and locking it as soon as you got in.
Oh, is it gonna be the same scene again?
The place stinks, but you didn't give it another thought as the beating of your heart rings through your ears, tears filling up the corners of your eyes.
I feel like we shouldn't have hidden, we should have found Soul with us.
You hear footsteps. Find her. The man's voice echoed. You tried to think of something, and you thought of calling Soul. You quickly took out your phone. No signal. Are you for real for now? You can hear how aggressive they tore open each stall. They creep closer and closer to where you are. Anyone? Please? Here you are. No, please. You've been a very bad girl, but don't worry. You can make it up to me by doing me a favor. Fuck you and your favors. Tisk, I've been kind to you, but it seems you want to do it the hard way. Oh, You forcefully grabbed the edge of your uniform. Your eyes went wide as your fingers went cold. Uh-oh. Oh. You quickly grab hold of his wrist as he tried to push him away. He's too strong. Oh, nah. Yeah, no. Oh. The tears that were hanging by finally fell down your cheeks as he tried to stop him from going any further. The two large men with him held you down as he tried to struggle, but to no avail. Your vision is slowly being blinded by the hot tears that were filling up. It's no use, his grip is too strong and there is no one near me to hear. You close your eyes shut. Please just end quickly. What? Oh, wait, what was that? Hey, what's the big deal? Okay. Judging from the impact, the man's body was jerked off as he was thrown to the side. You hear flesh hitting flesh. And another one. That's enough, soul. Not yet. That's enough. You broke his nose already. No. Oh, soul! Soul! That's enough! Bert needs your help. At the mention of your name, the familiar reddish-orange eyes went wide open before turning to you. Soul quickly went to your side, his eyes wide with shock, before crouching down and giving you a hug. His shoulders shaking as he embraces you. You said nothing, however, too stunned to speak to what transpired before you. The man now lay still on the ground, a pool of blood seeping out of him. The rest of the goons passed out on a random corner. You look up and met with all the familiar eyes of Hugo, but they weren't the kind ones you usually see on his face. Hugo's eyes switch as he sighed, trying to hide his visible irritation, but failing. He looks around at the mess Soul made before turning to check up on him. He said nothing, hands in his pockets, while he looks down at you in Soul's embrace. It's getting quite late. We should head home. Hugo tapped Soul's shoulder, making the tall male bury his face further in between your neck before eventually letting go. His eyes were bloodshot, his face red with either anger or worry. You aren't sure, but one thing's for sure is that this man, before you cried, he cried for you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh. Hello, what the heck? Sorry, Chad, I have to fix something real quick. Okay. There you go. Oh. Say nothing. Noticing your silence, Soul looks away, too scared to meet your gaze as his shoulders keep shaking. Here. Besides you, Hugo extended his hand for you to take. You took Hugo's hand as he helped you get up. Soul stands as well, but backs away from you a few steps. We should head out back home. It's quite late after all. Both you and Soul didn't say anything but nod along. Hugo gives both of you a smile before walking away. Soul kept a firm hold of your hand, seemingly afraid to let you go. Hugo lets out a sigh. I guess we can't get in the arcade anymore. Those guys might come back to teach us a lesson. If they ever come back, I'll give them more than just a broken nose. You're pretty scary right now, Soul. Good. I'd like to keep it that way. Hugo shakes his head. He rummaged through his pockets before handing Soul something. He didn't quite see what it was, but judging on the scowl on Soul's face, he doesn't like it. I told you these don't work anymore. It's because you aren't taking it, you fool. Take it now. Soul grumbled like a child, who got scolded before taking whatever Hugo gave to him and tucked it in his pockets. Are those the pills? The sleeping pills? Anyway, your place is just around the corner. You should head back as soon as possible. I'll be taking Bert home.
Oh, Hugo's taking us home! Oh. Soul's eyes narrowed. He went from holding your hand to wrapping his arm around yours in possessive manner as he leaned closer and glared at Hugo. Oh, nah, I kinda wanna go home with Hugo. No, I can walk her home. Nah, no, please, no. Clearly, you're not in a good condition to fight again. I can fight again. There was something in Hugo's eyes that made your blood run cold. The usual happy-go-lucky expression he had on his face was gone. You take a look back at Soul, noticing how unfazed he seemed, as if challenging Hugo. Hugo's right, Soul. You look beaten up. But Bert, at least she knows her limits. Soul says nothing, but clutches his fists. You notice a few red marks on his knuckles. Your eyes forward. I'm fine, Bert. Soul tries to reassure you. You shook your head no. Well, for me, you aren't. You look up and gave him a reassuring smile. I'll be fine, Soul. Besides, I have Hugo to keep my safe. You go home first and get some rest. Alright. He squeezed your hands, too hesitant to let you go, before his hold eventually slipped as he lets go. With that, Soul takes his leave. He walks backwards, his eyes still on you, making sure you're in the sight before properly walking in front. Hugo sighs. He turns to face him. Well, ain't he a charmer? Is it working? He raised a brow at the question. Working what? Charming you, obviously. Don't worry, this is a secret between you and me. He says with a finger on his lips and a wink. You blush. He's nice. I owe him my life after that, and... And? You chuckle, thinking about the long-haired male. He is handsome, I'll admit that. Nah!
Sure.
Uh-huh. What's with that smirk on your face? Oh! Wait. What did he say? Oh, nothing. Bro, he's the wingman of this! Before you could retaliate with a question, his gaze softened, taking a bit aback as he looked down on the pavement below, kicking a pebble. Have you ever liked someone, Bert? Why are you blushing? What's with that sudden question? Just answer. I mean, we did answer this with Soul. We said Crow was like our crush. He paused as he thought for a second, and the first person that appeared in your mind was... Oh. Can I pick none of them? I don't want to pick any of them. I don't want to pick one. Okay, fine, Crow. Let's go with Crow. You thought of Crow. You still remember the day he introduced himself to you. No one was there for you. No one helped you, much less bother with your presence. But Crow came on to time to save you. You made your years manageable and fun. You owe him a lot. You'd do anything to repay him. And maybe with a small linger of hope. And he likes you back. A smile made its way to your face, and it had enough confirmation for Hugo. Eventually, you arrived at the door of your apartment. You thanked Hugo for accompanying you. He gives you a smile, rubbing the back of his head. I'll see you tomorrow, Bert. Sorry the day didn't go well. It's okay, Hugo, but we're going to have a proper plan next time. Of course! Hugo nodded. He turned his heel, his back facing you, ready to leave, but he remained still on his spot. Oh, why are you silent? Bert? Yes? Be careful walking late at night, okay? You paused, turning your head slightly at him. There has been multiple cases of missing people lately. I suggest you go home with someone. Anyone. Just don't go alone, alright? I understand. Missing people, when did that happen? No, when did that start? When did it start? Oh, and one last thing, Bert. He turned his head around as he looks at your confused face. His eyes soft, but the light against him seems like he's giving you a warning. Take care of Soul for me, okay? And with that, he laughed. I think this is gonna be the same thing, right? Is this what Hugo was talking about? Oh, because there's a missing case that appears on television. Nuh-uh. Not tonight, Bert. Let's get your thoughts for tonight. Turning off the TV, you went to your kitchen to grab something to drink. And yeah, okay, so this the same thing. Okay, that's interesting. So Hugo brings us home. Okay, what happens if we say, thank you for saving me? You reach out to Cubby's cheek. He flinches at the touch.
Tears that he was trying to hold back is now fleeing freely down his cheeks. He eventually relaxed as he closed his eyes and leaned onto your hand as he held it. I don't know what I'll do if... It's okay, it's alright. Here. Beside you, Hugo extended his hand for you to take. You took Hugo's hand as he helped you get up. Sol stands as well, but backs away from you a few steps. We should head back home. It's quite a bit late after all. Both you and Sol didn't say anything, but nodded along. Hugo gives both of you a smile before walking away. Sol kept a firm hold in your hand. This is the same? Yeah, this should be the same thing. What if I said Sol? You thought of Sol. How he protected you, how he didn't hesitate to beat those guys down. The pure terror in his eyes, how worried he was. You couldn't get it out of your head. He's been an amazing friend, even if he did beat up those guys non-stop. Is it a red flag? Yeah, he's a red flag. No, he's a major red flag. Maybe, do you care? Maybe not. A smile made its way to your face and was enough of a confirmation for Hugo. Should be the same thing, right? Oh, his dialogue is a bit different. Those filthy scums think they could touch you. His eyes slanted in anger, his grip on the edge of the bed tightens as he wrinkles the sheets. He's breathing heavily. Wow, If I ever see those bastards again, I'll kill them. Okay. Tucking a loose strand away from your hair, he gives your... Okay. I don't know if there's a difference for this. You remembered how Sol likes horses. Maybe you could try to win one for him. These are his own tokens, after all. You took out some of the tokens Sol gave to you and inserted one of in the coin slot. The machine whirs to life as you take the joystick on your left hand while hovering the red button on your right. You were focused, eyeing the claw and its position, trying to align it with the horse flesh. The claw takes hold of the plush. Your eyes widen as you cross your fingers, hoping it catches it. But you're interrupted by a sudden smack. Oh! Ew! Oh god. Okay, what happens if we do the cat? I can try getting for the cat plushie, it looks cute. Setting your eyes on the prize, you insert a token in the coin slot. The machine whirs to life as you take the joystick and focus on the cat plush. Okay, one more time. Again. I'm so bad at this. Suddenly you felt an intimate praise. Okay, so it's just a little bit of dialogue that's different. Okay, but if we didn't skip school. Although the idea of skipping seems thrilling, you can't afford to skip this one. Who knows what important projects your teacher is going to throw at you, and you're gonna end up behind just because of skipping one class. Thank you for the offer, you two, but I can't afford to miss this one. Hugo's shoulders slumped down, quite disappointed. That's alright, maybe we can hang out next time then. Sol turns to you. Would you like me to accompany you to your next class? Of course, I appreciate that, Sol. I see you at the usual spot, Sol. Sol nods at Hugo before the said male walks away, waving off as he leaves. You and Sol walk through the hallway towards your next class's classroom. You couldn't help but check on Sol. He seems nervous. You look down and see that his hand is shaking. Do this. Keep walking. You didn't bother with him anymore as he kept walking. His shaking hand eventually was shoved in his pocket as you both resumed your walk. You finally reached the front of your classroom door. You peeked inside through the door's window and saw Crow on his usual seat already. Oh, Crow! You turned your attention back to Sol. They're gonna talk. Just then, your classroom's door opened and there stood Crow. His eyes perked upon seeing you. There you are, Bert. Just in time for the next class, too. And just noticed Sol's presence beside you. His eyebrows perked up as he gave the tall student a soft smile. Oh, hello there, Sol. What brings you here? Sol, however, was silent, his gaze dark, before responding. Just escorting Bert. That's really sweet of you to do, Sol. Crow didn't mind the male any longer before returning his attention back to you. You should probably get back in. The professor's coming any time now. Oh, right. Thank you again, Sol, for coming with me. You entered your classroom along with Crow, failing to see Soul's ever-darkening gaze as he clenches his fist clenched, drawing blood. He stares at the door, moving aside as he leaned on the wall right beside the door. Soul looked down to stare at his palm. Soul's right eye twitched, looking at the broken skin on his palm. The light in his eyes is gone. Ew! No, don't do that! No! He raised his palm and licked the blood away. No! Ichabod, it's always been you. They know each other! What past could they have? I should have dealt with him years ago. You got to your usual seat. Crows takes his usual seat by the window, in front of your own seat, waiting for the classroom to settle down as your professor comes in. Alright, class, settle down. You all better turn in this upcoming paper if you don't want to end up having no grades in your card. And that means your professor slams down his thin notebook, the loud slap echoing through the room. You won't be able to graduate, and don't even think about making it up to the higher class with a weak mindset. Now, for today's task, I'd like you all to think of a short story based on any type of literature. Bonus points if you can source out where you got your inspiration along with references. I'll be checking those the most. You hear a few whispers from a few of your classmates as they talk with each other. Unfortunately for them, your professor notices them as he slams his thin notebook against on his desk, making some of you jolt from your seats. Now, I can allow you all to head to the library to do your research or stay here and brainstorm. You may begin. Crow stands up from his seat, gathering his things and turning towards you. I'm going to the library. Would you like to join me? You gave him a nod, earning a smile from him as he makes his way towards the exits. Crow waits for you as he gathered your things before leaving the classroom into the library. Unlike lunchtime, where everyone is free, the library contains a few students, some either doing their student duties while some doing their own research. Same spot then? You read my mind. Of course, it's one of our favorite spots. With a smile on his face, me makes his way towards your favorite table near the windows and stills down. Meanwhile, you make your way towards the tall bookshelf. That's spelled wrong. Scanning through each spine of each book, you try to look for something that might catch your interest. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Minutes passed, and nothing seemed to catch your fancy. You sighed upon realizing this predicament. Giving up, you decided to just pick up the closest book and hope for the best, that it's decent enough for your paper. Feeling a thick book, you pull it out, and nearly dropped it. It's heavy. Regaining your balance, you held onto a thick book properly and finally checked the title of the massive tome, The Biography of Marie Antoinette. Your eyebrows raised in mild curiosity. This might actually work. You flip it open, and you went and met with a very well-drawn portrait of a very prestigious-looking woman. Flipping through your more pages, your eyes land on the drawn figure of the same woman, but her kneeled before a guillotine. Quite a spoiler, but you read through the text before the illustration. I mean, it's based off of real life, but... The execution. Such a gruesome end, he thought. In deciding with this book, you tucked it under your arm for safekeeping. You take a look one last time around the bookshelves, maybe finding something of the same genre. You notice a peculiar book sticking out at the very edge of the bookshelf. It was a bit worn out and dirty. You're kind of wondering how it ended up there. You inched a bit closer to it. The spine didn't have anything on it besides a few worn edges, bent and littered with dust. You got on your tiptoes as you reached out to grab the book. However, the moment you grab it and pull it out, the bookshelf started wobbling. You immediately stopped. Let's do... You can override these. Keep prying it up. With determination, you held on the shelf, making sure not to make it wobble any further as you take a firm grip on the worn book. Come, here, you! I got it! Whoa! The bookshelf wobbles from the force of you pulling the lone book, threatening to push you down, making your heartbeat quicken from the sheer thought of getting crushed under the tall shelves. You quickly held out your arms wide as you tried to rebalance the shelf, hoping it was enough to stop it from shaking. A few books fell then and there, making you wince, but you successfully stabilized the shelf. You let out a breath you didn't realize you were holding. Hope no one heard that. Anyway, what is this that's so stuck in this damn thing? You flip open the cover only to see a blank page. No author whatsoever save for the paper, the edges of it a bit yellow from age. The dust isn't helping either. You went through a few more pages, and then you finally get to see some printed words on it. The various torture devices and executions of the medieval times. How the fuck did this end up here in the school library? Then again, I might be able to get some material out of this. You shrugged, closing the book. You tucked it under your arm with a large biography book and left the area, returning to where Crow is settled. Welcome back, Bert. Have you found anything useful for your paper? It took a while. Nothing caught my eye from the books but this one. You raised the large book and showed it to Crow. The Queen herself. That's pretty interesting. What kind of paper are you going to make out of it? I was thinking maybe about how a tyrant royal turned good but was punished regardless of her actions. How does that sound? Crow was silent for a few seconds, making you tilt your head. Maybe he didn't hear you correctly. You okay, Crow? Oh, that actually sounds nice, Bert. What did I say? There's a lot of skipping through my dialogue. You okay there, Crow? Is it not a good idea? Oh. Can I ask what's the inspiration? Oh, I just thought about something today. And about something you remember the conversation with Hugo back at the rooftop. Also, maybe I could get some extra points from the professor. You said with a wink and a nudge. Crow just chuckled. Is that so? That's very smart of you, Bert. Oh, why thank you. You did a little bow, tipping your imaginary hat as you did. Crow chuckles as your silly gesture before you to settle down on your seats. You skimmed through the book, taking a few notes here and there for important bits you could use. Feeling your wrists aching a bit, you stop scribbling and stretch out your arms. A few squeaks of satisfaction, skipping your lips so you can feel the effects of your stretch. At the corner of your eye, you notice how Crow's eyebrows tend to furrow as he goes through his books. You can feel his legs shaking from underneath the table. The occasional tapping of his pen fills the quiet library. You took a peek on his supposedly reported paper, expecting quite a few words written on it, but instead you were met with a blank sheet, void of words or even a drop of ink. Why did I saw milk? You're starting to worry. He seems restless about something. Crow? Upon hearing your voice, Crow's legs stop shaking as he turns to face you. You can see the way his expression relaxed, but the lingering feeling of uneasiness never fading. A drop of sweat rolled down from his temple. He's trying so hard to keep a calm face. Yes, Bert? Is something the matter? Are you alright? You barely wrote anything and you seem nervous. Is something bothering you? Forcing a smile, he tilts his head to the side, as if he doesn't understand what you're concerned about. A soft smile formed on his lips, giving you a false sense of security. Yes, I'm fine. And he went silent, his eyes returning to staring down at this blank sheet of paper. The silence is quite suffocating, the air now a bit awkward. Your will to write dissipates and was replaced by your concern over the mail beside you. Say, I've got a bit of scenario for you to play along with, Bert. Huh? Crow's previous gloomy attitude was replaced by a playful tone. Facing his body towards you with his pen set down, discarding his thoughts from the paper. His sudden change of demeanor caught you by surprise, but he did not spare you a moment to question him as he raised a finger. Imagine yourself living in the same time as the Queen, and that you were given the chance to actually befriend her even though you came from nothing. You often question how you managed to befriend the Queen herself. She's been nothing but kind to you, often inviting you to her parties, giving you the fanciest gifts ranging from dresses to jewelries. Now here comes my first question. What do you think of the Queen? She's highly suspicious. Your brows arched in mere confusion and mild irritation from the thought of the what-if scenario given to you. Isn't it a bit suspicious that the Queen, literally the Queen herself, started being all nice to me? Maybe she has something to ask from me, a mere commoner? He looked up to observe Crow's facial expression, his gaze averted with his breath held. The smile he had on before is now completely wiped off his face as he sinks in the words that came from your mouth. That would make total sense. I have my guard up too. Which brings me to the follow scenario. Crow takes a breath, almost contemplating on his next words before speaking. What if one day you decided to go out of her palace, wanting to either do groceries or even visit your family? And there is where you see a group of people. They're all mad, each throwing one profanity to another upon coming closer. It was about the queen. You decide to come closer. They're in a heated debate about the loudest one. A farmer loudly proclaims on how the queen betrayed them. How the queen is nothing but a greedy higher-up, using the commoners' hard-working labor for her to throw away parties, leaving them starving. Then the other side speaks up, a woman, saying that the farmer is wrong and the queen has been nothing but good to them, providing enough gold and food to keep them afloat. A child came and held onto the woman's leg, confirming her words. If it weren't for the queen, the children wouldn't have combs. Their youth soon realized that they're a group of nuns. Behind them is an orphanage, a few children peeking through the windows as they try to comprehend what is going on and why they are screaming. Having had enough of this fight, you return to the queen's castle, but just when you thought you escaped the circulating arguments about the queen, you hear a few whispers from the nobles along the hallway. The queen is nothing but a fraud. She is nothing but a selfish bitch. She's nothing but bringing misery to the people around her. She doesn't fit to be a noble. But that's pretty odd, isn't it? They're the same group of peon nobles the queen helped and tried to stop war from raging. Why are they talking about her? Is there something you aren't aware of about the queen, or are they doing it out of pure hatred? He opened his eyes, the light still absent within the blue orbs as he focuses his gaze on your own. He leans a bit back, his form straight and firm. Now, here's where you come in, Bert. Which side do you believe in? The queen who has nothing but kind to you? Or the rumors circulating around her being a neglectful noble, a selfish woman, a tyrant? He says the word tyrant with so much venom, he spat it like poison in his teeth. He thought long and hard on his little scenario, multiple thoughts swirling in your head. This all seems so complicated. Take your time, it's fine for you to not respond, just tell me. But I would love to hear your answer, Bert. Well, let's say I believe in those rumors. So I was right about my suspicions about the queen. The majority is still the majority. If many people are starving because of her, and she clearly has the power to not neglect her people. She has power, she has the right to make things right. But instead she chooses to ignore her people. If she had the kind queen like she suggests and acts towards me, then why couldn't she do the same towards other people? Why just the orphanage? Why not everyone in the city? Is that some sort of play of favoritism? Crow remains quiet throughout his rant, as if lost in thought. He's probably represented as the queen in this. The heat rising in your head with anger, angered at the woman in this scenario, angered at the queen. He remains quiet. By judging from his looks, you can tell that he would probably be the same as if he was in your shoes. Upon finally calming down, you rub your temples, then turn to Crow with a raised brow. Why did you ask me this little made-up scenario anyway, Crow? I just thought it would be a good idea for my paper, am I right? You have to admit it was a good idea and can probably entertain your teacher for quite a bit. I can't believe you let me go through this brain exercise just for this silly paper of ours. Well, better get to go. Better get to writing, Bert. We're almost running out of time. What? But how about you? Your paper's still blank. If I could make up that silly scenario, then I can absolutely make up another one on a whim. Plus, your response is enough to fill in my little writer's block. So, I'd like to thank you for helping me. You're so good when it comes to writing stories, Crow. You should be a writer. I'll think about your suggestion. Foreshadowing, probably. Stretching out your arms, letting out a sigh of relief, looking at your paper that you've made as you skim through the one last time. You were caught up in the conversation with Crow. You nearly forgot about the worn book you brought alone. You picked it up, started flipping through the first pages. Torture devices, execution devices. Why the fuck are you reading this again? Oh, what the heck, you anime guy. You turn to another page, and on it is a well sketch of a tall, bulked man, half of his face covered by his hood, while a large axe is settled behind him. His arms are filled with scars, while around his neck is a chained collar. He looks like those killers you often see in slasher movies. Underneath the illustration is read, Executioner. Some executioners were feared by the public, while the rest respected them, but mostly people shunned them for their field of work. The old times sure were brutal, you mutter under your breath. Closing the book, you then stacked it on top of the other books Crow borrowed. Handing out your paper to Crow, he gladly accepted and stacks it on top of it his own paper. Shall we head back? You nod along after you finish stacking the books you borrowed for the librarian or her assistants to get. I can't wait for the day to end. Same here. Crow chuckles as you and him left the library. The day eventually came to an end. A few rays of the sunset light shined through the hallways as you and Crow walked through the hallway. Do you have anything else to do today, Bert? Well, I have to do some grocery shopping before I go home. Well, in that case, would you mind me accompanying you? Really? It's fine if you don't, if you have other things to do. Like, look for Brittany and the others? Not really. Besides, Daryl has after-class practice, same with Gio. As for Brittany and Jess, they're catching up with their business proposal. But don't you also need to catch up? I can do that tomorrow. I'd like to spend the rest of the day with you, Bert. Your voice got caught up in your throat. You can feel your face heating up. Stupid Crow, stupid feelings. Oh, alright then. Crow lets out a small cheer, kind of like a mini jump from the game with an Italian plumber. It made you giggle, but he's like... Without wasting much time, you and Crow head out of the school campus. The sun slowly sets in the horizon after you and Crow finish up buying some groceries. Crow offered to carry your bags and walk you home all the way back to your apartment just like the day before. We should do this every day. But you don't live on the other side of the city. The city? Nothing wrong with that. Plus my place isn't that far from the school anyway. So walking back to your apartment and back is nothing for me. They'll tell me you're that kind of person who would travel from one city to another, while saying it's walkable. Crow laughs, shrugging his shoulders as if saying maybe. I love walking, especially during the night, and especially when the stars are out. I kind of agree with that. You stare at him up and down, your eyes often lingering on his hand. The temptation of holding it was gnawing at you, making you fidgety. This doesn't come unnoticed, but Crow, as he gradually slowed down until he came to a stop, setting down the groceries. He stopped as well, raising a brow in concern as he looked at you with keen eyes. Do you feel cold, Bert? No, that makes you think of that. Without much of a warning, he takes both of your cold hands, cupping them in between his large ones, as he begins to blow on them. His warm breath easing your cold fingertips. Your hands are now warm, but they couldn't compare to the heat of your face reaching to the tips of your ears. You keep shivering, so I thought I would warm you up a bit. I'm sorry I don't have a jacket, and I doubt my vest could do much to help. It's alright, Crow. You don't need to. Your face is all red. Are you cold? Do you want to hold my hand during our walk? Decline. It's alright, Crow. Besides, I can warm myself up once we get to my apartment. Crow smiled dejectedly. Alright, but do tell me if you need any help. You're already doing a lot by carrying my grocery bags, Crow. This is more than enough. He chuckles, muttering a soft "oh right" before picking the bag back up and holding it with one hand. You and Crow continue on your walk. Drip. Huh? Drop. That's odd. Something the matter? Kinda feels something dripping on me. Oh, fuck. Oh. What? Oh wow, I kinda didn't expect him to cuss, honestly. He just seems like a gentle, like, guy, and then, like, he cusses, I'm like, I kinda get backlash from it. I was like, whoa, I did not expect you to cuss at all. You seem like just a calm and gentle dude. I wouldn't really cuss that much. What seemed to be a soft drizzle suddenly turned into a wild downpour. You and Crow made a run for it, trying your best to keep yourselves dry, as Crow shielded your groceries from getting wet. Thankfully, the side of your apartment complex came to view from a few feet away. A relieved sigh escapes from your lips. You turned to Crow, who was doing everything he could do to keep your bag dry, not even caring about the droplets of rain rolling down his cheek and his damp hair that clung to his face. Just a few more steps, Crow. We're almost there. You ran up the road, hearing Crow's heavy footsteps following behind you. All of a sudden, Crow stops. His head turned to the bushes, his eyes growing wide as he opened his mouth in a near gasp. Crow, what's wrong? Oh, one sec, let's get the girls' groceries and you get to cover. Huh? Crow hastily shoves your semi-damp plastic bag towards you, your arm suddenly carrying the weight of your groceries. You blinked a few times in confusion. Crow? What? Whoa! Without much warning, Crow lifts you off the ground. Oh! With one of his arms wrapped around your shoulders and the other under your knees, he hoists you up. Wow, okay. Why? Well, you don't need to do that, okay? The shock from your feet leaving the pavement floor caused you to shriek as you clung around Crow's neck, feeling his damp body press against yours. Jericho, what on earth? Crow runs up to your apartment, carrying you like your weight meant nothing to his arms. He seemed distracted, your protest going unheard. Maybe he saw something, and he was like, oh, I gotta get her out of here. Once he makes it to your doorstep, he sets you down before turning around and running back to the way he came. Get inside the apartment, I'll be right back. He gripped your grocery bag tight as he stared at his figure, your heart drumming quite loudly within your chest. Did he just pick me up and carry me all the way to my apartment that easily? He barely even grunted. For someone so lean, you never expected him to actually lift you like a sack of feathers. You start wondering if he works out. You're 2 days head afloat from what just occurred to realize that Crow finally came back. He gasped as he took in his entire body, now awfully drenched from head to toe, his hair dripping with water, his shoes sloshed as he walked, and his wet clothes clung to his skin. You notice his vest missing, and then you spot in his arms wrapped around something. A cat! Yo, cat! The sound came from the bundle that he carried in his arms, causing you to snap out of your thoughts. Did I just hear his vest meow? Let's get inside before we get any colder. Once you and Crow made it inside your apartment, the first thing you did was to grab 3 different towels. One for you, one for Crow, and one for your little new friend. I couldn't bear to leave him on the cold rain. Poor guy must have gotten abandoned by his mother. Aww, look at this kitty. Aww, wrapped in the small towels, a tiny black kitten. You know, we should be thankful that my landlord has an as usual desk, right? Pets aren't allowed here. Other than that, Crow paused a bit, understanding where you're coming from. A low chuckle lifts his lips, scratching his wet cheek. He probably won't appreciate a puddle we made on the doorstep. Precisely. You both let out a small awkward laugh, hoping that you wouldn't get caught the following day by the cameras around. Shoving the thought aside, you and Crow stare at the kitten now wrapped within the towel, its beady eyes seemingly staring at both of you before breaking into mews and meows. You can feel your heart melt, and so did Crow's. I'll take care of this little guy for now. You should probably dry up, Crow. Is that okay? I didn't expect to actually end up staying in your place. I won't be long, though. I'll get out of your hair as soon as I dry up. I honestly don't mind you staying a little bit longer. It's not a problem. I don't want you to catch a cold because of me. Well, we'll take turns then. After I dry up, I'll take care of the kitten next. Let me get you something to change. There really is no Not giving him a chance to protest, you quickly head out to your private room. Oh, what if he stays the night? And then Soul comes in, and he's about to kill Crow. Rummaging through the drawers and cabinets, you tried to find something that could fit Crow. Then you remembered the oversized shirt you received during your last sports day. You never understood as to why everyone needed to buy that shirt, but when you got yours, you ran out of your own size. They ran out of your own size, and you had no choice but to accept the shirt that was once one size bigger than yours. Taking it out of the drawer, you make your way back. You head back to the living room, seeing Crow, who remained still in his spot. His shirt had partly dried and he had taken the kitten into his arms. The little creature was snugly wrapped in his warm blanket, reminding you of the burrito. The sight of Crow gently holding the kitten pierced a soft spot in your heart. This view was to die for, and you would have spent a few more seconds admiring it had you not noticed Crow's shoulders shaking from the cold. You're shivering. No, nothing I can't handle. Lies, that cat is doing a better job at getting warm than you. He teasingly rolled your eyes at Crow as he shoved the shirt and another fresh towel in his direction. He chuckles first to give up the kitten to you as he accepts the change of the clothes. Carrying the kitten in your arms, you lead Crow to your bathroom, and he thanks you before stepping in and closing the door behind him. Hearing the tweak of the valve and the familiar sound of the shower running in, you remember how Crow shivered all the way to the bathroom. You turn your heater up a bit before settling back down on the couch. You return to your attention to the kitten. Its fur now dry thanks to you and the Crow. The small feline looks up at you and meows. Its little bee eyes staring you up at yours. You put a finger on its head, petting it gently.
Meow.
You must be hungry, little guy. You're lucky I went out grocery shopping. Scooping the tiny kitten in your arms, you make your way towards your kitchen. Setting the kitten down on the counter, you rummage to the fridge and cupboards for a clean bowl. You pick up your grocery bag from the floor, placing it on the kitchen table as you looked for the almond milk you remember getting. Eating the milk just warm enough, you'd observe the kitten as it breaks free. Oh, I can press the heart. I didn't realize I could press the heart. It turns blue, just like Crow's. Oh, wow. Milk just warm enough, you observe the kitten as it breaks free from its warm confinement and looks around. The cat shivering in fear and caution of the unknown territory, yet remaining curious enough to look around. Setting the warm bowl of milk in front of the cat, you grab the chair, patiently waiting as it creeps closer to the bowl. It takes one lap of the milk, then another, then one before it happily drinks it up. A warm smile, it makes its way to your face. Oh, look at him. Oh, he looks so pretty. Seems you've got yourself all settled, and you hear Crow's slightly amused voice, and you turn around to face him. You momentarily step at the sight of him standing there, wearing the fresh shirt you handed him with a towel around his neck. Now, out of its usual braids, his hair let loose, a few droplets dripping from the semi-dry strands. Thank you for letting me use your bathroom, Bert. You don't mind me hanging my vest, right? I don't mind. In fact, I can't just hand your stuff to you tomorrow if you'd like. Crow didn't answer you as he pointed to his gaze downwards, dipping his head in an attempt to conceal the side tint of pink blushing against his cheeks. He rubs his arms, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I'm sorry, I didn't think I would end up staying here a bit, but I'm thankful either way. Also, isn't that the first time I've been to your apartment? You've got a nice place. Oh crap, he's actually right. You never really got any visitors save for your father and your landlord. Other than that, you have never had anyone in here until now. And it's Crow's too. Just you two, alone. I'm probably talking too much. You should get changed too. Crow's voice snaps you out of your thoughts, and you look up to realize that he had already picked the kitten up from the counter. Crow holds in his arms, the feline faintly purring as it snuggles close to his chest, relishing in his warmth. Never thought you'd see the day you'd be jealous of our cat, but here we are. Getting up from your chair, you accompany Crow back into the living room before going to the change as well. The sound of shower head running fills your ears as you look down on your bathroom's white tiles, observing the water run down towards the sinkhole. The water's heater helped you warm up a bit, but you couldn't help the thoughts running through your mind. Thoughts that were mostly consumed by Crow and the cat. Who is going to keep it? Why did he save it? And most importantly, how long is he planning to stay here? You look up, seeing his soaked vest and polo hanging on one of the bathroom railings. You should probably throw that in the dryer along with yours after. You let out a sigh, not wanting to waste any more water, and probably spend the next 30 minutes contemplating your life in the shower. You got out, dried yourself, and got yourself dressed. You returned to the living room, finding the Crow had made himself comfortable on your couch, with the cat happily settled in his lap as he gives it a few pets. Sensing your presence, Crow lifts his head and his eyes perk up upon landing on your figure. Welcome back. The cat's starting to relax. It's almost as if it belongs in this place. He chuckles. You made your way to him, and you sink in the couch right by his side. His gaze as the cat curled up in his lap and purring away in the content. I can barely see the cat. The box is blocking it. You bit your bottom lip. Cat 2, Bird 0. Have you thought of a name yet? Actually, no. I'm never really good with names. How about you? Have you thought of the name of it? He tilts his head to the side, awaiting your answer into his inquiry. Give the cat a name? Let Crow name it. Oh, I want to give the cat a name. Give the cat a name. Wee. Yeah, wee.
Wee.
Crow smiles, his lips slightly turned upwards. He picks up the cat and your little furry friend looks at him, then to you, and finally at its surroundings before it's decided it had enough of Crow suspending its mid-air. It's wriggled, protesting for Crow to put it back down. I think
Wee.
is a wonderful name, Bird. I knew I could count on you for naming it. Anyway, do you want to eat something? I can heat up some Hot Pockets we bought. That would be wonderful. The sun had set beyond the horizon hours ago, and you could see the sky painted black from your window. With the rain still pouring just as hard as before, Crow decides to stay a little bit longer to enjoy your company. The kitten sleeps soundly on the nearby makeshift bed that you had made together with Crow. You sit beside him on the couch, the living room dimly lit with nothing but the television running what seems to be a slasher film. Okay, hear me out. Why did they have to make the serial killers... No. Excuse me. Yeah, me too. That's my reaction too, Crow. Nah. But that makes sense, right? Especially with the killer in the movie. Cunning and charming, he's a good manipulator, having to entice people so that he can kill them in the end. Those the detectives off, right? I guess that makes sense. They did a good job casting whoever the killer was. He's pretty good. You know the actor? No, how about you? Surprised you don't know him. He's one of the best multi-talented idol in Titus City. You cast your eyes back to the screen and you're greeted by the serial killer's actor. Golden hair dyed with pink tips, rose pink eyes that shone brightly, and a smile that was alluring and magnetic. It was hard to tear your gaze away. He almost looks like an actual angel. He's known as Aries. Besides being an actor, he is also a singer and model. Wow, sounds like a big shot. He's also Jess's favorite actor. Did you know Jess owns the biggest fan page of this guy and has been recognized by him and many fans? Really, that's quite an achievement, I agree. With a face a card like that, how could anyone not fall for him? Don't tell me he's your type. No. Yeah, sure he's handsome, but he's not really my type. For a second, Crow's eyes flickered with hope before disappearing instead a smile is plastered on his face. Oh, he's happy. That's good. He's like, that means he has a chance. Huh? Nothing. The room fell silent afterwards, and neither of you uttering a word. As the television becomes background noise, you consciously fiddle with your fingers. You found it difficult to focus on the movie as you start feeling conscious of the male beside you. From your peripheral vision, you try to discreetly check up on Crow, only to realize that this whole attention was already on you. Your heartbeat races. Hey, Bert, if given the chance, if you could have anything in the world, what would it be? Another one of your little trivia questions, Huck, or you've been asking us this a lot. You laughed lightheartedly, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Yet Crow did not seem to be on board, so you shut yourself up quite quickly. You bit your lips as you felt Crow leaning in close to your face, his breath brushing against your cheek. The movie becomes a muffled and incoherent noise as the rapid beating of your heart floods your eardrums. Oh, why don't you answer first? He chuckled slowly, sending a shiver down your spine. Crow surprises you when he rests your head on your shoulder, the intimate gesture making your heart stop. Before you could say anything else, he buries his face in the crook of your neck, making you freeze. You prayed you wouldn't hear just how loudly your heart is beating. Dodging the question this time, huh? Well, if I were to have anything in the world, I'd love to have more time. More time with you. More time to spend with you. Kind of selfish of me, huh? At this point, you aren't sure if he's talking to you or with himself. You glance at Crow from the corner of your eye, noticing his downcast gaze. He smiled at himself, but all you could see was the desperate expression he failed to suppress. You did not dare ask what was wrong. At a loss for words, you chose to remain silent. You stayed in the position with Crow for what felt like a minute, the hurt on his beautiful face replaying in your head. You swallowed and lifted a hand, gently placing it on the back of his head. Relaxed when you felt Crow ease up on the touch. Taking that as a sign, you proceed to stroke his hair, brushing along his now soft and dry locks between your fingers. I should probably get going. Already? He pulls away and looks at you straight in the eyes. Multiple swirls of emotions fill his dull orbs, drowsiness, uncertainty, longing. With one last exhale, Crow finally gets off of you and stands up. A few groans escaping his lips as he stretches his limbs. With his hand on his hips, he gives you a smile. You couldn't shake off the feeling that it was done just to reassure you. The rain is slowing down a bit. Plus, it's getting quite late. I haven't contacted my relatives yet, so they might be really worried by now. Are you sure you don't want to stay the night? You want to say it bad. You really, really want to, but you couldn't. You shouldn't. You clench the fabric of your shirt above where your painfully beating heart lies. You're probably right. Let me get your clothes from the dryer. I'll see you out. Thank you, Bird. You're the best of the best. Are you sure you'll be fine, Crow? I already called my driver. I'll probably get an earful from him, but that's alright. Oh yeah, you're rich. They're probably going to question me about wee, but I'll think of an excuse. I'm sorry I couldn't get him with you. Couldn't keep him with me, Crow. No, it's alright. In fact, I already know who would be the perfect cat owner for them. Within the cradle in his arms, Crow did a mock-up face of a grumpy person, exaggerating his expression with his cheeks puffled and shoulders raised. You could only make a wild guess on the mysterious identity. It was a shame that your apartment had a no pets policy, and the fact that you know absolutely no one could take care of the kitten. After taking it out with Crow, he decided to take the kitten with him. Thankfully, you had a few spare boxes lying around, and you gave one for Crow to place the kitten in. Today's been fun, Crow. His brows raised in mild surprise, and a soft smile painted his features. With his dominant hand, he ruffles the top of your head, messing your hair a bit and earning him a chuckle. Hey now. Had fun too, Bert. See you tomorrow? Yes, see you tomorrow. Oh, wait, that's cute. Oh. You move to close the door. You stop by the sudden sensation of something soft landing on your forehead. Oh, that's so cute. Aw. Your eyes traveled up, realizing that Crow had just given you a tender kiss near your brow. While your face heated up, your brain short-circuited at the feeling of his soft lips lingering on your skin. Good night, Bert. He gives you a casual wave, peeking out of the box to give you one last look, as if bidding you goodbye before finally close your door. That's so cute. That's cute. That tease. Oh, Aunt. She's finally back, huh? Come on, let's go home. Oh, okay, so we don't see Souls visiting us this time. That's good. That was cute. That was actually a lot of cute. I thought something bad was gonna happen, but that was actually, like, being with Crow seems to be, like, really, like, nothing chaotic is happening. It's only happening with Soul, which makes sense because he's involved with something, but we don't... I expected the same thing with Crow, because I'm assuming he's like a yandere, too.
I don't know if there's any other confirmation about it, but like right now he doesn't seem like it. And all the scenes just seem like, oh, just cute couple things. What if he puts press? I mean, oh really? You could do better. I didn't even say anything. Crow merely puffed his cheeks, refusing to meet your gaze. Aw, don't tell me he's jealous. That's actually pretty cute. Well, there's no way in hell I could even make it in the same level as an idol, so don't worry your head over it. The room fell silent afterwards, with neither of you uttering a word. As the television becomes background noise, you consciously fiddle with your fingers. You found it difficult to focus on the movie as you start feeling conscious of the male beside you. From your peripheral vision, you try to discreetly check up on Crow, only to realize that his whole attention was already on you. Your heartbeat races. Hey, Bert, if given the chance... Oh, wait. Yeah, this is all... yeah, and then he's like, oh, he kisses you on the eyebrow. Oh. What happens if we do this? What if Crow names it? Why don't you try to name it? Me. But the names I usually give are quite corny. Come on, it's not that bad. Crow scans your face for confirmation. He generally seemed to think that he wasn't the best person for the task, but you clearly saw the glimmer of hope in his eyes. Are you sure? Of course I am. Are you really, really sure? Yes, Crow. You roll your eyes in mock annoyance before giggling. Seeing that you're not budging from your choice, he sighs in defeat with a little troubled smile on his face. Crow gazes at your ceiling in deep thought. He hums, biting the inner of his cheek as he closes his eyes, taking on the seemingly very serious task of giving the cat a good name. Crow looks down at the kitten in consideration, and its blue eyes mirrored his blue orbs as they stared at each other. How about Regulus? Regulus? That's right. He picks up the cat and lovingly cradles it like a parent onto their baby, letting the kitten rest on his right arm and booping its nose as he did so. Regulus named after the brightest star in the Leo constellation. Nerd! He sounds like a nerd. Plus, his eyes are blue. Crow turns to you seemingly excited as he holds the cat in front of you, showing its eyes. You got to agree, its eyes are a bright shade of beautiful blue, reminding you of sapphire gems. The feline's dark fur accentuates its eyes further, helping it pop like a twinkling star in the night sky. You thought it was just like Crow to name the cat after constellation. You recall how you thought he was corny, but to you was endearing that Crow manages to leave traces of himself on things. I think Regulus is a beautiful name. I don't think it's too complicated or too corny. You don't think it's too complicated or too corny? Corny? No. In fact, it's quite... It's nerdy. It's pretty nerdy. Crow scuffs playfully, pretending to be offended. He blows away a stray of hair that got into his face and gives you an incredulous look. Seriously? You laugh, giving him a little nudge at the shoulder. He merely rolls his eyes at you, teasing. I mean that in a loving way. I think it's cute how you're nerding out, especially with your fondness of astrology. You lean in Crow's direction, gently putting the kitten in his arms. With your attention on the feline, you didn't notice Crow held his breath at his proximity. He cleared his throat, chuckling. Oh. Well, as long as you think it's cute, especially since this little guy is cute too. He coos at the cat in his arms. Anyway, do you want to eat something? I can heat up some Hot Pockets we bought. That would be wonderful. And then I think it should... Yeah, it should be the same. Let's load. So, what if we picked... Unique? It's unique. I would never ever come close to thinking of a name like that. It's named after a star. You give beautiful names, Crow. I love it. Crow scratched the side of his face on the compliment, his cheeks growing red as he gazed fondly at the little furry creature. Thank you. I'm surprised you didn't think it was weird. It is quite an unusual name. It's weird, not weird at all. If anything, that little guy deserves to have a name that is one of a kind. It's just like you to give a name like this, and I love seeing you be so just you, Crow. You spoke so sincerely that you and Crow fell silent for a moment. It was pleasant kind of silence as Crow let your words sink in. You stared into each other's eyes as if an invisible force was pulling you in together.
The kitten's voice felt like electric zapping as you both pulled away. You coughed and Crow cleared his throat, plastering on that familiar smile to his face. Yeah, I guess you're right, Bert. Anyway, do you want something to eat? I can heat up some hot pockets we bought. That would be wonderful. The sun had set beyond the horizon hours ago, and you could see the sky painted back from your window. With the rain still poured, just as hard as before, Crow decides to stay a little longer to enjoy your company. The kitten sleeps on a nearby makeshift bed that you made together with Crow. You sit beside him on the couch, the living room dimly. Okay, I think this is stuff we've seen it read. Okay. You know what? Okay. Instead of going to the save files, I want to go back to here. I'm gonna try being like, oh, I'm gonna try all the Crow's choices to see if there's like a different ending at the end. Okay. You have no idea where you got the guts to do that thing you do next, but the feeling of his lips pressed on yours made the butterflies rattle in your stomach, threatening to burst out of the cage. Your heart beats fast like you've just ran a marathon as you feel the heat rush to your cheeks. Crow freezes against you, and for a moment there, you thought you just made a huge mistake. You're prepared to pull away and apologize, but he makes a move you did not expect. Ew, no! A gentle grip that Crow had on the small of your back slithers its way to the back of your head, fingers intertwined with your hair as he presses you closer to him, returning your kiss with a fervent sense of desperation. His other hand holds your waist in a tight embrace, not wanting to let you go. Out of your own surprise, you break the kiss by pulling away slightly. Crow chases after you, leaning in close to capture your lips in a deeper and more passionate manner than before. You feel putty in his embrace as he cups your cheek with one hand, his lips needily asking for more access to yours. In response, you shut your eyes and tight your arms come to wrap around his shoulders, granting his desire by tilting your head against his. Both of you losing all senses in the world as you fall deep into the sensation of your lips against each other. He eventually pulls away, a string of saliva connecting your lips, and you told, ew! His breaths are heavy, matching yours, and you beheld his face and hair bester than before. He tucks away a stray strand of hair behind your ear before rubbing your cheek with his thumb. Crow scans your disheveled figure above him. You can see the way his eyes dilute the longer he keeps his gaze on your face. Oh, the hearts! No, he has the heart eyes! No! I knew you were going stargazing tonight, but I didn't expect the brightest star to be the one just in front of me. He giggled at his cheesy pickup line. God, I like you, Bert. Oh, it's a confession. I liked you the first time I laid my eyes on you. I couldn't tell you because I was scared that I might lose whatever we have at the moment, that I would lose you. I couldn't bear to live a life without you. Crow, I like you too. I've liked you ever since, too. You chuckle at the silly thoughts you recall, the way you've been doubting your feelings, his feelings. His eyes grow wide, jaw falling slack as he tries to comprehend the words that came out of your lips. He blinks once, twice, before a smile as bright as the stars above appears on his face. Is this a dream? I hope not. Damn, we're getting confession on day one already. Oh. If I'm in a dream, please tell me the sleeping me to never wake up. Oh god. I want to live in this dream forever. I'll just convince you it's not a dream. You lean closer to his face and place a peck on his cheek. Maybe I think this is completely convincing. Oh god. He captures your lips swiftly, distracting you when he moves in to bury his face in the crook of your neck to nibble on the soft flesh. Okay. Crow laughs out hardly at your reaction, and you simply roll your eyes. You can't stay mad at him. He dusts off the grass and sticks to your shirt before giving you a once-over and gently swatting away the leaves on your hair and clothes. You get up, and Crow retrieves his bag, almost forgotten by the tree. You look back at He looks back at you and takes your hand silently. It was time to go. It was time to leave this magical place. You look at the stars and how brightly they shone. He gave the sky one last glance before turning away, hand clasped tightly around Crow's as you let him lead you home. Aww. Crow locks you to your apartment, noting that he kept you up late at night. You bid Crow goodbye after he safely sees you inside, and he gives you a wave before turning on his Leo heel and making his way down the stairs. You close your apartment door and lean on it, heaving a puff of air. Recall the conversation you had with Crow while you walked with him on the street leading to your home. I'm going to give the guys a chance. I think I judged them too quickly. So I want to do better. I want to get to know them better. If you trust them, then I trust them too. Crow's expression was of surprise at your declaration as your determined face reflected in your orbs. Crow chuckles at your enthusiasm, giving you a friendly pat on the head. I'm glad you're giving them a chance, Bert. Oh wait, I feel like I read this already. Yeah. I want to see if anything's gonna be different. And the maiden she loved with no other thoughts than to love and be loved by me. The one who loves. I was a child, she was a child, in the kingdom of the sea. Didn't I read through this? Day 2, the kingdom. Oh, I can't skip through it. The following day, the first thing you do is around for Crow. However, when you try asking some students for his whereabouts, nobody seems to know where he went. You tried sending him a message to his phone, but he never received a single reply, much less having your messages to be put on read. You eventually meet up with Brittany. She seems to be one of the few people closest to Crow, so it was best to talk about him with her. Jericho? No, I haven't seen him. Do you know anyone else that might have an idea where he is? Brittany pondered for a bit, the manicured fingernail on her chin before shaking her head no. I've already asked the rest of the guys, heck. Even Gia doesn't know where he is, and the guy's close to the hip with him. But he said he's coming to school today. Don't tell me he ditched last minute. Bullshit. He would always send me or anyone in the group a text whenever something came up. Heck, knowing that guy, he'd probably send you a text first. You deflated. Brittany gives you a worried look, trying to think of something else that could possibly help you. Maybe you should try checking the counsel's office. Taking her advice, you thank her and proceed to leave the classroom she was. Oh, and what if Crow died? What if Crow got kidnapped or just got killed by Soul? Because I bet you Soul probably saw what happened yesterday. He's probably watched this and probably got angry that we ended up confessing to someone else. You did as Brittany suggested, but much of your dismay and frustration, not a single one in the council knows where Crow is. Classes eventually start, but you didn't attend. Too determined to know where Crow could have possibly been, you rack your brains as you walk all over the school grounds. You were probably too angry to realize you made it all the way to the gardens, the place where you usually work. You scratch your head from frustration, taking out your phone, you decide to give his number a ring. It was still dead silent. You decide to walk even deeper into the gardens. Oh, this is a new background. Until eventually you meet the familiar chain fence indicating the school campus's borders, barricading you from the forest just beyond it. You ring Crow's number one last time. It rang a few more rings before cutting off. You checked your phone, thinking that he might somehow finally picked up what was met with the disappointing notification that it was out of service. You try one last time. There's a faint ring in the distance, but it's not within the gardens. Some of the gardens is coming from outside. Did he get himself lost? But how? As far as I know, this place was all boarded up. Putting your phone in your pockets, you look up and stare at the metal edges of the fences, shielding your eyes from the sunlight hitting your face. You bit at your lip. You could climb up. If you fall, you'd probably have a sprain if you're not careful enough. Without wasting any more time, you start climbing the chain fence. Your fingers shaking from anxiety as the posing height upon reaching the edge. Oh god, I hope he's not dead. I hope Soul didn't kill him. Or Hugo. Going over to the other side, you slowly make your way down, still keeping a tight hold on the fence. Whoa! That is until you somehow manage to slip on the footing, causing you to fall down back first. A groan escapes your lips. Your back now aching from the sudden impact of the fall, making you lie there and wait for the pain to subside a little. You pat down your pockets, reaching your phone inside. You feel your heart drop in your stomach as you behold it. My phone! Fuck, I'm such a moron. You curse seeing the visible crack on the screen of your mobile device. Turning it on, you vomit another string of colorful curses as your phone screen glitched heavily before eventually turning dark. This shit is useless now. Oh, that sucks. That's horrible timing. Shoving your broken phone back in your pocket, you slowly got up to your feet. You looked around. If Crow was somewhere here, then you better start looking around. Hopefully you can try to remember your way back into the campus grounds. Your heartbeat accelerates as you walk deeper into the forest. You've never been here. It was uncharted territory, so you didn't know what dangers lurked here. Bro, we should have not come here in the first place, even if his phone is here. This is a terrible idea. You scan the area around you, the thicket seemingly getting thicker and harder to maneuver. You see nothing but the ordinary save for some overgrown bushes and vines crawling on the dirt floor. If these don't get tended to, someone will surely trip. You were about to give up your search when you noticed something in the corner of your eye. It's a dead body. Yeah, oh god, nah, he's dead. He's dead for real. The familiar shade of Crow's indigo vest torn to pieces. You feel your heart drop, the air suddenly feels suffocating. Your legs wobble their way to the torn piece, hoping that it was some sort of hallucination, or some kind of sick coincidence. But no, this is exactly Crow's vest, all torn and broken. You search around the area one last time, eyes keener than before, hoping that this must have been some kind of prank someone pulled on you, till your eyes land on the strange and broken down shed. Oh, why is that there? What the heck? Clutching the torn fabric close to your chest, you hastily obey your way to the shed. Thoughts of Crow invades your mind as you ignore all the warnings waving to your face. The moment you came face to face with the shed, your nose picked up on something bad. The smell of iron. Oh, smell of blood, is it? The smell of blood. You rattle the wooden door open. It won't budge. Open the door! You looked around into something to pry the door open. An axe. Coincidentally, a lone axe was sticking on the tree stump, gathering your strength. You pried it off of its hinges, nearly knocking yourself down with it. Dragging the heavy axe to the front doors, you swing it open, breaking the wooden door piece by piece until a hole forms into it. The smell is now stronger than it was ever before, making you scrunch up your nose. With one last blow, the door falls and shattered a piece of wood, now hanging by its hinges, as you enter the room. He's there. His body is bleeding and dead. You feel your soul leave your body. The strength of your legs disappears as you drop your knees, the pool of blood staining your skin. The iron-smelling liquid's thick texture make you feel more disgust as a shiver ran down your spine. Oh, that's what happens to him? So he just doesn't live? That's what happens if he oh my god. I thought it was gonna be like, oh, we're gonna see him longer. No, he can just immediately die if you confess to him. No. No, 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 no. Please. God, this couldn't be happening. You want to rip your heart out of your chest. You want to burn this whole forest to ash. Before you lay Crow's corpse, his head is barely attached to his shoulders, and you can clearly see the gaping injury left by somewhat sharp on his neck. Blood drips from the deep cut, the red liquid pooling around his lifeless body. His eyes were left open, and you gazed at him, wishing, praying, and hoping that his vibrant azure orbs would smile at you again. But no, his eyes remained dull and soulless. You mutter his name over and over and over, asking him to get up, to talk to you, to tell you what happened. But he didn't. You'll hear footsteps behind you, accompanied by a clinking of metal before something drops to the ground. I wonder if it's Hugo who killed him, or Soul killed him, like, as himself, because Hugo would have killed him if Soul asked him to. You swiftly turn around, meeting the eyes of someone you never expected to be here. Oh, hey, what's up? A pair of fiery red orbs grew wide like saucers as their owner beholds your slumped, blood-stained figure. His gaze reveals a mix of surprise, dread, and panic. Bird. No. No, you shouldn't be here. You need to leave. These pleas fell on deaf ears. Instead, you stare at the bloody hand axe that he dropped. His equally bloody hands and his dark shirt wet with the red liquid. He reeks of blood. He killed him. He killed Crow. You killed him, didn't you, Soul? Soul did. He bit his tongue, refusing to answer your question as he stays put. You can see the way his jaw clenches, his expression now filled with rage. He was going to take you away from me. I've only done something I wish I should have done years ago. But you're not even going to deny it? I would never lie to you, Bert. But why? Why did you do this? Not because I love you, Bert. I'm not letting that bastard take you from me. Oh my god. I guess my views of Crow have changed majorly after this. You were taken aback by his declaration of love towards you. I felt the disgust taste in your mouth. How dare he taint the word love? How dare he throw it around like it's an object? You monster. What? Oh, we're killing him now. Whoa. You lunge at him, aiming for his neck and pushing him down on the dirt ground. Oh, Hugo's gonna kill us after this, isn't he? He claws at your hands, not expecting you sudden straight as you unbuckle his choker, pulling on the strap and using it to choke him. You mean nothing to me. I didn't even know you. You loved me. I loved him. He was everything to me. He was my savior, my first love, my everything. What do you know about me? You must pay for what you've done. Soul couldn't muster a single word as he kept pulling on the strap around his neck. Your vision fills with red as your desire to take revenge overwhelms you. The strain of his hands weakened as Soul loses hair. As soon as he felt something sharp, something painful, you looked down expecting to see your successful revenge through your classmate's soulless face, but the light remains in his eyes. Instead, it is filled with horror. You cough. Blood seeps through your lips. You look further down and see a sharp blade through your chest. The object swiftly disappears after someone pulls it out of your body. Blood slowly gushes off your wound. You feel someone push you down, a pair of hands move your body. You couldn't care less as you stare at the dusty ceiling of a worn-out shed, your vision slowly darkening. From the corner of your eye, you can make out the blurry figure of the man you've come to befriend the day before. A few droplets of something wet splatters on your cheek. He's crying. Birthday, no! No, please! We're dead. We're dead. Another figure enters your fading vision, and Soul takes notice of them. You recognize the blade in your grasp as they wipe it clean off your blood, your killer. Soul gets to an argument with the guy, his muffled screams reprimanding them. You can barely hear the person's response as they calmly speak with Soul. Keeping your eyes open is getting tiring. Breathing is getting tiring. One last breath. You flutter, your eyes close, and the last thing you hear are those exact words. No witnesses. Bad end, no witnesses. Oh, first bad end. How many bad ends can I get, though? That's like the first bad end I got. Okay, so now I know what happens if I get in a relationship with with Crow now. I guess I have to do the long run. That sucks. Okay. Stay with the group. Or actually, no, let's just start over from like the very beginning. Wait, can we get a bad ending from this? Surrender. I murdered Ernie from class 4B. Please don't kill me. You yelp out. The hand on your shoulder went loose as you feel him withdraw the knife. Taking it as a chance to push yourself off of him and turning around to face the blue-haired knife-wielding student, you had the urge to throw a punch to his face. Instead, you didn't. Rather, what you came face to face was the look of confusion across his face and a hand under his chin. He isn't even looking at you. How rude. Bert Ernie. Why does that sound familiar? The class 4B too. Now's your chance. While he's distracted. Okay. Yeah, no, there's no bad ending to this. I guess I'm assuming that Crow could be just a normal guy? Soul means solar. Okay. Soul nods, rubbing the back of his head.
You can say that. My mother gave me that name.
It's a lovely name.
Thanks.
Well, I'm Bert Ernie. Nice to finally know your name, Soul.
Soul nods. Okay, this is stuff we can. Not good at art. Let's say not good.
I'm Skull Card, a beginner.
You got nothing to worry about. My usual partner isn't much of an artist either.
Your usual partner.
Oh yeah, I already had an assigned partner for this class. But he ditched me at the last minute to some family business. Okay, wait, this is just things I can skip, probably, yeah. Tiki's arm. You didn't take his outstretched hand, but rather baldly wrapped your arm around his earning a look of surprise from his azure eyes. He did not question you on the matter, but a wide smile made its way to his features while a slight blush dusted his cheeks. His hands on your arm tights and leads the both of you away from the school grounds. By the time you and Crow made it to the park, it was already sundown and stars slowly started painting the sky. Is this place where you're trying to lead me to, Crow? Is this... Okay, let's do... I don't. You don't?
No, I don't. I believe in one's hard work. Does that count?
Crow merely chuckles at your statement. With a hand resting on his chest, he shakes his head slightly as if he couldn't believe he just heard you say that.
I don't mind the people who believe in them. I just don't like the way some of them worship the very grounds the so-called gods walked on. He scoffed. I believe that everything is made possible, though everyone's efforts to be as a team or as an individual. The believers only give credit to those deities for everything, and it's an insult to forgotten people who sacrifice themselves to make things happen. You're called the townsfolk who endlessly praise the worship of your patron deity at the bountiful harvest, and you and your family broke sweat and tears for. You watch for its efforts of your labor were all done to some invisible being which, as far as you knew, returned nothing but calamities one after the other. 'Twas only a miracle that you, your father, and damp farmland are still standing at your crops, still thriving even after so much damage. Crow notices the way your brows furrow. He says nothing, but the look in his eyes tell you that he shares your sentiments wholeheartedly. This is why we're two pots in the same pod. Peas in the same pod, I mean. How about you? Do you believe in gods? Okay, this is something I could skip. And then we're gonna hug him this time. Kissing him ends up killing him. Okay. And then let's just stay with the group. You seem pretty busy. Putting them whatever idea you had, you return to the attention back to your group of friends. So, cafeteria? Everyone cringed, not hiding their discomfort. No. Hell no. Not there.
I'd rather not, Daryl.
How about somewhere else? Gio just facepalmed. Well, where do you suggest? Daryl flailed to his arms. He thought for a moment as he looked outside. Bushes with a few flowers sprouting caught your attention as it blends well with the red and yellows of autumn. It gives you a sense of tranquility. Garden. That's right. I may know a place. Have you guys been to the school's garden behind? Oh right, the botanical garden used to be a pharmacy, of course. That could be a good idea. There's a space perfect for our little picnic today. Why did her eyes kind of darken a bit?
But isn't that place locked?
Just peeked in. You smirked before pulling out a set of keys from your belt and dangling them. I just happen to be a volunteer gardener. Extra credits. I didn't know you gardened, Bert. Oh, that's a surprise. Everyone's gaze on you, curiosity in their eyes. Even Gio's eyebrow raised a bit. Everyone except for Crow. Well, she grew up on the farm. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I forgot. Now everyone's attention was on Crow, catching him off guard by the looks they're giving to him. Of course you know, lover boy. Brittany whispers under her breath as she rolls her eyes, just giggled. Crow's cheeks burn red for Brittany's comment. Here up the back of your head. You never really got the chance to properly introduce yourself to them, huh? Considering you've started hanging out with them a week and a half ago, these past months you've only been hanging around with Crow the most.
He was your only friend. Maybe this is your first time to get to know them and them with you. Brittany let out a sigh as she turned to you. She moved the picnic basket to her other arm and placed a free hand on her hip. Lead the way, birds. He nodded before escorting the group along the back of the school and into the gardens. You inhaled the familiar scent of a fresh earth. A few leaves danced around the air, guided by the winds of autumn, before you stand the school's own greenhouse. The greenhouse where multiple healthy greens and colorful flora grow. This place is usually occupied by biology and botany students, with an occasional science teacher watching over them. You worked a lot of odd jobs for the school to lessen your student loan expenses. Your duties ranged from being a janitor to a teacher's assistant, but none of your positions would last as long as you hoped for, because you always found yourself somehow getting in trouble for some sort of mess you made. Okay, so we do get jobs. This is the first time they mentioned us about actually having jobs to pay off our debt. You felt hopeless until your advisor recommended placing you to the greenhouse. With your background and knowledge related to plants, you thought maintaining the greenhouse was a perfect fit. You've been working here ever since. Oftentimes you think you understand the layout of the place, that you practically know the area like the back of your hand. But every day you seem to discover a new corner that you've never been to before. Sometimes you're not even sure if you're within the campus grounds anymore. It's probably because of the forest that stretch beyond this area. Anyway, there's a large fence preventing you from crossing the border, so you never really bothered to explore further unless you want to get in trouble or be accused of slacking off. For now, you wanted to show your group of friends the new discovery you've made while on the duty last week. There's a field with a large tree right around the corner. It can make for a perfect shade for a little picnic. You exclaim, earning a look of approval from Brittany, almost as if she's impressed. The rest of the cast follow behind as you lead them to your destination. Yay, me and the gang! You hear some gasps and awe behind you. Daryl chuckles heartily in delight. Curve hums, feeling pleasant, and you hear Brittany saying, "Interesting." They're clearly amazed at the field before them, and it fills you with pride, knowing that you are able to impress them. Well, come on, it feels great, especially to lie on. Listen, owie! What is this? Let's see what we have here. Okay. Not yet. Brittany slapped Daryl's hand from the basket before he could raid the whole thing, making him wince and pout. Calm your ass down. You'll have your turn. At this point, I have to charge you all every time you all hit me. Are you some sort of masochist? Daryl gave Gio a side eye. Brittany shook your head, while just giggled. It was cute little getting together that Brittany planned last night. She wanted to make a few sandwiches as she prepared a lot of varieties. On the blanket are a few Tupperwares with some of the sandwiches inside while the rest were eaten. Everyone got their fair share already, but by now everyone is just minding their own business. Daryl is having the time of his life with 2 sandwiches on both his hands. Brittany and Jess are talking. Gio is a bit further away from the group, leaning on the bark of the tree, seeming lost in thought. And Crow is nowhere to be seen. Where's Crow? Where did Crow go? Okay. Okay, so this is our time to actually get to know the group. Let's go with Brittany. I like Brittany. Brittany was minding her own business, seeming to tapping her way on her phone. You were kind of shy to climb in closer to her, but before you could turn and leave, however, she called out to you. She must have seen you from the corner of her eye. Oi, Bert, come here. Don't be a stranger now. You clearly want to talk. Let me guess. Were the sandwiches great? They were wonderful. Yeah, she smiled at your response. I'm glad you like them, Bert. Anyway, enough of my sandwiches. You have something to tell me? Have you seen Crow? Yeah, where's Crow? Actually, no, let's say, where's Crow? Crow, I think I saw him go deeper in the gardens. Brittany said with a raise of regret. But why is he going in the gardens? Bro, where did you go? Why did you leave? Let me guess. You want to finally confess your undying feelings for him? Oh, what makes you think that? Oh, wow. I'm not sure who is denser, him or you. Whatever, you need him, he's probably in the greenhouse. Brittany gives you a thumbs up, mouthing a good luck. As if I'm confessing, you thought it with a pout. Brittany gives you a teasing smirk. Anyway, enough of that. You have something to tell me? What do you think about Jess? Upon hearing her name, Jess's head turns to where you both were. Brittany dismissed her, telling her it's nothing for her to worry about before turning back to you. And Jess, she's my best friend. She smiled as she looked at the orange brand on the wrist. My very best friend. When no one was there to help me, she was there. You'd be surprised how confident and loud she is when she's mad. Brittany chuckled a bit as if reminiscing upon memory. I owe it all to her for bringing me back up during those dark times. Enough of that past. You have something to tell me? What do you think about Daryl? Brittany just chuckled. You mean that meathead? He's an idiot. He says with a smile, and then sighed. He shakes her head at the thoughts of a tall jock. He's an idiot, but he's a smart idiot. I'll give him that. He's like a brother to me. It just baffles me how he barely has any friends. How this school fails us. She shakes the idea before returning her attention back to you. What do you think about Gio? Brittany raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you got the hots for him. No! What? No, dude, you already know we have a crush on Crow. Nothing of that sort. What makes you think that? I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you do. If you see how his locker is often filled with multiple love letters and gifts from various people, I wouldn't be surprised. He's that popular? A loner like you'd be surprised. Tall, mysterious, and dangerous. Everyone just flocks to him like birds. But people are scared to even get close to him. So the next best thing they could do is just send him gifts. And they never succeed though. Is he somehow overwhelmed by the attention? Not really overwhelmed, or like he's uninterested. He either doesn't read the letters or tosses them, or he burns them. Wow, he burns them. Wait, why does he burn them? You couldn't just throw them away, just go for the extra and burn them? He burns them. That's so mean, what a waste of gifts. Brittany just laughed, her shoulders shaking. That's true to you. How do you know all of this? Brittany giggled before giving you a wink. She pressed a manicured finger on her lips as if shushed you. I know lots of secrets. Anyway. That's it. Nothing else. Brittany gives you a nod and before standing in front of the ground. She stretches her limbs, letting out a few satisfying pops. She braces a hand on her hip. I'll be cleaning a bit. I'll talk to you later, Bird. You don't want any help? No thanks, I appreciate the thought, though. You noticed as he stood up as well, leaving Brittany to attend on her own devices. Let's talk with Jess. Oh, she looks peaceful. Jess is admiring the few orange leaves slowly falling from the tree. The slow descent of a leaf catches her attention before gracefully catching it with her delicate fingers. She notices you approaching her and she dropped the leaf before giving her full attention to you.
Yes, Bert, what seems to be the problem?
Oh, there's nothing. Actually, I just want to talk to you and ask a few questions.
Then by all means, go ahead. I'll try my best to answer them. You have questions to me, ask me, Bert?
Where have you seen Crow? Jess's eyebrows forward and shakes her head.
I don't think I know where Crow is. Maybe you should ask Brittany, maybe she knows.
You thanked her. What do you think about Brittany? What do you think about Brittany? Upon mentioning the Gyaru's name, Brittany's head turned to both of you. She didn't say anything but raised a brow as she tilted her head to the side. You called for me?
Nothing, Britt.
Just quickly shooed her best friend away. Brittany shrugged before continuing on with her own business. Just lets out a sigh in relief as a small tint of red races to her cheeks. Oh, you have a crush on her? Just looked down on her skirt, fiddling with her pink wristband as her heartbeat quickened.
Britt, she's my best friend, my very best friend, and I would do anything to see her happy again.
She pushed back her glasses and looked at you, and there you saw the sparkles. Her smile is soft and you can tell. Jess, do you like Brittany? She was hesitant before looking down, nodding as she did so, still fiddling with her pink wristband.
Promise not to tell.
I promise.
Thank you, Bert. This will just be between the two of us. Besides,
she gives you a big smile.
I'll keep your so secret trash towards Crow secret too.
It was always, dude, it's been always a secret, I guess. She giggled at your surprised look at the mention of Crow. You rubbed the back of your head as he pouted.
You have any questions for me, Bert?
What do you think about Daryl? As the mention of Daryl's Jess's face went bright. This is probably the first time you ever seen her smile without shaking like a lost lamb.
Oh, Daryl, he's an amazing friend. He keeps me safe and I owe it to him quite a lot. Though I do feel bad for him most of the time. Brittany and Gio tease him way too much.
Jess chuckled, looking at the jock sitting under the tree before returning back to you.
He's a funny guy.
I remember
back when I made the mistake of giving him a bowl filled with candy last year's Halloween.
He didn't tell me he likes sweets. Why? What's wrong with him giving him candy?
Well, he's got a sugar rush pretty quickly and he gets super hyper. Brittany tried to work hard in calming him down. Can you imagine a 6-foot-tall jockey going around like a playful puppy?
I bet Brittany didn't have a fun time. Just nodded and closed smile at you. What do you think about Gio? Oh, why is she shocked? Jess's shoulders started shaking at the moment of the tall, stoic individual.
I hate to be one of those people, but he actually scares me. Have you seen how capable he is to use his bow and arrow?
No, actually, he's really that good. I only know that he's from the archery club.
Oh, then you should definitely attend the sports event next year. Gio's going to compete in the higher classes. We'll be there to determine if the students are worth bringing up.
Another shiver went up on her spine. She wrapped her arms around herself. A bad memory coursed her mind.
But whenever that happens, Gio seems to have missed his target and nearly hit someone with his arrow.
Oh, what the heck?
Thankfully, it only cuts his guy's hair, nothing else.
Oh, so like, okay, so Hugo and Gio are actually well trained, I guess.
He got disqualified, sadly, but that was enough for me to not mess with him.
How is he not in jail? Yeah, how is he not in jail? You tried to rack up your brain for a reason, but why he's in school and not behind bars. However, Jess cuts you off before you could think any further.
Enough of that. Are you having questions for me?
Just nods and she clasped her hands.
It was wonderful talking to you, Bird. You should hang out with us more.
And with that, she gives you a wave goodbye. Let's deal with Daryl now. Daryl seems to be the least busy out of everyone. He approached his sitting figure as he took a seat in front of him. One sandwich gone from his hand as he munched on the other one with his other hand. He notices you and stops eating, tucking away the sandwich and placing all of his attention on you. You got something for me, Bert? Where is about Crow? What do you think about Crow? At the mention of the blue-eyed friend of his, Daryl gives you a toothy grin as he wiggles his eyebrows. You want just on your little crushy, don't you? Everyone knows. We are so obvious, I guess. Shut up, I just admire him, okay? Daryl laughed and stopped teasing, saving you from further embarrassment. Crow's kind of an individual. All I know is that he's the son of a very successful businesswoman in the city. Though I heard he doesn't have a great relationship with his family. Oh, what makes you say that? Daryl thought for a bit, but judging from his expression, you couldn't understand why either. I don't know either, Bird. You should ask Crow for that if you want to learn more. I see. Don't worry, Bird. I'm sure he'll do anything that you ask for. He gives a playful wink. You rolled your eyes, but gave him a smile nonetheless. Thanks for answering my questions, Daryl. Anytime, Bird. You're one of us now, so open up a little. One of us. Brittany. Daryl gives you a proud smile. Brittany, she's my first friend back when I was in the football team. You'd be surprised that she used to be in the cheer squad despite her being quite introverted. As she was? Daryl's bright smile softened, a small gloomy look in it. He was trying so hard to hide it, but failing. Yeah, she quit right after the game's big frat party 2 years ago. That party was something else since the higher classes were also part of it. Oh, the higher classes again. The following day, she suddenly quit. I don't know why, though. But quite worth thinking about the past anyway. With Jess. What do you think about Jess? Oh, Jess. Daryl, you can't get her, man. No. At the mention of Jess's name, Daryl's whole face turned red and he started sweating. What about her? I don't know. I'd like you to tell me. What do you think about her? Are we gonna have oh my god. No, dude. Are we gonna have like each friend likes the other friend, but that other friend likes someone else in the friend?
It's like a square. It's a love square. Does that mean like we're gonna see that with Gio and Brittany, like Brittany? Daryl's cheeks just keeps getting redder and redder. For a moment, his gaze turns to where Jess and Brittany were. He sighs a little. He looks away. Jess is the sweetest human being I have ever met. Oh. But don't tell anyone. They trust you. This crew trusts you, okay? Bro, Daryl, you can't win, buddy. You're not gonna win this. I'm sorry, dude. You're gonna lose. Hi, Spectre. Oh, dang. Are you okay? Was that with your Wi-Fi? Also, welcome back, dude. You missed a lot. Also, yandere stuff happened. Okay. Raining a lot. Oh, dang. A lot's pouring a lot. More rain, yippee. Oh, by the way, how have you been? I feel like it's been a while since I've actually, like, seen you. I was like, alright, I don't know what this big fuss yet, but I promise I won't tell. Bro, Daryl, you can't get her, man. She likes someone else. How's the stream? It's been good. A lot of sad endings. Apparently we confessed, funny enough, we confessed to one of our childhood friends, and they reciprocated our feelings back. And apparently, he did that on day 1, and then the next day he died by a yandere. So, being together with someone in the first day is not a good thing. I learned that the hard way. Yeah. Oh, I've been doing fine. It was a busy day today. I had a lot of work, but nah. Honestly, like the stream is like the highlight of my day today. Raise your hands and surrender. The taller jock deflated on the spot, his shoulders down along with his mood. But yeah, she's sweet, she's pretty, she's cute. While some would make fun of me, she's always there to give me a pat on the back. He groans, stumbling over. His expression seems like he wants to throw up, and he's buried his face in his hands. But I doubt she likes me back. She doesn't. She likes someone else. With those. Yay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the credits. I got so surprised the last time I saw the short. One of my shorts reached 7,000 views, and I'm like, whoa, that's insane. I'm so happy about it, but thank you. Yeah, she likes Brittany. Dude, you tilted her head, wondering why he thinks that way. What makes you say that? We already know the reason! We already heard from Jess. The way she looks at Brittany. Don't you think that's a look of someone in love? At that way, your eyes widened in surprise. You quickly turned your head to where the two girls were. Dude, she told us! What do you mean? Why did we not notice? The eyes behind the transparent frames look like the fresh citrus oranges in summer. So the plot of the game is basically you have two love interests. Your not childhood friend, your first friend you made in college, and a guy we met in art class. Someone the first day of school. No, that was actually like the first day of the game. So we've known the person we got in a relationship on day 1 was our first friend in college. By the way, I think this is sometime during school. This isn't the first day of school. But apparently what was established in the beginning, MC does have a crush on our friends in school. By the way, our friend's name is Crow, and you can get into a relationship with him in the day 1, but it leads to a bad ending of him being killed by yandere. Apparently, so you can get involved with with Crow, who's your friend, or you can get involved with the art class guy, who actually knows you for some reason. And he is a yandere. It's revealed that he's like a yandere. And he also has a best friend who's a wingman, but also he kills people. So they're a dangerous duo. I wonder who I should end up with, like the scary yandere or like a friend who actually isn't crazy. Yeah. But yeah, this is also takes place in college as well. So right now we're learning about Crow's other friends, because Crow was actually our first and only friend in college until we met these guys, and so we're getting to know more about Crow's friends.
The eyes behind these transparent frames looked like the fresh citrus oranges in the summer. They were bright, and they were fresh from the picking for Brittany.
I know, because that's the same look I gave to her when I first met her. And it's the same look I see on Crow when he looks at you. Oh yeah, also a pair, yeah, like, okay, yeah, Crow also likes MC as well.
He twirled a loose strand from his bangs. He looked away from the two girls and focused on your surprised figure.
I hate it, but I love seeing that look on her face. I wish it was on me, though.
I'm sorry, Daryl.
Oh, poor Daryl, man. Oh, poor Daryl. He chuckled a bit. It's alright. Maybe one day I'll confess to just get off my chest. That's true. Like, even if, like, you know, the person doesn't like you, I honestly think it's better to just confess so you can just get those feelings out. Like, I think that's the better option. Because it's harder to just, like, hold your feelings, without, like, trying to release them. All I want is to see her happy, even if it's not with me. Anyway, enough of this sad shit, Bert. You got something else to say? What about Gio? What do you think about Gio? What are your thoughts on Gio? Daryl smiled and leaned a bit forward. No, Gio's my favorite guy, even if he's a bit of a meanie at times.
What makes you stick to him? Isn't he mean to you like all you said? Daryl smiled brightened as his eyes were soft. He side-eyed the male by the tree who had his arms crossed, choosing to touch him somewhere else.
People are scared of him. It's probably because of his background.
Oh, what about it?
The thing is, no one really knows what his family does other than the fact that they're super rich, and that they are highly involved with the founder of the city. Okay, so Jess's family is rich, and then so is Gio, and that also includes Hugo, who is his brother. So, oh, and then Crow's also rich too. There's 4 people in this group who are rich. People have seen him with these bodyguards all rugged and tall, very intimidating. Heck, I even saw one with a huge katana on their backs.
You shivered. Clearly you don't want to deal with them. But what makes you not scared, Daryl? I mean, you clearly know what his family and himself is capable of.
You see, Bert, I am not really scared of him. On the outside, he's still stubborn and cruel. But on the inside, he's a really nice guy. Think of him like
He pursed his lips, thinking a bit.
He's like a stubborn cat.
You glanced back at Gio one more time. You're seeing the cat ears and the tail, alright. Now that you think about it, with his vision, based on Daryl's declaration, Gio does not seem quite intimidating anymore. How cute. Then you hear a sigh from Daryl. You turn your attention to him, an elbow on his leg, and he held his face on his hand.
Which begs me to wonder why he ended up being in the lower class with us.
The low class, how do you have things like that? Oh, by the way, just some context for this. This game also involves like the high class and the low class. So like the poor and the rich. So which is interesting because I didn't think like a yandere game would actually really talk about that, and it's actually a huge conflict with this. Because apparently the school we go to is like a low class school, and then there's a high class school with all the rich people, and apparently they're like terrible to us. So, and like there are several of our characters who are like got involved with them and had terrible impressions of them. The low class, how do we have things like that?
Oh, you don't know about the hierarchy, Bert? I learned it from Hugo.
You shook your head no, and Daryl scratched the back of his head.
Oh damn, well, Bert, almost everyone knows about it. But I don't blame you, since no one really brings the top subject. I think either Crow or Jess would like to explain it to you. Just not Brittany, she gets riled up when in mismention.
You nod and understanding Daryl gives you a smile.
Anyway.
No, that's pretty much it, right? They talk about...
Oh, about Daryl? Okay, about you. Let's talk about you, I guess.
Oh, okay. Thanks for joining the stream, by the way. It's nice to see you again.
I would like to know more about you, Daryl. Yes, Daryl. I'd like to know more about you.
Daryl rubbed the back of his head. Quite embarrassed, he thought about him. Have a good night, by the way. Bye, Spectre. Daryl rubbed the back of his head, quite embarrassed he thought about him. Yeah, Daryl, what do you think about Daryl? Well, aren't you flattered? Where should I start? He thought for a while, his legs crossed while he waited. Yeah, there definitely is gonna be more on my streams, especially for this week too. I'm playing Deltarune tomorrow, so yeah. His legs crossed while he waited for him as he pondered. Well, I am the ace of a football club. I hate my coach, but I don't tell him that. I love food, like lots of my favorite food be sweets. If you ever go and smuggle me some, will ya? He says with a wink and a nudge. Other than that, I guess that's pretty much it. That's it. Thank you, Daryl. Daryl gives you a smile before nodding. Now let's speak to Gio, I guess. You were quite hesitant to approach Gio at first. You always saw him as someone intimidating more intimidating than Brittany. It's probably the way he carries himself. His towering height isn't helping either, and it seems like you've been staring at him for too long. He stopped chewing on his sandwich as his gaze met yours. He shivered. What do you want? I have questions! Hurry up and spit it out. Why do you hang out with us? I mean, I don't mean in a bad way. It's just I'm curious. You don't seem the type to. His piercing gaze made your voice die down. You cursed under your breath. Fuck, I think this is for me. I get it. But you wouldn't understand. Leave me to my devices now. Damn, okay, he demanded before wrapping the half-eaten sandwich he had in his hand, before throwing it towards you. You caught it, nearly losing your balance, and give this to Daryl. I just lost my appetite. Gio then crossed his arms and looked up at the sky, the chilly autumn breeze passing by him, making his long hair sway along with the washy earrings. Yeah, he's an opposite of to his older brother. You take a look at the wrapped half-eaten sandwich in your hand. I guess I'll never know. You sigh. Oh, I guess we'll never know. That was so quick. I guess he's supposed to be more mysterious. Maybe we'll find more about him. I'll find out more about him, like, when the game updates, especially since he's Hugo's brother. You've pretty much talked with everyone here, and they all seem to be busying themselves. You look around the garden before moving in deeper into the red autumn wonderland. As you kept moving forward, you were greeted by the greenhouse. Throughout the transparent glass, you spot the familiar head of brown. You went to the greenhouse and saw Crow go through each plant and flower, analyzing each delicate leaf and petal. Noticing he's not alone, you turned to where you were and smiled. Oh, there you are, Bert. What brings you here? I would say the same thing to you. Well, I haven't really explored this place properly before, so why not take that chance? You've never been here? Crow shakes his head. Never got the time to visit. Crow chuckles. You met his gaze and he gives you a soft smile. His gaze lingered a bit before going around. He then found something that caught his attention. Now this is pretty looking flora. Who do you think it is? You look at the brush of flowers filled with purple flowers. Their petals thin as it showcases its full bloom. This is a passion flower. Excuse me. Fascinating, tell me more about it. Well, it's a climbing vine plant. Usually colors are purple or white. Once flowers bloom, passion fruits will bear itself. Usually a volunteer would come and harvest the fruits. That sounds interesting, Bert. But that's the scientific way to describe this flower. How about its meaning? You tilted your head to the side. Well, what do you mean? How do I say this? He places a hand under his chin. In astrology, each star has a meaning behind it. Same goes with the gemstones, like this birthstone. I mean, your birthstone. However, flowers have those as well, correct? Actually, I'm curious, what does this heart do? I don't know if I want to press it yet, I'm not gonna lie. Flowers have those as well, correct? Huh, I never really thought of it. Crow gives you a cheeky smile. It's interesting. Passion flowers symbolizes hope and growth. I love seeing the hopeful looks on people. He says he looks at the flowers before you both. Hope. Something that city needs. I want to get rid of the hierarchy. Daryl mentioned something about that, actually everyone did. But how come I never heard any of it? What is it about? I never got to explain it to you, huh? I guess you're the perfect time since You're quite active in interacting with us, the lower class again.
But you're also part of a higher class, though, right?
He looks out. Our school, Olympias University, has 2 buildings and 2 different classes. One is where we are at the moment, the lower class, while around the northern part of the city is where the higher classes are. Their education is 10 times better, the facilities are better, and the students are way out of their league. He hesitates a bit in voicing his thoughts of the students in the higher class, though I highly doubt that. He added, his eyes narrowed. Calling it lower class is kind of low in my opinion. I call them villagers, humble people. They're either really or either too busy to bother. There was a hint of hesitation in his voice. Well, not at all. Field students in the higher class often end up here with us, and well, they don't really take it well. Which explains the bullying situation. Crow's brows slanted downward, disgusted by the idea. The fact that he can't do anything is irritating him. How come no one tried to file a report or anything? People tried. I tried. We tried. But unless you either have money or higher reputation, heck, even both, they'll bother to even listen. I see this in a lot of tropes when it comes to bullying in like K-dramas or like manhwa. Like, it's usually like, oh, the person is richer, that's why like it's never like the bullying never stops because the bullies are richer and their parents kind of like deal with the situation by paying money to the school. Chris eyes. Which is why some students try their hardest to get up the ranks to be part of the higher class. All of them just to be respected. Crow didn't say anything to you, but a nod. Crow lets out a sad laugh. The system is kind of a if you feel it, you don't feel it, or a thing. You don't really feel it, much less you see it unless you've been at its mercy. It's a dog eats dog world out there, bird. You'll never know who it is the next victim is. A soft, sad smile made its way on his face, which is why I strive to protect you. You were left to your thoughts process to what Crow told you about the newfound information. This probably explains the bullying and how the school is handled. Your position in the city is just a second priority. Heck, maybe not even a priority at all. That means that if I ever want to help keep my family farm up, I have to make up there. Crow nodded before continuing. Once you're up there, you'll have a better life. You'll be respected, you'll be rich, people would do as you tell them. That's messed up. Did people even protest? Crow, however, did not answer as if scared that someone would hear him. He remained quiet, only giving you a look that probably says the things did not go well. You refused to ask for more elaboration. That reminds me, Bert. Crow starts. You never told me as how or why you chose the university. Your family owns farms, right? Correct? You bit your lip as he thought of home. We do, but I wouldn't say we're doing well. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay, really. It's my burden to carry out on yours. I'm going to work hard for it. Anything. I'll do anything. Let me skip this, yeah. Same kind of scene with what I was talking with Hugo, but you're nearing the end of the school year and you cannot afford to go back. Not with the step, credits alone isn't enough to cut it. Whenever you think about it, you keep seeing the tall man's ever-sharp magenta eyes burning into you. It leaves a bad taste in your mouth and stinging feeling in your chest. Your heart ached as you stare back into Crow's own azure eyes. Are you right there, Bird? You zone out a bit. If I get to be part of the higher class, then I can have a better chance in life, right? Crow was surprised at your sudden enthusiasm, but nodded regardless. That's right. As you give Crow a reassuring smile, you clench your fists. Then I'll work hard to show those higher class that I'm worth their time. Crow chuckles and nods. You know that he's got your back. Then Crow raised his hand and tucked the loose strand behind your ear. You sensed him placing something soft and reached out to touch what felt like petals. That looks good on you. Oh, what is it? Crow leads you to a nearby pond. You look back and saw your reflection. On your hair is a red carnation. Oh, I didn't know carnations grow here. Crow only chuckled, fixing the flower on your hair. Crow looks around for a while, basking in the various beauties of flora. What do you think carnation means? You tilted your head, making sure you said the flower doesn't fall from your head, as Crow continued on with his talk. Passion flower means hope with carnations mean. I couldn't seem to remember. What do you think it means, Bert? He thought for a while, knowing carnations are to be found in bouquets. Well, it has to be something romantic. They're often a perfect gift to family and loved ones. Is that so? I might have to look up what it means then. Your eyes met his, and for a moment his gaze lingered. Were his eyes always this blue? You've never noticed before. The way his lashes flutter and touch your cheeks when he blinks. His plump lips are always glistening whenever sunlight hits him. His eyes went half-lit as he leaned closer and closer, and as if in a trance, your eyes slowly start to close. Oh, we're gonna get another bad ending from this. As if you glossed all over your body and started moving on its own, you lean closer as well. Your eyes now closed, feeling Yuri's breath near your own lips as he draws closer in yours. Crow! Of course, Brittany. Oh. Brittany! Bruh! You better get going now. Okay. Your eyes popped open, you quickly backed away. Crow backed away as well as he waved to Brittany. Brittany just raised her brow at the both of you before striking it off and leaving it to the greenhouse. Brittany, no! You ruined the moment, no! Crow sighed, seemingly disappointed before giving you his hand for you to take. We should get going now. You pouted at the moment ruined before accepting his extended hand and left the greenhouse with Crow. You and your rest of the group got back to the campus. Everyone already went to their respective classes. I'm going to head back first. I'll see you in class, Bert. Of course! Crow didn't walk away just yet. He stood there for a while contemplating something before shaking his head and walking away, and the tint red touching the tips of his ears as he walked. Just by the corner of your eye, you spotted two familiar-looking individuals. It was Sol and Hugo. Sol noticed you first, nodded to you, as now the skip many steps. Bert. Fuck you, Sol, bro. I don't like you. Ironically, I like Hugo more now. Hey, Sol. Hey, Hugo. Are you both heading to your next classes? Hugo laughed, a hand on his chest as if you told him a very funny joke. Actually, I have a better idea. Let's skip class. Skip class? Yeah, it'll be fun. Sol gave Hugo a punch on the ribs, making the shorter male choke out the— oh wait, this is okay, skip— let's ditch. Hugo just gave him a glare. Sol ignored him as he anticipated your answer. Oh, now he wants to dish with us. Okay, he wasn't like that beforehand. Hanging out with these two sounds fun, but you remember your next class with Crow? Maybe you can. I can't skip class. I'm sorry, I couldn't bear to skip on the second day. Sol didn't say anything, but his shoulders slumped into Kitty's obvious disappointment. But there was something else in the dullness of his eyes. You were interrupted by Hugo. That's alright, Bird, but promise you'll hang out eventually. On the weekend then, ma'am, sure. Wait. Sol spoke, making you and Hugo look at him. Can I at least take you to class? Okay. Okay, I can't skip this, so... Oh. Oh, one moment. There we go. Okay. Okay, so I can't skip this, so there must be some new dialogue. You don't see what's the problem with it, so you agree. Well, I'll see you as the usual, Sol. Hugo waved to the both of you before walking off. Let's go, shall we? Sol nods as we walk along, Sol falling beside you. Not take his hand. Keep walking. Thank you for escorting me to my class, Sol. Oh, it's no problem. His tiny smile doesn't last on his face, however. His shoulders slumped down. Though I could have wished you could come with us. Maybe next time, Sol. Maybe we can hang out on the weekend or a free schedule. Sure. His words contradict his expression as it lacks enthusiasm. Just then, the door to your classroom opened, and there you met eyes with Crow. Crow's eyes lit up and he saw you. There you are, Bert, just in time for the next class. Oh. He was about to greet you, but feels Sol's presence beside him. And who might this fellow be, a classmate of yours? Oh, yeah, because they didn't meet, yeah. You can say that, Crow. This is Sol. He's from my art class. Sol, this is Crow. Pleasure to meet you, Sol. Crow extended on his hand for Soul to shake. Soul just stared at it. This is awkward. A few awkward seconds passed by before he eventually took Crow's hand. Soul, however, wasn't regulating his strain as he gripped Crow's hand with much force. Crow winced from the pressure, but didn't say anything before Soul eventually let go of his hand. Soul then turned to you. I should be going now, Bert, but I'll see you around. And I wish you could have come, Lita. He said, reaching out to tuck a loose strand of his hair away from your face, earning him a small blush from you. Oh, wait, in front of Crow? Oh my god. Soul turned on his heel and walked off. He looked at his retreating figure before Crow eventually tapped your shoulder. We should get going. With one last glance at Soul's retreating figure, you turned around and got inside your classroom. Okay, what if we... Wait, let me save here, because this is new. Yeah. We did keep prying last episode, Steven. It's probably nothing worth checking for anyway. Besides, you aren't risking to become a shelf pancake today. You had left the book alone and went back to where Crow was. Well, I couldn't stop thinking about our conversation back in the greenhouse, so maybe I could base off some things here. Is that so? Yeah, that's very smart of you, Bert. I thank you. Tap his shoulder. Crow jolts his shoulder, his eyes wide open upon the sudden contact. His legs stop shaking as he turns his full attention to you. Yes, is something the matter, Bert? Are you alright, Crow? Yes, I'm alright. Oh, maybe he was worried about his aunt, because like that last scene of this game when you go with Crow, like he sees that his aunt is back, and maybe that's why he's worried about. What makes you say that? You seem stressed. Let me guess, your writer's block? You can say that. Crow lets out a nervous laugh. Okay. I see her as a friend. Well, I'd honestly see her as a friend. She clearly sees me as one. Sure, I'd be embarrassed from the moment of gifts she's giving me. If I was in the situation, I'd be thankful and probably say that her friendship is enough, and no amount of physical goods can measure the gratitude I'm feeling towards her. Crow was silent, a bit awed by your answer. Then the smile broke free on his face, scratching his cheek. His smile grew wider towards you. Such a noble response expected from you, Bert. Now, what does that supposed to mean? You pout, crossing your arms in the process. Crow merely chuckles. Then you can feel his hand brush against yours, squeezing your hand in the process. You swear you can feel your face heating up. Oh, but the scenario isn't over yet. It's not? Nope, here's the follow scenario. He sits up properly, removing his hand on yours, as you anticipate his next words. Still believe in the Queen. I believe in the Queen. You do? I do. Even if rumors say that she'd be a bad person, even if she's the cause of so many people suffering under her reign. That's the loophole. It's just a baseless rumors. If I want the truth, isn't it better to just ask straight from the Queen? If she's aware that she's causing much people suffering, then I'd rather take it, knowing that she was aware and proceeds to be honest with me rather than lie to me. For a moment, Crow was silent, his hands nestled on his lap. You couldn't see them, but you took notice of the way his shoulders trembled, his eyes gleaming. Oh, he's crying, bro, because he thinks he's the queen in this scenario. And then we're like, oh yeah, we believe in the Queen, so he's thinking we're gonna be like believe in him. Oh, is he about to cry? Oh god, I didn't mean to. Crow, you're too trusting. You know that, Bert. That could attract potential danger. What? I just did what you told me to do. That's answer your scenario. His playful demeanor came back quick, as if he did not just make up the most gut-wrenching scenario known to man. He laughs, holding his chest as he wipes a stray tear away from the corner of his eyes. What was the sudden scenario question over anyway? I just thought it would be a good idea for my paper, am I right? Okay, so let's let them bully you? Boy, what is this? Wait, I think this is different. I think this is new. You hang your head down, too flustered for other single word. Your request got caught in your throat as your shyness overwhelmed you. Rather, you stared at Crow's large hands wrapped around yours, not pulling away, not protesting against it. Crow noticed your averted gaze, your shy demeanor causing his lips to quirk up in a gentle smile. He almost chuckled, then he realized how your eyes fixed on your joined hands. Freeing his right hand, Crow picks the groceries back up. He left his hand closed around yours, holding it firmly but gently. You swear he gave a little squeeze as he tugs you along, continuing on with your walk. And this should all be like the same, right? Yeah. Ah. Oh. So, yeah, it's the same. What else can I explore? I don't really want to explore Soul's route. I'm not like I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm more interested in Crow. Cause like right now he seems like he's a green flag. Like I thought he was like a yandere at first. Maybe the other parts of the story will reveal that like later, but like when this game gets updated. But right now, like he's the love interest that I'm more interested in Soul, even though Soul's the yandere, and then he's like involved with the mysterious group. I think I just like Crow more. I like also with personality wise, I like him more. What about this? What if we went with them? Brittany hummed the sound of the content before turning her heel and heading toward the classroom's exit, her three friends following behind her. Crow looks back at you by the door, waiting for you. Catching up, you raise your head to meet his azure orbs once more. Your heart beat quickens within your ribcage in response. You two, stop ogling at each other. Hurry up. Brittany's exclamation made the both of you jump. You merely look down, using your hair as a curtain to hide your reddened face. Crow just rubbed the back of his neck. You two eventually followed behind Brittany and the rest of the group towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria is loud and crowded. Tables are filled with students while the rest are lined up with the corner grabbing their lunches. A groan escaped Brittany's lips as she looks around for any sign of a vacant table you all could share. What a fucking great time to not bring lunch, huh? Next time I'm preparing my lunch that night before.
I wonder why it's crowded today. The lunch penny, perhaps?
It seems like it. We'll be left with nothing else if we keep standing around here and loiter. Hey Geo, Daryl. Oh yeah, what is your royal majesty? Daryl quoted with a teasing tone. Brittany rolled her eyes at his silly gesture. Could you two look for a vacant spot while the rest of us line up? Saves us time that way. Yeah, sure, Brittany. Let's go, Geo. Wrapping an arm around Gio's shoulder while ignoring his obvious irritation from the said male, the two walked away in the hopes of looking for an unoccupied table. Brittany then turns to you. Alright, Bert, I'm not sure if you have packed anything like those two did, but if you want to line up with us, go help them find a table. Make a choice. You decide that you... I want my lunch. I'm gonna buy my own lunch. So it's here, I guess. I'll buy. Alright then. Daryl, Geo, go find some seats while we line up. Daryl waved Brittany away. Morning, I got it. Before turning around with Geo, the jock's arm wrapped around his grumpy friend's shoulder, dismissing the visible annoyance on Geo's face. Come on, Jess. Let's get in line.
Yeah, of course.
With haste, Jess trails around behind Brittany. Let's get in line as well before more people start piling up. We don't want to end up with the bad stuff, don't we, Bert? You can say that again. He shuddered at the thought, remembering the leftovers from the school cafeteria. With a nod, you and Crow made it in line with the rest of the student body. While you were lining up, Crow turns his attention back to you. I'm glad you decided to come with us, Bert. I know that may seem selfish of me to drag you along, but there are new friends now. I hope you don't mind. I don't know, maybe I'm just judging them too fast. That's alright, Bert. Their first impressions weren't really the best either. Well, save for Daryl. He seems to be the only one who is more excited to meet you. I can tell. Crow lets out a soft chuckle. I'm just happy that you're giving them a chance, Bert. Your conversation with Crow ended there and your focus returned to the line. You thought for a bit, how are you going to fit in with the group? You're still unsure of everyone's personalities, not to mention intentions, and why Crow just bothered to introduce you to them just now. You'll think hard about it later. For now, you hand out your own tray for the cafeteria staff to place your food on. You weren't really that hungry and just bought a sandwich and a box of choice. Just the usual, you thought, whenever you find the time to spend your lunch break here. By the end of the other side of the line, Brittany and Jess were already waiting for you and Crow, tray filled with food in their hands. Once everyone got their food, Brittany turned her heel and walked towards you where Daryl and Gio were seated. Move your ass aside, Daryl. I'm sitting. A loud gasp escaped Brittany's lips. Her mouth opened in a wide shock. The food on her tray is now splattered across her white uniform.
Brittany!
Oh, red-haired bully. Oops, sorry about it. You should watch where you're going there. Oh, wait, no, they're girls. Sorry, I thought he was like a guy. Multiple footsteps came near. A trio of girls shows themselves before you. The tallest of the bunch, the red-haired one, placed a hand over where her heart is and lets out a mocking gasp at the mess. Brittany's eyes met with the red-haired bully. Judging from the way Brittany's face twisted with rage, they seemed to know each other.
Britt, are you alright? We should get yourself clean.
You. Fucking bitch. This is my only clean uniform. How fucking dare you?
Oh, look at Miss Claire, all faired up. Careful there, sweetie. You'll get wrinkles. It's not like you're not ugly already.
The mean girl coos at Brittany. Her two friends behind her laughs along with her antics. You've got a bad feeling about this. The entire cafeteria breaks into a few murmurs and whispers, their attention now fixated on the group of girls. Some stopped eating while some took out their phones, ready to film to whatever happens next. Crow tried to come in between them to stop the fight, but he wasn't fast enough. Splat. Next thing we knew, another loud gasp was heard. Yeah, get them, Brittany! Get them, Brittany! Get them! A white smile etched itself in Brittany's face. The mean girl's white uniform now smeared with varieties of sweat sauces and oils, matching Brittany's own dirty uniform. Just his face filled with shock. The food from her tray is now gone. Take that shit stain.
You fucking bitch!
Food fight! Wow! The moment Daryl howled those words, the cafeteria went into hectic frenzy. Food and drinks started flying across the area as each student started tossing whatever they get their hands on. Are those trays? Oh shit, the trays! Oh god, that's gonna hurt. Bert, everyone stop the madness at once! Some wave of pain made its way to your head. At the last thing you saw was Crow calling out to your name before passing out. We died! That's how we die, guys. By a tray. Where am I? Oh, you're awake, thank goodness. Crow? You tried to sit up, but a sudden shot of pain went through your heart. Head stopped you. You reached out to touch where the ache was coming from, but Crow stopped you by holding onto your wrist. Careful now, the nurse already bandaged your hand. Don't push yourself. Crow gently pushed you back down in the medical bed. You know, actually, I'm really curious. What does this heart do? What if I press it? Like, where does this go? He takes a lone stool and takes a seat right next to you. What happened? Well, after Daryl started to mess with a food fight, the principal was called in to stop it. Daryl got lucky enough to escape when he did. Okay, they said principal. I know this school takes place in college, but like this just feels like a mixture of high school and college combined together. So I mean, I guess this is like their own world, I guess. Gio was nowhere to be seen. As for Brittany, what happened to her? Well, just helped her to grab a new uniform for the principal's office. Then why does my head hurt so much? Someone somehow threw a tray at you and unfortunate enough to get hit by it. Thankfully, I got you out of there before things got ugly. Thanks, Crow, I owe you one. I'm always there for you, Bert, never forget that. Anyway, it's around 1:45 in the afternoon right now. I should probably head out to my next class. You should stay here until the nurse gets back. You'll be alright alone here, right? I wanted to say no, but stop yourself before you could. Yeah, you can go ahead. You sure? Yes, I'll be fine, Crow. You've done enough for me today. You gave him a small smile, but he did not return it. Crow squeezed his hand, quite hesitant to let you go. Eventually, he loosened his grip. He stands up from his chair and walks towards the exit. But before he could leave, he turned around and gave you one last smile, eventually closing the door and going out of the infirmary. You groaned and laid back down on the bed, feeling the bandage on your own head. At least the pain is slowly dying a bit. Hope it didn't leave a mark on my head. You're guessing you came face to face with the edges of one of the metallic trays. Since when did the trays get that hurt that much? Then again, there were athletes in the area, Daryl being one of them. Just then, you heard the door opening, the nurse's voice echoing throughout the room. At the clicking of her heels got louder as you drew closer. The school nurse entered and followed her. Was a tall student dressed in black. Oh, he got injured too.
Oh, maybe he saw us getting hurt and he probably attacked someone, like, physically.
He seems to be holding onto his left hand. You can see the red streak of blood overflowing. That looks bad. He sure had it worse than me. I wonder what happened. You should be thankful you didn't get cut a nerve vein. How were they able to get past with the pocket knife in the first place? The nurse sighed. It seems like she got her hands full of another student. The latter, however, didn't say anything as he let out a small hiss when the nurse dabbed some disinfectant in his wound. He sat up slowly, careful to not hit your head or anything else before stealing a glance at the student and the nurse. Your eyes meet at the reddish-orange ones. Your heart races as you feel your heartbeat quicken. What an unusual color. You remind me of the setting sun. The nurse finishes up wrapping around his wound, a blotch of red slowly seeping out and staining the one white bandage. However, his gaze is still fixated on you. The nurse follows his line of sight and finally takes notice of his conscious figure. You're finally awake, Miss Ernie. She approached you with a bottle of painkillers. She took one from the transparent cabinets on the walls before handing a pill to you. How are you feeling, dear? Does your head still hurt? It's slowly dissipating, ma'am. Thank you. She hands you the pill and you take it down her throat. You're free to stay here for a while, longer, Miss Ernie, but you need to return to your class as soon as you're feeling better. You gave the nurse a nod. She, in return, hums and approval before going back to the taller male in black. As for you, Mr. Brugmansia, if you your bandage gets dirty throughout the day, don't hesitate to come back here and I'll reply with a new role. The taller man hummed. He turns on his heel and made his way towards the exit door before pausing. I'll return to my class now. Thanks for patching me up, nurse. The tall student gives you one of the last look with these fiery-eyed eyes before making his exit with a click of the door. The nurse lets out a sigh, rubbing your temples, feeling a headache surfacing. I swear, that child comes here every other day. Him? Oh, you're not classmates with Mr. Brugmansia? Odd. I thought he might know you from the way he was looking at you. And no, I haven't seen him around. Or like you never bothered to look who is around you. No one would even bother to spare a glance at you. Well, either way, don't get into much trouble like him, alright? This raises a question in your head. Just how bad were the guy's injuries that he comes to the nurse's office almost every other day? It kind of explains why she's being sighing hard ever since she brought the tall male in her office. With an injury as bad as her near stab wound on the palm, you can only take a wild guess. And as much as you are curious to know what transpired, you're nearly late for your next class. Eyeing the clock on top of the doorframe, you got one out of the medical bed. You thanked the nurse and made your way out of their office. Also, this is barely making it to your next class. You slid the classroom door open, earning a few looks from the students inside the room. Turning the podium, you exhaled a breath. You didn't realize you were holding it when you realized that your teacher was still absent. Oh. You make your way to your seat. Once settled down, you groaned, placing your elbows on the desk, resting your chin on top of your hands, waiting patiently for your professor's arrival. Though you couldn't help but notice the feeling of someone staring at you. You shook it off, thinking that it must have been the lack of sleep. You look out the window. Or maybe it's the cold weather. You curse at yourself. You could only hope that you're not the only student who didn't get their own partner. Okay, so they're talking about partners right now. But Looking up around, it seems like everyone is calm and collected. Were you the only one panicking here? It's the guy at the clinic. Oh, okay, so this is the different dialogue. I never knew he's the same class as me. Can I skip this? Okay, I think it's gonna be like the same thing. It's just like, oh, your friend mentioned to me. Okay, what does this do? Oh! Oh, so that's what that is. So it's just showing like, oh, which route you're going for, how many points you have for the specific person. Okay, that's interesting. That's cool. Okay, is there anything I want to test the game? I think I might be done looking throughout this game, just looking at the routes. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm just gonna go here. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, I came to this game thinking I would like Soul because I liked Soul's character's design, but I came the game like made me want to like Crow more, and I like Crow a lot more. Like I didn't trust him at first because I thought he might have been like a yandere, because it's a yandere game, of course. And I thought there's gonna be multiple yanderes instead of like Soul being one. But like Crow seems just like a good green flag, and like I know he has like some bad stuff with his family and like with his aunts that we're probably gonna know more when the game gets updated, but like Crow seems like personality wise just like a green flag. He seems really nice to us, he seems to care for us, and like the scenes you get with him are so sweet compared to what I get with Soul. Like I know Soul is gonna be darker because he's the yandere, main yandere of this game, and he's the main focus of the game because his image is literally on the game, right? And he's involved with some dangerous stuff, but I'd say Crow is a lot more interesting to me, and I think he's just more of my preference towards me. And as weird as this is, I think Hugo is more interesting than Soul. I like Hugo more, even though he threatened to kill me in the beginning. Like I don't know, I like his vibe more after, like his cheerful vibe, even though it's a facade. I still liked how he was acting, and he's actually like surprisingly like a good wingman. Except when it comes to the sleeping pills, because I'm kind of suspicious about that. I don't know if he gave Soul those sleeping pills, but yeah. I guess it makes sense for like Soul being like a red flag, especially when he gets into your apartment. That one was just really, really creepy. Like in the yandere skull, he's up there. Like from the scenes you get of him at the very end, he's really high. Like it's pretty bad. There was some stuff I did not expect this game to talk about. That like the hierarchy, like the rich and the poor. That's something I didn't expect this game would be talked about, because I thought it was just gonna be a game about just mainly about knowing your yandere. It's not like, oh, there's also this other plot about the hierarchy and then the low class and then the high class having like fighting each other. Like I did not expect that at all. And then gangs, like there are people who are being like killed by gangs, and like how Soul and Hugo might be involved with one as well. Like that's another thing I did not expect that this game would have at all. Like there was a lot of things that this game kind of like surprised me with, and I thought I'm actually really interested in how this is like gonna go when they finish the main story. But honestly, if I was doing this game again, I'm not going for the game for Soul. I'm gonna be going for Crow, because Crow's the main reason why I want to play this game. Like it's gonna be the main reason of me replaying this game again when it updates. Like I really like Crow, maybe because I just like green flag guys instead of red flag guys. But yeah, it was a pretty solid game. Like I really like the artwork. Sometimes the music fit. Like there were some soundtracks that I liked in the music in the game that I was like, oh, I really like this sound, even though I don't know where the creator got their sources from for the music, but
Yeah, it was pretty good. I liked the music. I will say there were parts that I felt like they were really quick, especially when you get to meet like Soul and say like, "Hey, I want to be your friend." I don't know why that the confession of like being his friend felt really quick. And maybe it would make sense with some specific scenarios if I met him first, in the very beginning before art class. Maybe it would have made sense. But technically, again, this is the first day, so that would still be too quick. For just you say that in one day, I think you would need like a couple more days to say that. That like, hey, I want to be like your friend, like. But yeah, because I picked scenes where, before the art class scenario with meeting Soul, I picked scenes where it wasn't with him, so it just felt really rushed to me. So maybe there are some scenes that just don't work because I picked something else, and it felt too quick for me. I think there's just some stuff with Soul that just felt too quick, of like, immediately being like friends with him, and then also just like. I felt a little bit iffy about this because in the beginning, like even when you don't even make any choices, it's already established that you have a slight crush on Crow, right? But at day 2, like you feel blushy over Soul, and you kind of consider him as maybe somebody you might romantically like, which is like that feels really rushed to me because. You met Soul for 2 days, right? Like, why do you immediately have these changed feelings? Well, it's already established in the very beginning that you had a crush on Soul. I mean, not Soul. I mean, Crow for like a longer while. And I also picked scenes where like, yeah, I wasn't hanging out with Crow, but I wasn't like in bad relations with Crow to change my mind about moving with Soul. Yeah, I think there was just some parts that felt too rushed when it came with like my relationship with Soul, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm really interested when this game gets updated though. I hope I get to see. Hopefully there will be a good ending with Crow though, because that was really sad. Like, yay, we can get like the first day we can get into a relationship with Crow only for like Soul to kill him. You're like, damn. I get it, it's a yandere game, but damn. We can't win anything. We can't win shit. But yeah. Okay. Man, I've been streaming this for a long time. For 5 hours, and but I think I'm fine with like the stuff that I looked through in the game. I know it wasn't everything. Maybe there was more bad endings than I saw, but I think I'm satisfied with what I went through with the game. And if I went in to see if there were more endings or more different parts of the routes, I feel like I've already seen the majority. Like, I don't need to see a bit more. I think like the small amounts I would have to see playing this game again from the demo. Like, I think I've already seen enough. I think I've already seen enough from this playthrough. But yeah. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go head to bed. I'll see you guys later tomorrow. Because I have Deltarune tomorrow, yay. But yeah. Alright, you guys have a good day or good night wherever you are. Bye.